Well, for those of you tuning in here live on YouTube, and for those of you in the paddock today, it is Super Sunday. Welcome to SKUSA SuperNationals 26 here. Our Super Sunday coverage presented to you by Don't Sleep Energy Drink. My name's Andrew Clements. Alongside me, Henry Beaudet, Mike Smith. What an amazing weekend of action we have had to this point, and I cannot wait to continue to watch more and more get underway.
Thank you, Xander. I've got to say, as a first timer here at SuperNationals, it's been an incredible event. 520 plus drivers from all over the world. We've got drivers from South America, North America, Europe, Asia, Australasia. We've got ex-Formula 1 drivers. We've got V8 supercar drivers, ex-superbike racers, and even an ex-professional soccer player, along with the future generation of Formula 1, motorsport, NASCAR, IndyCar stars. It's been a fantastic experience so far, and we're only just getting started.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the different gamut of drivers we have here. Everything, as you say, from the top to the bottom. Even drivers just getting started in two-stroke or doing two-stroke for the very first time from four-stroke stuff.
Yeah, I mean, a driver from Germany, this is his very first ever two-stroke race. He won this event as a prize, and we're going to see the whole thing. 9 classes, 500 drivers, every single final. This is Vegas, it's show business, but it's the best kart race I think I've been a part of in a long while.
It's the best show in the world, and I'll put that up against anybody. SKUSA SuperNationals, there is nothing like it. If you're not here, the energy in the paddock every single year is always electric. It's a different vibe this year. We're used to being able to race at a resort and casino right on the strip or right off the Las Vegas Strip. We're here live trackside at the NASCAR Las Vegas Motor Speedway for this weekend's event. It's a little bit different. Of course, there is one other smaller event, you might have heard of it, racing next weekend on the strip. But for us, we have 550 drivers here. We have some of the best racing action the SuperNats has ever seen all the way through the heat races, and main events start today. Right now, you're watching our pre-race coverage. Opening ceremonies gets underway in about an hour and a half with Rob Howden, who will be joining us later in the show. But let's take you a little bit of a preview here of what is to be expected from this racetrack. Our partners over at Kart Class and their Kart Class coach, Danny Formal, who is a pro shifter superstar that'll be on track later on today, was able to walk the racetrack on Tuesday and give us a little bit of a preview of what's to be expected from the racing.
Hey guys, it's Danny Formal here, representing Kart Class. David and I have been working together for the last couple of years, doing the KZ programs for everyone, and obviously he's doing an amazing job with his programs. And we're here at SuperNats 2023 at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, and here's an inside view of the track we're going to be racing this race, and yeah, I'll give you all the details of what I think of it and all the tips that I recommend. So we're here in turn 1B. I call it 1B because, as you can see, we have a very fast corner getting to turn 1. So turn 1B looks pretty tight, quite wide. I would say this is about 50-60 feet wide. This is also our pit entry onto the track. Looks really fun, very big curb there. We're going to be carrying a lot of speed on the straightaway, over 100 miles an hour I would say in the KZ, so it's going to be a very interesting corner. Here we're starting turn 2. As you can see, it's going to be flat out. Going to set up here coming up nice and narrow out of the exit here. Run this. It's extremely wide after turn 2. It looks like it's going to be a pretty decent sized straightaway going over there. So yeah, pretty fast and looks interesting. Here, as you can see, exit of turn 2, extremely wide. Again, another 40 feet. It looks like a pretty tight hairpin. Turn 3, that's the kind of corners I love in a street race. Nice and tight, low grip. So we'll walk over there and check it out. This is so wide. Crazy. This is turn 3. I know. It looks a lot tighter than turn 1B, which very good passing opportunity here. Looks extremely tight, and from turn 3 to turn 4, very short little straightaway. Probably going first gear to second gear, take the next corner in second gear. So yeah, looks really tight, really fun. Good at passing opportunities here, and yeah, looks pretty good. Here we're in the exit of turn 3. It's actually a little wider than I thought. It's going to be between first gear, second gear. Might be a triangle corner. Just go in as hard as you can. Get the go-kart to rotate in the middle, come out of it. But this is very short, from turn 3 to turn 4, very short. Again, extremely wide. I think passing will be huge here, opportunities pretty much everywhere. But yeah, very similar corner in turn 3 and turn 4. Turn 4 looks a little bit tighter in turn 3, so I think maybe turn 4 will be the only first gear corner in the track in the KZ. The gearing for the X30 and KA and the Mini is going to be very difficult with this long, 1,400 foot straightaway, and very tight infield is going to be for very small gears and very slow carts coming out of the corners. So it's going to be very interesting. Yeah, here we are in turn 4. This is for sure the tightest corner so far of the track. This is for sure going to be first gear, but it's a very wide exit. So the guys did a great job for the racing part of it in KZ, giving us big exits. So if you want to attack somebody and pass into the corner, you have a big exit and exit. Here we are entering turn 5 and 6. Looks very tight again. Looks like a passing opportunity here also. The next corner, definitely not a passing. Very tight exit over there, very tight entry and exit. But it looks like it's going to be flat out from there to the end of till turn 9 pretty much. So very fast, very mid-speed track. You need a lot of 3rd, 4th gear in the KZ, and a lot of mid-range in every other class. Also noticing turn 5 and 6 don't have curbing. So obviously the apex will probably move. It looks like they marked it on the track, or they're gonna put curbing, or that's how far they want the barrier moved at any point of the race. So I'm guessing, I'm looking at this right now, I think this is wrong. It looks like they moved the barrier just to let people in over there. I think that's gonna be a lot tighter. I think, I could be wrong, but there's a big hole right there. I doubt that this is very narrow, very weird looking. So I think this is gonna be closed in and make this corner a little bit less tight. But yeah, it looks like from here till turn 9 is flat out, very fast, another very long straightaway. Here we're in turn 9. You can see the asphalt's pretty bad. This is probably gonna be the braking zone. Yeah, very tight hairpin going onto the straightaway. Probably gonna be 2nd gear in the KZ. But yeah, like I said, definitely a power track, 2 long straightaways, and about 4 corners. So very, very simple racetrack, and yeah, let's see how it goes. It looks like this is gonna be the longest straightaway in my 21-year career of karting. I started in 2003, we're in 2023, so 20 years of karting, and for sure this will be the longest straightaway I've ever been on in my life. Now we get to the I guess, the last part of the racetrack. Long straightaway. They're saying from here to the braking zone in turn 1 is over 1,400 feet long. That's 425 meters, the other system. So yeah, let's see how it goes on this straightaway. I also heard that this is actually the starting zone. The timing loop is, I think, right here actually. So in theory, the race ends right here. We do have another 1,000 feet to go, but the racetrack starts and ends right here. This is the checker flag, and yeah, it's actually a pretty short run from the last corner to here, which makes it pretty cool. But at the same time, it makes it harder to draft because you're going to need to draft the whole racetrack, right? Not just one part of it, the whole racetrack to get a great lap time in. Here we're getting to the last corner of the track. In theory, turn 1. Yeah, it's gonna be very, very fast. I'm guessing anywhere from north of 95, 96 miles an hour in the KZ. X30 will be high 85s, KA will be high 85s. The minis are gonna be probably 75 miles an hour. And it looks very narrow, turn 1, or let's say last corner. So yeah, it looks like it's gonna be something difficult for everyone. And whoever could risk more will get a good reward at the end of the straight. You can kind of see it gets quite narrow. A light post right there, so it's going to be quite sketchy. But again, we're going to go over 100 miles an hour or close to 100 miles an hour to this corner. It's probably going to be down 2 gears in the KZ, a nice lift, maybe even a break in the X30. So yeah, that's a lap of the SuperNats 2023 racetrack, and yeah, let's see what happens.
Well, Thank you very much, Danny. That's he said thank you very much and has caught us a little bit off guard. Well, what it is, we've been drinking this Don't Sleep energy drink here, and it's really good. I have to say, it's kept us going. The track here at Las Vegas is always unique. The drivers arrive on Tuesday, they walk the track, but then can they remember it after they've just walked it the one time? I'm not sure. We asked a couple of our drivers to see, after just one walk around the track on a Tuesday, if they could draw it from memory, and these are some of the results.
Which way?
He goes this way. Oh, okay.
Okay, at least. Okay. So the straight, I know it starts here.
Where's that going to get you? How are you going to go back around?
It's okay. Oh, shit, yeah. There. And then turn 1 is like fast, and then the hairpin.
Right, so start the last corner.
You just saw.
I only see turn 1 from here.
Is that the only way you know it?
What comes now? The 2 hairpins.
Yo. Oh, I believe it.
I think now it's again 2 hairpins. And then an S. And then the last corner. Is that it?
I was here last.
Yeah, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
And this should be more
It's a little bit more of a hairpin.
like this and then like that.
And the straightaway has like 4 or 5 kinks in it. Again, as we've learned, the proportions don't.
Yeah, you're drawing huge.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty good.
It's not actually that far off.
Yeah.
I'm not even joking.
I draw it 10 times better.
Okay, let's see. Let's see about that one, shall we? Come on then. This track, yeah?
Yeah, here.
It's a tight hairpin.
They are tight, bro.
No, they're not. They're not that tight.
Uh,
What is that? Bro, that looks like a horse's nose.
It is like this.
It's not.
It's better than yours. Actually, I'm worried for sprockets, bro.
Mine's.
No, you're gonna.
Yeah, mine's better.
Okay, at least the good thing is the start finish is not so far down the straight, so it's not going to be a drag race.
And as you can see, while drivers obviously have figured this place out and have been able to race around it for most of this week, they definitely memorize it in a different kind of way. So nonetheless, hopefully at this point in the weekend, Emilian Denner, Alessandro D'Atulio, Harley Keeble and company can draw it maybe a little better for all the drivers that they're coaching, because those professionals will be on the racetrack later on here for morning warm-up in Pro X30 and Pro Shifter. But in the meantime, though, we'll take our first commercial break. When we come back, we'll break down what the track is actually like, show you a little bit of what's going on, and give you some live views here from Las Vegas Motor Speedway. So don't go anywhere, folks. You're watching pre-race coverage from SKUSA SuperNationals 26 Super Sunday, and our coverage here presented by Don't Sleep Energy Drink.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack, pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States. And Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Welcome back, everybody, here for live coverage of SKUSA SuperNationals 26 Super Sunday. Our live coverage presented by Don't Sleep. Again, we've now walked the track with Danny Formal. We've seen the drivers have horribly attempted to draw it after walking it a little bit. But, of course, we've raced it a lot here through this weekend. And Mike will break down a little bit that part of racing on a temporary racetrack in Las Vegas, there's so many factors, but one of them, again, the key word, temporary. Mike?
No, exactly that. When these drivers come out here on Tuesday, it's the first time they get a chance to see the track. It's the first time you get to see how things are laid out and what maybe you can expect. Most of it's going to be trying to go, hey, where do I think I'm going to go around the course? Where are my sight lines, braking points, turn-in points? How are the apexes? Curbs, no curbs. There's all different kinds of things that you do when you first do that track walk. Bumps, things like Danny Formel talking about the bumps in the braking zone for turn number 9, something that's played a factor this week already. The first time you get a chance to do is walk it on Tuesday. I actually got a chance to drive it for a second, so I got a little bit of in-hand knowledge with that. But, as you say, temporary, and sometimes things need to be changed.
Yes, so again here, let's take a look. While warm-ups are continuing to get underway, the big change that they made after consulting with team owners was on Wednesday during the afternoon practice groups. That original track walk with Danny showed a very tight dog leg going into the first hairpin. Well, after looking at it, and of course there are light poles throughout the parking lot that definitely can pose some danger. So SKUSA has continuously evolved and developed over the course of this week any of the hot points, flash points as Henry likes to call them, danger zones, to try and safen the racetrack up. For many of you that watched us earlier, we saw a very scary crash with Danilo Albanese during Thursday Pro Shifter qualifying even. That's also obviously reinforced with extra barriers. Danilo was okay. In fact, he's racing and he's raced his way into the main event, and that was the great thing. He walked away instantly as the barriers did their job, absorbed the impact, and slowed the car down. But that was the big talking point coming into this weekend, and every time you go into a temporary racetrack when you massively change the design. Truthfully, Mike, we've had the same racetrack for the last couple of SuperNationals with a few minor tweaks and then changing the direction of it. But with a brand new lot and a brand new really canvas to paint on, they ultimately were having to go from scratch and try something a little bit different. You heard it from Danny talking about it's a very long straightaway, and obviously the big guy pokes a big hole in the air, so he wasn't super excited coming into the weekend, but luckily he's had good horsepower and actually had a very good weekend, and it's actually raced very, very well. So while we're waiting for the next group to go on the racetrack here, we can pan around the track a little bit and show you guys loosely what the line is. So they come down that front straightaway here to turn number 1, and Mike, I'll let you take us through the rest of the lap.
And you can see the angles there. You can actually start seeing a little bit of a black line. That's the rubber getting laid down from these Venco tires. And it doesn't take a lot of rubber, but it does start to grip up a little bit. You start rolling down this little bit of a short chute from that turn 2 kink into the first set of switchbacks. So those hairpins there at 180s, that is turn number 3. And actually getting out of that first corner, you can get a pretty good run into that corner right there, turn number 3. But we've seen big moves from 3 into 4. Again, that little bit of a black line coming off. That's the rubber being laid down. From the exit of 4 there, you can see this little bit, again, a short chute into the slowest part of the circuit. This is the chicane, the 5-6 complex. Again, one of the most important parts of the circuit. Is very, very slow here, getting on the throttle there well and driving off. As you can see, our micros coming on course right now. These are the youngest drivers on the circuit, and they're going to take their warm-up laps down out of that chicane and into the bumps. Right there, they're coming off, and there's another little strip across. That big bump is actually made havoc when you're trying to make any passes. That's turn number 9, and it leads on to, as you say, a very long straight, 1,400 feet.
The longest straightaway to what we can believe from the SuperNationals lore, if not very, very close. And again, as the micros begin to warm up, you'll get to see them at full song. Everyone gets a full practice session here before Super Sunday, and to finally just both check the go-kart, make sure if you made any changes Saturday night that they're all good, and ultimately make sure nothing falls off, Henry.
Yeah, and you'll notice that the SKUSA, and all credit to SKUSA, the organisers here, for addressing a situation on the fly and making it a better circuit to race on halfway through, before halfway through practice, before qualifying began. What SKUSA have also done, obviously, our Pro Shifter class and our Master Shifters, they start a lot further back down the main straight towards the last corner. They're a standing start. All the other classes, the rolling start classes, their start line has been moved much closer towards turn number 1, and that's had 2 effects. Number one, it means that the speeds are slower going into turn number one, which cuts down on the amounts of incidents and accidents. And also, number two, it gives the drivers a lot longer to come out of that final corner to get into the tram lines, so we're not losing time in the timetable with multiple false starts. There are passing zones, Mike. We have seen lots of overtaking. We've seen 3 wide corners going into here. This is turn number 5 and 6. We've seen lots of passing coming into this corner, and lots of passing coming into the last corner, turn number 9. So 9 corners, at least 4 of them are legitimate passing opportunities.
And while the micros are on the racetrack here, you'll notice, for those of you tuning in to watch SuperKarts USA Supernationals for the very first time, there's a range of karts and age classes here. We had a great shot. Here's a look at it. These are the minis getting set to go. These are identical looking karts to the micros, and a breakdown of the class structure. The Micro Swifts, by the name, is the smallest class by driver size, driver age, and minimum weight here this weekend. They run the exact same go-kart, exact same tire setup. They run a 950 to 980 millimeter long chassis frame. They run 4.5 inch wide tires on all 4 sides, whereas the full-size cars will use wider rear tires. They'll have a bigger go-kart, obviously to fit a bigger driver, but what makes it very nice, the micro class from 7 to 10 years old only changed to go from that 7 to 10 year old age bracket and to move up to the 8 to 12 year old age bracket is about 20 pounds higher on the minimum weight as your driver gets a little bit bigger and grows as kids do. A restrictor in the exhaust pipe coming right out of the engine, so that restrictor gets removed for the mini class. They run unrestricted, the micros run restricted, and those are the only 2 changes. It makes it very easy that you can run essentially the same exact engine package, the same exact tire, and the same exact go-kart from age 7 to age 12 at any point throughout your karting career, Mike.
Yeah, and what's nice about that is that you can grow, and actually there's bubble ages, so you can move up a little bit early, a little bit more experience, a little bit quicker, you can move up. But you need a little bit more time, you can hang out in that other class. And again, making the change from, as you see on on screen there, the cadets, there's the juniors and the seniors, everybody else that run that full-size kart, and you can definitely tell the difference when they're on track.
Now, in the rest of the classes, we've got Micro Swift and Mini Swift. Then we go into our juniors. Now, for a European audience, a global audience, maybe outside North America, we have KA Junior, KA Senior, and KA Masters. What's the difference between those engines? What is a KA?
Well, looking on screen here at a Mini Swift, it actually looks relatively similar. So as you can see for this Mini Swift engine package, it has a blue air box, that's the air intake to go into the motor, and then shark fins on the engine. You'll notice no radiator like a car. It is an air-cooled engine, so as it goes down the straightaway, the air cools the motor back off. And that's the same with those KA motors. They were actually introduced for the lure of it in Australia by the IAME company, engine manufacturing company, and it's the KA literally stands for Karting Australia, and then 100 for 100 cc's. These are 60 cc's, so it's basically a bigger version, higher horsepower version of the Mini Swift and Micro Swift engines. So basically, if you're a little bit more green to the sport, the KA classes, they are what would pseudo call a semi-pro division, because we have 125cc junior and senior counterparts, and then of course the big dogs, the 125cc shifters. So, but for the 100cc and 60cc engines here, the Mini Swifts and the KA100s, they are air-cooled, and then when you get over to what we call the X30 engines, that's a 125cc water-cooled engine, has a radiator, has all of the engines have an onboard starter, except for the shifters. Those are direct drive. We'll get to those later in the broadcast, though.
Yeah, and so you've got the 2 junior classes, KA100 Junior and Junior X30, a class that's familiar around the globe, and you've got Senior X30 as well. The Masters division, that is for drivers over the age of 30. We've got 2 of the Master divisions. We've got KA Masters and we've got Master Shifter. We're going to talk about the 2 gearbox classes later on. The 2 main event classes, X30 Senior and Shifter Pro. The senior classes, age 15 and above. Junior classes, age between 12 and 15. And then the Masters classes, like I said, age 30 and above. So there's something here for everybody.
Well, and speaking of everybody, let's hear from a couple of our pro drivers here. Giorgio Carrara and Alessandro Tullio from the Inter MS team. We were able to catch up with them on Media Day to give it a little bit of a perspective from a driver's point of view, what it is like to race on a temporary circuit. Because again, we do this in North America only a handful of times a year, and really most of the international drivers that come and join us have never driven something like this before. So for a guy like Giorgio Carrara, who is only in his first year of American racing from Italy, or a guy like Alessandro Tullio who has grown up racing here in the States, you have two different perspectives. They did a great job kind of breaking down what those are like.
Changed a lot, I have to say. I mean, I am not really used to drive in parking lot. I mean, I've done it not so many times in my life, but actually it changed a lot. Also, you know, the grip you have in a parking lot is totally different. Also, you need to be really careful. You need to be in the limit, but also really careful to not touch the wall. So it is quite a thing. I have to say it's more difficult, and it's also, I mean, difficult to find the limit. That's the word. I mean, it's really difficult to find the limit.
I think driving with tracks with barriers it changes quite a bit from permanent tracks, because every lap the walls can move, the track can be different. The track also tends to improve a lot during the week since it's a parking lot. Picks up grip, so gets better and better. And yeah, I think it's hard to drive at the limit, but at the same time, when you drive at the limit, you find 1 or 2 tenths. So yeah, you need to drive at the limit and avoid the walls.
Again, here, it is always tricky. Like ADT mentioned here, the walls, when someone crashes on a regular racetrack, they might go off the racetrack or go a little bit into runoff and then hit a wall. But here, the walls are the track limits. Someone goes even just a little bit too deep, moves it back a foot, moves it back a couple feet. That can change the entire dynamic of the lines of that corner. And if you're not looking ahead, you're going to lose a potential advantage or a disadvantage in the event that maybe that wall comes back in to bite you and you can't go as wide as you did the lap before. It's almost similar a little bit, Mike, to rain racing.
Exactly. You're always going to be moving things around when you're out there. Like someone will go through there, bump it a little bit, as you say. It wasn't there last time. It was fine. You come out of the corner and whoops, that thing's in the way, and you have to make an adjustment real quick.
Well, again here, while we continue to roll through with our pre-race coverage, we'll take another break to hear from our partners. When we do come back here, we'll have Matty Park coming to join us here, who is a Racing Legacy family and a huge part of everything that goes on here for SuperKarts USA. So it's not just us talking heads here at Kart Chaser, obviously here this weekend. We wanted to give you guys a little bit of a taste of what it's like here for someone that's lived, breathed, grown up, and now helps put on one of the biggest races in the world. So stick with us. You're watching Kart Chasers SuperNationals 26 Super Sunday coverage presented by Don't Sleep Energy Drink.
If you're a do-it-yourself 206 racer, then LawsonSpeedShop.com needs to be in your favorite spot. Along with building rocket ship engines, we keep a full stock of everything that the privateer racer needs to get out on track and win. Visit our website at LawsonSpeedshops.com for more.
Ryan Norberg is an internationally recognized karting professional, industry influencer, and multi-time national karting champion. Supported by Rotax Power, he has created a world-class karting experience, and is now dedicated to passing on his knowledge to a new generation. With 8 national championships, SuperNats victories, and numerous wins in different categories, drivers of all ages are welcome to join and partake in this unique experience. The Norberg Karting Academy offers more than just standard coaching. It provides an experience where you will learn pro-level tools to progress through your karting career. All Academy guests will enjoy a private hospitality suite which overlooks the karting circuit. Welcome to the Norberg Karting Academy, where champions are made. For information about 2024 bookings, email norbergkarting@gmail.com.
Well, I'm delighted now to be joined by Madison Parks from the organization. Of course, this is officially the SKUSA Las Vegas SuperNationals, the 26th year that we've been here in Las Vegas. And Madison, you've been in karting all your life. You've been part of the organization for many years. What does the Las Vegas SuperNationals mean to SKUSA?
We're really happy to just have everybody here participating in this event. For us, it's always been something that we're proud of. We love bringing all these people together from all over the world to participate in a sport that we all grew up loving.
Yeah, and so if your drivers or the drivers from around the world, they compete all season, how important is it to be able to put on a one-off event that not only attracts the drivers that have supported, the drivers and the families that have supported the organization up and down the North American region all year, but then have something that brings the best of the world? We've got 4 current or former world karting champions here. We've got over 24 Rotax, IAMI and ROC global champions here racing as well. So over the last 26 years, you've built up this event as a one-off. Hey, at the end of the European season or the South American season or even the Australian season, come to Vegas and enjoy, take on the best in North America. It's become a global leader.
Absolutely. The unique part about this event is that you have people that spend the entire season building up points and series to be here and continue to race on this level, as well as, like you said, bringing people in that haven't participated. It's become like the Super Bowl for karting is the joke, right? But ultimately it is. We are able to support something that follows a series from the local level on up and brings in people from across the world that just want to show up and be a part of the big show.
And I know, Mike, I know you're part of a karting family. You're part of a karting family, but also the wider karting family. Your SKUSA, your 2023 family. There's some of the best in the world here, but also you still making this event accessible for the independent drivers around the country that follow you, that support the championships all year. They come and they get to compete against ex-Formula One drivers, etc., etc. That's a really key point as well, making it a global success, but keeping it accessible to the independents who are the backbone of our sport.
Oh, absolutely. The fun part is you have all these big teams here and supporters, but you walk through and you'll find a guy who's tuning in with his buddy under the tent, the pop-up tent out of the back of the truck, and they're competitive, and it's fantastic to be able to see people of all these different levels being able to show up and race on one platform and be competitive.
Now, normally we're used to racing in a car park of a hotel, but here we're at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. So you've got the Nellis Air Force Base. We've had some wonderful flyovers. That's a sort of an advantage of being here, isn't it? That you've got some great air displays as well overhead. What have been the specific challenges for this circuit, this venue, this particular layout?
Some of the challenges we face here, obviously, is some of the layout stuff. We've done our crew has done a fantastic job with what we've had. But I mean, some of the disadvantages of being split turn out to be we actually have more room. We can provide more of an accommodating structure for all these teams. But it's just fantastic to see this thing grow and turn into something where we have to just face a problem that is we have too much space because we need more space.
I mean, 550 drivers. Mike, you've driven here before. You not at this particular layout. You've driven at SuperNationals. You know a lot of the drivers here. The sense, the vibe that we've been getting in terms of the racetrack. How good a job has SKUSA done in creating a track that races? It's a temporary circuit, but it races like a permanent track, doesn't it?
We've been talking about how racy this thing is. It is literally, many have said, the most racy track in SuperNats history. You can pass in every single corner, and that is a testament to the SKUSA staff and how much work it takes all year. From the time this thing finishes, they're going to start working on next year immediately, and that's the year after year after year process that, Maddie, you guys as the organization, not only putting tracks together that are raceable, so we're not doing follow leader, but are also just a heck of a lot of fun as a driver, but going back to the experience of everybody that you enjoy. It's not just the Super Bowl of on-track racing, it's the Super Bowl of the event itself.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, today you're going to see, if you're tuning into SuperNats for the first time, the driver introductions, the video packages, the music. We've got DJs here. This is show business, baby, but it's the greatest sporting element as well. When did the planning start? So I imagine SuperNationals 27, the planning starts tomorrow, or has it already begun?
It's already begun. We approach something like this, and there's already things in place for the following year.
And it's not just an all-star team of drivers on the track. You've got an all-star team off the track. I mean, we've got the flag man for the Indianapolis 500 waving the green flag and waving the checkered flag. We've got officials from all around the world. How did you and the organization handpick your track staff, your officials? Because I have to say, as somebody that has been in this sport a long time and is fortunate enough to travel around the world, the track staff here, the corner workers, the track marshals are some of the best I've ever seen. How does that process work in selecting, of all the people in SKUSA around the nation, who gets to come here and work at SuperNationals?
We're fortunate that in this sport, it's one of those things that you grow up and you have a passion for it, same as you guys. You can't get away from it even if you tried, right? So we have these employees that have had this passion and have worked in this industry for years and years, grown up in it, most of us, honestly. And it's really great to be able to bring everybody together and work together on one platform to provide what we would hope to have for the event, because we grew up in it.
Yeah, and Mike, your impressions of what we've seen in terms of the safety workers. I always say in the UK that the most important people in all of motorsports are the track workers. Without them giving up their time, none of these 550 drivers can go racing. So when you see barriers being moved and what have you, what do you think about how the professionalism of the circuit, and how much pride from SKUSA does that give you watching the crew that you and the family have put together?
It's fantastic. You watch these guys jump over barriers, almost falling on themselves while they're trying to go save some kid who's potentially hurt or in a situation as the field is coming around. These guys put their bodies on the line. They are so passionate about it, and these guys we have to constantly remind them, like, you got to make sure you keep yourself safe, because you're going to be so focused on keeping someone else safe that we don't want to put you in a bad situation.
Yeah, and as a driver, you have the confidence that it's going to be that way. We kind of joked earlier in the show here that the barrier might move out of the way. It might be in a different spot. That's pretty rare. Really, the staff is on point. I mean, the lap times are less than a minute, and by the time we come back around, that's usually back the way it was supposed to be. And that just, again, it's the staff hustling, making things happen, and they care, and that gives you confidence as a driver to go 100%, to put it on the limit.
Oh, yeah, these guys are fantastic. Some of on the backside of things, just listening to them clear the track, giving the future corner worker the 10 seconds, get out, get out, get out. These guys are fantastic.
Okay, now obviously on the screen you can see the ticker, the countdown to green. So before the first final, but there's an awful lot, the opening ceremony. So without giving too much away, Madison, what are the viewers going to see when it comes to the opening ceremony? Because in Vegas, we go big.
Yeah, the opening ceremonies are always something that we're super proud of. It's a celebration to thank not only the staff that comes and puts these events on, but all the drivers, all the teams, because this isn't just a driver sport. There's the families and the mechanics and the owners and everything. So this is just overall a massive thank you to everybody who puts so much into this event. 9
classes, 9 finals. I wonder how many of those are going to be decided on the last lap. I'm guessing more than half.
It's absolutely going to be one of the things you don't want to miss today.
Well, Madison Parks, thank you so much. Thank you to SKUSA for all that you've been doing for the sport, for promoting this event, for putting this event on. I've been speaking to drivers that have come from as far away as Slovakia, Australia, the United Kingdom, Germany, Costa Rica. They're all saying, you know what, this is incredible. The show is the best they've ever been a part of. Thank you very much. And boys and girls back home, we're going to take a quick commercial break, but when we come back, now, there are 2 voices that are synonymous with Las Vegas. One of them had a white jumpsuit on and talked about blue suede shoes. The other one is the voice of SuperNationals, Rob Howden. And we're going to be chatting to him when we come back from this break. This is Kart Chasers coverage of Super Sunday here at the Las Vegas SuperNats, brought to you by Don't Sleep Energy Drink.
Ryan Norberg is an internationally recognized karting professional, industry influencer, and multi-time national karting champion. Supported by Rotax Power, he has created a world-class karting experience, and is now dedicated to passing on his knowledge to a new generation. With 8 national championships, SuperNats victories, and numerous wins in different categories, drivers of all ages are welcome to join and partake in this unique experience. The Norberg Karting Academy offers more than just standard coaching. It provides an experience where you will learn pro-level tools to progress through your karting career. All Academy guests will enjoy a private hospitality suite which overlooks the karting circuit. Welcome to the Norberg Karting Academy, where champions are made. For information about 2024 bookings, email norbergkarting@gmail.com.
If you're a do-it-yourself 206 racer, then LawsonSpeedShop.com needs to be in your favorite spot. Along with building rocket ship engines, we keep a full stock of everything that the privateer racer needs to get out on track and win. Visit our website at LawsonSpeedShops.com for more.
Well, here we are. Rob Howden, you join us. You've been here since day one. This is your 26th SuperNats. You're the voice of this event, and even though we're in mid-November, it's Christmas Day.
Yeah, for me, this is Christmas Day for sure. This is the day we look forward to all year long. Of course, we start the SuperKarts USA season off in Florida every year with the SKUSA Winter Series through the Pro Tour, and then here to the SuperNationals out of the Las Vegas Motor Speedway again this year. It's going to be a perfect day. As I drove in here, it's going to be 71, 72 degrees, blue skies. You could not ask for much more.
Now, we're going to talk about our thoughts about the event at the end of this show before you go off and start hosting the opening ceremonies, which is all the pomp and pageantry that you've come to expect with an event like this. We've got 9 classes here racing. The 2 main event classes, Senior X30 and Pro Shifter, we're going to talk about those in a little bit. However, let's get through Micro, Mini, KA Junior, Senior and Master, Master Shifter and Junior X30. The youngest drivers here, the Micro Swift drivers, their race is going to be 20 laps in the final. We've got the top 10, Parker Ives, Isaac Payne, the number 1 plate Maxwell Matcha, then Pasha Ali, Josh Bergman, Liam Nachawati, Tony Cacciafero from Andorra, Juan Diego Gattiata, Arian Campos, and in the top 10 rounded out by Mikey Collins. What are your thoughts, gentlemen?
Let's start with Parker Ives. He's been so good in all the heat races, super impressive. And again, kind of 2 different tales, right? Parker Ives starting up front was able to get his heat race wins, puts himself on the pole position. But the other guy who didn't qualify well, Mike, was Maxwell Matcha. But he came forward in every one of the heat races. That's why things are wide open. You still have to think Matcha may have what it takes to go after Ives.
Absolutely. You got a scenario where you say tale of 2 different stories. You got a scenario where some drivers start up front and are able to stay up front. We've seen that a lot where they qualify well, and we're talking about them all the time. They're always up there. And then other drivers, like Matcha, who've had to get there every time. But that makes them such a strong pick on Super Sunday because they did work every heat and still ended up in the same spot as the other guy.
Yeah, that was the thing for Maxwell Matcha. He had to kind of fight his way forward, qualified outside the top 10 and kept digging to get himself forward. You can see the results that he had. A 6th and 2 third-place finishes puts him on the inside of row number 2. And maybe even more importantly, inside row behind Parker Ives. I would not be surprised to see a 2-driver breakaway if we have any kind of chaos in the opening corner.
Yeah, Ives has actually won all 3 heat races, but Matcha has spent those 3 heat races closing in on the leaders. Now, we've got 45 of the micro drivers. Just very quickly, I mean, looking outside the top 10, someone like Lawrence Perriman, maybe the United Kingdom's Alfie Davidson, anyone that's outside the top 10 that can challenge, or the drivers that we just mentioned, the winner is going to come from the front 5 rows of the grid, probably?
I would think so. Some of the races we saw this year in the Pro Tour, Byron Boardman was in there as well, so he starts, I think, back in 17th. He may be able to get in. I think with a track as fast and as long as this, and then the hairpins in turn 3 and 4, which will really kind of shake things up, I think there's an opportunity to get a pretty quick early breakaway pack. Because, Mike, with the gearing we've talked about, you gear for the long straightaway. When you do that, you don't have the, all that extra torque coming out of the corners. If you find yourself in an incident, it's hard to get away, or if you even get balked up a little bit, everybody else can stretch away. So all it's going to take, Mike, I think, is a couple incidents maybe through those hairpins or the 5 and 6 cutback, and you're going to see a front group pull away.
Okay, here we go. Mini-Max next time. Now we're moving up an age group. We've got the pole position. This has been really close. Royce Vega will start from pole alongside his teammate Troy Ferguson. Then Max Christea, Michael McGoy, Travis Pettit, Ili Trisan, then Noah Bagnan from the UK, Marco Samut, Ashton Woon, and Marco Romero. This, Mike, has been where it's been very, very close. You've got 2 teammates working together, but plenty more rivals nipping at their heels.
No, exactly. As you say, the Bennick drivers up front, it's going to be all Bennick front row going into the first corner. And what's going to be interesting is see how things end up on the entry of turn 2 as they exit all that. And going back to just and putting a point on the gear, the minis, again, also a cadet category. And we talk about the difference between the low speed and the high speed and trying to find a happy medium in the gearing. And where can we be better? And they've been fine-tuning it all week long. This is where it all comes down to. Morning warm-up, their final chance to try a little something to make sure they get everything that they need for the final.
Yeah, I think the key thing here is the fact that the 2 Bennick drivers are up front. They look good the entire weekend and have worked together. Max Christia was up there with them for a time, and he was kind of that lone wolf by himself with nobody else to help him up front. That'll be key. Again, if we have that separation, we can see those guys pull away a little bit. But you got a guy like Michael McGoy, won here last year, so obviously he knows what it takes to run up front. And then Travis Pettit, who wrapped up the season with a Pro Tour win at the Summer Nationals, he's dialing things in as well. The long shot, the card we talked about all weekend long was Lucas Palacio. Emery Lida had a chance to catch up with them earlier today. I think he was 3rd in morning warm-up. They were having some carburation issues. If they change it, where does he? Let's go back.
He starts P14.
That's not that far back.
No, and he swept all before him. If Lucas could get those issues dialed out of the kart and get the setup dialed in, then he'll be one to move forward.
A P3 in warm-up might be a little bit of a shot in the arm that they need something. Yeah. They found something. And to your point, 14th's not that bad. You just need to be able to get through the first lap.
2 other drivers outside the top 10 to watch. Alessandro Truchot showed some speed throughout the day. I think he'll be good. Did a lot of racing in Europe. And Tristan Murphy's been a front-running driver nationally over the last couple of years. So he's, again, outside the top 10. But listen, if they have Palacio coming through and those 3 guys can hook up and work together, we may see a 3-driver train get themselves back up to the lead group.
And don't forget Antonio Pitsonia Jr. from Brazil starting on, I think, just inside the top 20. Okay, so KA100 Junior. This is one of the 4 classes that we had a last chance qualifier for. So we're going to have a stack grid. I think 43 karts on the grid, plus the roll-off that I'm sure you'll see on all the Kart Chasers social media channels. So the grid, KA100 Junior. Turner Brown will start from pole position after a thrilling 5 drivers he passed in 1 corner in the last lap of his last heat. Sebastian Garzon, Enzo Vidmontien, Charlie Smith, Keegan Kaminski, Oliver Weldon, Isaac Malkut, Nix Eggleston, John Antonino, and Diego Ardiles at top 10, and Brody Yendel, the fast Aussie, in 11th.
Yeah, you go Yendel back in P11, had that one issue where he fell back. He's shown the speed to be able to lead as well, so I think Yendel's going to be aggressive out of the gate for sure. Turner Brown, though, has shown so much pace, trying to get that redemption after losing the race last year after a tram line penalty. Enzo Vidmontien, another guy I think that's been super good all weekend long, and you need to come into this race with confidence. I think especially at that level, this junior KA level is just so tough. You have to have the confidence coming in.
Yeah, exactly. And you've had a lot of drivers. Enzo Vidmontien, one of those drivers, has been able to have the lead and hold on to it via fighting. It's been one thing when you can kind of pull away or you work together and the race goes to lap 9 or 10 before you have to do anything. Vidmontien, a lot of times, he's had to go elbows up the entire time and still came away with good finishes.
Sure enough.
And, of course, the 43rd and final starter in Junior KA100, Federico Diaz. He won the roll-off. For those of you unfamiliar with that, the drivers that finished 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th in last chance qualifier, they literally, on a craps table, rolled 2 dice. The highest score took the last place. Federico Diaz, who finished 10th in LCQ, he is in the field. What's going to be going through his mind?
Well, again, one thing we need to throw out there as well, because it's not just those 4 drivers who got through the roll-off. There's actually some money up for grabs. $500 put up by IMS Barriers in Florida Winter Tour version 1.0. Bill Wright, those of you who've been around a long time know Bill Wright. Serious fun down to the Florida Winter Tour. They put $500 up for the hard charger of the 4 roll-off guys. So whoever makes up the most spots of those 4 is going to walk away with $500.
And what's cool about that is that normally you're just, I'm just stoked to be in the show. And now that little carrot out there, you're like, I got something to fight
for. That's it.
Exactly. We'll move on to KA100 Senior, another huge entry. Ernesto Rivera, and Rob, we're going to talk about what a superstar he could be later on. But Ernesto Rivera, Chase Jones, Donovan Bonilla, and Chase Hand, the son of Joey Hand, they front 2 rows. Oliver Calvo, a real dark horse in 5th. Paulie Massimino, Aiden Rudolph, Colin Lloyd, Peyton Phillips. The top 10 rounded out by Jesus Vasquez Jr., but a lot of the pre-race favorites starting deep in the field.
Yeah, indeed. Let's just look at the front right now. Ernesto Rivera, who was a top junior driver, arguably the best junior driver in the country throughout the 2023 season, making the move into the senior categories in October at Newcastle for a Rotax event. He has been right up front like crazy. He has a chance, I think, to win this. The 2 chases are the guys that I've been really impressed with. Chase Jones has been so good out of the gate with MPG Motorsports, and I think he's a KG veteran who's going to be going with it here with this young driver. But how about Chase Hand? We interviewed him at the very start of the weekend. He complained that they just weren't quite there. They were about a half a second off. Lone driver in GFC in the 100cc category, right? Just nobody to bounce ideas off of. A body of work over all the 3 heat races. He finds himself on the outside of row 2.
It starts, but it doesn't end with qualifying, right? You have the entire week to get rolling. And like Chase said, I don't think we got it right now. I'm still working on it. As you say, lone wolf under that tent. He didn't have data or teammates to work off of like a lot of these other drivers did, but Super Sunday, and he's in the conversation.
He's 100% in the conversation.
Okay, guys, I'm going to throw out a couple of names and some starting positions. Fast Frankie Mossman, starting P22. Dalton Haynes, P24. Harley Keeble, P26. Brandon Carr, P27. Wow. And Oliver Hodgson, P37. Can any of those drivers make their way to the podium? Or what do they need to make their way to the podium?
I'll say this. We watched Hodgson come from the tail of the field. He had the issue, obviously, right? Coming from the tail, didn't get super aggressive. That was only over 10 laps. So he's got the 20 laps, a longer distance, right? Double the time here in the main event for this category. But I think for them, he's going to need the chaos early. And one of the things about this racetrack is that when you start to go on defense, you lose so much exit speed. We could see some of those guys come back. And Hodgson's going to have to be an absolute bull out of the gate. But let's not sleep on 2 other drivers as well. Brandon Lemke and Caleb Gaffera. Gaffera was so good yesterday afternoon, that final X30 race. I feel like he, with Greg Bell and Leading Edge Motorsports, they're only finding their footing right now. He could be a driver into the top 10 early, Mike.
You talk about body of work and getting better as the week goes on. Remember, when we qualify, we start every single heat in the exact same spot, so it's kind of hard to tell how much better people are getting until you get to the point where, like, wow, that guy who wasn't there before that's Caleb Gaffera. But you talked about that Brandon Lemke. If there's a guy who can go from further back and get to the front, we've seen him do it before. Yeah. Brandon Lemke's going to be on charge.
I agree with you there.
85 drivers entered KA100 Senior. The driver that will lead them off from pole position, he was a junior most year, Ernesto Rivera. And this is the end of the season. This is probably his swan song in karting. He's moving on to Spanish Formula 4. A quick word, Rob. Of all the drivers that you've seen at SuperNationals, where does Ernesto Rivera's performance rank among the very best in terms of the quality of opposition he's up against and the combination of youth and his maturity?
Yeah, I remember a winner last year was able to outgun Caleb Gaffera for the main event after Caleb bent the axle a little bit, so he scored that win last year as a junior. For me, one of the best performances we've ever seen in terms of a driver coming out of junior right into senior. Normally, it takes you a bit of time, especially the SuperNats, and he doesn't even have the full year. It's not like it's a full year in senior as a rookie. He only went to a rookie about a month ago, which I think is the craziest thing for me, that he's just shown so well in these last couple of races. You mentioned, yes, this is the swan song. He's going to go Spanish F4 racing next year, but there's something about Ernesto. We've all got a chance to chat with him. He's so quiet, he's so reserved, he's like that to a certain extent behind the wheel until he has to really get at it, and then he fires things up.
KA Masters, so that's the class for drivers over 30 years of age. Ben Cooper starts from pole position. Laurentiu Mardan alongside on row number 1. Franco Crivoli from Argentina. Casey Cook, I know there's a very special story behind Casey on row number 2. Bobby Kelly, Matthew Waters, Jesse Gwynn, Kip Foster, Renato Yeda David, and Nicky Cuello, your top 10.
Well, you go deeper in the field and look at Foster, 4-time winner. Renato Jader David's won here before as well. I think you go up front, though, and I don't know that anybody has anything for Ben Cooper right now, even though Laurentiu Mardan on the Techno was the fastest qualifier and still raced well throughout the day. Ben Cooper, Mike, was able to pull away.
Yeah, he's been dominant.
Yeah.
Right? He's been the guy to beat, and he's been the measuring stick for everybody else. You know, that's what we want to try to shoot for. You can go for second, it's fine. You got to find a little bit more if you're going to go beat Ben Cooper.
Hey, and they're going to have to work together behind him. There's no way they can. If they start fighting for second like we saw in one of the heat races, it's all over. Ben Cooper will just check out and be gone. They need to work together and be pushing each other to hopefully try to stay in there. Somebody's got to be the disruptor.
It could be 42 versus 1, really, at the end of the day.
True enough.
2 drivers of special interest. Jesse Gwynn starting 7th. It's his first 2-stroke race in 15 years. Dennis Holler from Germany starting 18th. It's his first 2-stroke race
story
ever. He won a TB Kart prize, a rental kart prize, a global competition. So any rental track around the world that runs the TB Kart chassis, you can enter some of their local races, and you go into a ranking system, and this is Dennis Holler's prize.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Incredible, incredible. One final word before we move on to the next class, Casey
Yeah,
Cook.
indeed. Mike, I know you know Casey really well. It's a story that I think is absolutely fantastic. Educate our viewers here on the monumental performance of the inspiration that is Casey Cook.
Absolutely. Casey Cook, we talk about drivers starting from the indoor stuff, and he's literally gone through the ranks. Casey Cook started indoor, worked his way through. He does car stuff as well. He's a driver coach. He works at the Porsche Experience Center in L.A., but he has cystic fibrosis, and what it does is it makes it extremely hard to breathe, among other things, and the amount of work he has to do just to go out here and do racing, less than 40% lung capacity he's got. Go and check out the Boost Foundation. That's the foundation he started, Casey Cook, raising awareness for that whole deal. Having a heck of a good weekend, rolling off in the top 5.
Check out his social media. I poured all through it last night because it shows all about, he's got one of the videos about the prep that he had to put in terms of running and all the stuff that he did to get himself where he needs to be lung capacity-wise. You think about it, that's kind of the go-to here for him now. What's the 20 laps going to be like? He was okay through the 10-lap heat race, but Casey's got to go 20. We know he's going to be able to do it, but it's to think about what he's going through on the racetrack when all of us are out there just hammering down. It's, to me, is absolutely amazing.
2 classes to go in this segment before we preview the 2 main event classes. Junior X30 up next. It's Australia's Brody Yendall who will be starting from pole position in that, alongside Diego Ardiles, Enzo Vidmontien, Turner Brown. Again, a lot of drivers doing double duty. Then you've got Charlie Smith, Stephen Miller, Augustus Toniolo, who actually withdrew from another class just to concentrate on X30. Dutchman, Sasha von Pambosch, then Alex Picardo and Nix Eggleston. But again, a whole host of drivers that you would have thought, looking at the entry list, are going to be favourites. They're starting deep in the field. But Yendall, he's been one aggressive Aussie.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And, of course, running for Rawlson Performance Group, I think we all know if you cover any kind of or follow any kind of national racing, Rawlson Performance Group, one of the standard teams in this sport. They're on the front row locking it out with Yendall and Diego Ardiles. So Ardiles has got another, purple cosmic up there with him, which is key, I think, to have at least someone to play with up there. We know Vidmontien's been fast. Turner Brown, I think, has looked really good all weekend long. This is going to be one of those, I think, breakaways where you're going to probably see 5-6 guys break away early and settle in. I think there's enough maturity up front that they'll pull away for the first half of the race, then start dicing.
And you talk about how aggressive Yendall was. Well, he wasn't the only one. The entire junior field is really, really aggressive through the opening, at least third of the circuit, and actually started to settle down. There's actually a good shot right there. And the X30 drivers, if they can just keep it calm long enough, then you will see, I think, the breakaway in the end.
Yep, so there we go. That is Junior X30. We've got Master Shifter. So what a unique bunch of drivers. Jordan Musser will start from pole position in Master Shifter. Then we have Robert Bajoso, Brian Koch, then Antonio Pizzodia Jr., ex-Formula One driver starting on the second row of the grid. Vincent Cossard. Larry Pegram, ex-AMA Superbike rider, starting in P6. Antoine Iligo, AJ Naud, Michael Gauche, and Jonathan Vitolo, whose father Dennis Vitolo raced in IndyCar many years. But further back, some real characters in the world of karting, guys that you know very, very well, including Ruben Milan, who used to play in La Liga, the Spanish Premier Division, back in the early 2000s.
For me, I don't think you start the conversation in this category without starting with Davide Forey. Here's a driver started on the pole position, had a penalty, had to start back a bit, wasn't able to even get the Kart off the grid for heat race number 2, then stormed back and had a solid finish. He's starting 12th. So that's what can Forey do in the first couple of laps, because right now we've seen Jordan Musser be classic Jordan Musser. When he gets in there and gets it going, he's able to pull away. He's been so strong. He's a veteran. He's won everything you can win Masters racing here in North America, except for this race here right now. The SuperNats for him would be the crowning achievement.
You talked about Davide Forey. Normally I'd be like, yeah, I mean, we saw a fire in his belly earlier this week and really work his way through the field. And I'm like, yeah, he probably would have a pretty good shot. But Jordan Musser's been so good, and I think what's going to end up happening is these drivers further back, unless they can take the fight to Musser right away and kind of keep him in check, he might be able to get away and just roll.
Well, one of the things about this series, of this category, this Masters class, is kind of like Mini. You always get new drivers coming into Mini from Micro. We're always waiting for the drivers in Masters to turn 30 years of age. Of course, that's the minimum age for the class. So we're waiting to see some of these former pros. They come through that hazy middle ground of the late 20s when you're kind of waiting to get back behind the wheel nationally, right? You're working on karts. You're owning your own team. That's Robert Boudachot, right? Here's a driver we saw win a ton of top-level shifter kart races as a senior driver. Kind of waiting, right? Turns 30. A lot of the guys will say, I don't want to run yet. I'm not going to go cherry-pick Masters as of yet, but this is Boudachot's kind of breakthrough here for his debut run at the SuperNats. He could be a driver that could challenge Musser.
And the other driver I think is going to be right in the conversation, Brian Keck.
Yeah, yep.
So what you're saying is that Musser, if he's going to win his first ever Vegas SuperNats title, he's only got to be one of the greatest drivers to ever sit in a kart, Davide Forey, and the next Formula One driver, Antonio Pinzoni Jr.
Yeah. But he's been great off the line. The whole shot could be key here.
Yeah, we talk about these are shifters. So unlike the single speeds we've been talking about, we got 6 gears here, and it all starts with getting off the line. We talk about how important the whole shot is and leading everybody through turn 1.
That's it.
So there's 7 of the 9 classes. We call them the 2 headliners. They're up next. X30 Pro, Senior X30 to you and I, and then Pro Shifter. This is where we have got multiple champions. You're looking down at the grid. We'll run through the starting lineup. Ryan Norberg is someone we're going to talk about a lot. So the top 10 in X30 Senior. Oliver Hodgson, Alessandro De Tullio, the row 1. Austin Garrison and Thomas Niveau, row 2. Donovan Bonilla and Hayden Jones will start from row 3. Dalton Haynes and Tom Grice, row 4. Brandon Carr and Harley Keeble, row 5. But yet we could go down the whole grid, the whole 40-plus strong grid, and still be talking about champions, Rob.
Yeah, they're at Ryan Norg, but get ready to roll off right now. And indeed, starting 18th, the driver who won here before. That was his crowning achievement to cap it off and get that race win that he wanted. But indeed, like you said, you got to keep going outside the top 10 of these drivers who could potentially get the job done. Because really, again, a long 20-lap race, if you got a fantastic setup, let's say you made the right changes and you're working your way forward, we know that the racing is going to be tough out there.
Well, I think for the seniors, it's going to be 25. It's going to be
Indeed,
even
25
more.
laps, yes.
Even more. I mean, okay, Hodgson is on pole position. We've had lots of incidents and sort of there's been a few technical issues, drivers having great results. Yeah, like you said, Norberg is going to start down in 18th position. Ellie Goldstein from Belgium on that TB car bike. He's been so impressive. You mentioned earlier, Mike, about skirting the walls, just touching those barriers. That's what happened to Ellie in the last race. Disaster struck. He's down in 22nd. Mateus Morgado, a former world karting champion, 32nd on the grid, and the current European and IAMI World Final winner, Kalai Atkins, he had to come in through last chance qualifier. He starts 36th.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing about this. There's just so many great stories. You talk about these guys that are further back, these former world champions. Then you get this guy, this Masters driver, Thomas Grice, who won the X30 Master category last year. They dropped X30 Master. Majority of those guys are going to run KA Master, not Thomas. He's like, no, I'm going to go run Senior. Amazing.
Mention a quick word about Tom Grice. When X30 Master, he was entered in X30 Master, they cancelled the class through lack of entries about 6 to 8 weeks ago. Since then, he has lost 10 kilos. That's 22 pounds. to get down to race weight. And here he goes. He's starting inside the top 10. This is only Tom's second kart race in the last 11 years. The first kart race he did in 11 years, last year. He had a 10-year break, came out, one race, champion. This the second race against a world-class field, top 10.
Yeah, for him punching above a weight class, I think it's just amazing here. Mike, give me your thoughts on potentially the start of this race. That's obviously going to be key. Oliver Hodgson, that tactician, as we know, drivers on the racetrack for their morning warm-up session here. But Hodgson's he's that veteran driver, right? He's not one of these 15, 16-year-olds. He's a little further up there in terms of age. He's done a lot of racing. That's what that's going to take, I think, to be up front, making the right moves early on.
Yeah, exactly. The class we're talking about, X30 Pro, are the ones on screen as well. And we saw several of these drivers come through the corners trying to find some stuff. We actually saw Hodgson. You talk about the veteran putting his hand up, trying to get a little bit more room, trying to back things off. They have their last agenda here, the last fine-tune opportunity to go out here. And, hey, we haven't really mentioned it before, but these drivers, these classes, they're going to be putting on some new skins. They're going to have new rubber. So guess what? You're going to have the best this kart's been all week right here on Super Sunday.
Just quickly, for those of you looking at the screens, you're looking at the practice session going on. So this is practice. There's only the main events today. We've got 9 races. If you want to keep up to date with the live timing and scoring, you can go to Race Hero. That's got the timing and scoring, or the SKUSA app. That's got all the information you need. And it's also got the historical data that is brought to you by SKUSA and Rob and you and David Cole at eKarting News. There really are. This is the one class where it could go one of two ways, in my opinion. If Hodgson gets a good clean start and DeTullio and Garrison start to battle and give Hodgson a lead, Hodgson could go. If you put Hodgson under pressure, then that brings in all the other contenders. If Hodgson's going to be planning very methodical his start. When we interviewed him yesterday, he said it's all about my decision making.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Early on, it may settle in once guys go. It could be a little, the first half could be kind of relaxed. I think it's going to be an old-fashioned knuckle fight at the end, right? Because you got guys like Alessandro DeTullio or this driver here, Austin Garrison. We know how good Garrison is. Alessandro DeTullio starting on the outside of the front row. There is not another more aggressive driver out there. If the opening is there, the gap is there, the opportunity, Alessandro will take for it. I think ADT is going to be a guy, if we get to a place, like I said, where the gloves come off, we start just trading haymakers, he's going to be a guy that's going to be able to be a force.
Well, yeah, and all these drivers we're talking about, this is not a class that there was a definitive person out front. It was a mixture of drivers doing very, very well. And one of the other things that we can point out, we talked earlier about the 25 laps. The most laps anybody's run up to this point was the final practice, and that was only 14. We've been running 10-lap heat races. This is more than twice.
Yeah, it's huge.
That's going to put the mechanics of the teams into the unknowns. I mean, we've got 2 paddocks here. There's so many entries. The best teams in the world are here, and yet different type of day. Don't forget the senior X30 and the shifter classes, they've been running in the afternoon, evening sessions. They're now going to be running in the heat of the daytime today. Is that going to make a difference to how they set the kart up? Are we going to find some people get a little bit unstuck thinking, oh, my kart was great at, say, 5 o'clock in the evening when the sun's gone down. Now it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The height, the temperature, there could be a lot of comers and goers, to quote Larry McReynolds.
So do we then lean on the guys that have been here before, the drivers who have raced SuperNats multiple times, like a Ryan Norberg, whoever else it may be, right? The mechanics and teams that have been here for 20 years to understand how a track like this on a parking lot pavement, how that will evolve in these temperatures. And again, one of the things I looked at yesterday in that last heat race, the last round of heat races, was that dominating run by RPG where they went 1-2-3 with Norberg, Rivera, and Hayden Jones. They were all in that fight. They obviously found something there. Does that transition over here? Did they really nail something that their karts are going to be perfect coming out of the gate?
Yeah, and you talk about people who've been here before, have won here before, and have that, quote, know what it takes to do it. There is something about when all the pressure is on, when all the marbles are here for you to try to get, what does it take to deal with that pressure? It's not just a race. It's the SuperNats.
Yeah, that's it. Very true. If any driver has ever been in the pressure cooker, this is it.
Yeah, and we want to just say very quickly as well, to thank you to the kart chaser community, the audience who have been watching and tuning in record-breaking numbers. We will be running in the live chat when the main events get going. There will be a poll to predict the winners of each race. The poll goes live when the karts go out of the pits. The poll closes at half distance of every single race. So please, in the live chat, wait for each final, get voting, tell us where you're watching from. Both the senior direct drive grids, KA100 Senior and Senior X30, have got a number of pre-race favourites, world level drivers starting further back in the field. Which of these classes do you think of those drivers got more of a chance of getting up towards the front? How would the race play out? In my opinion, KA100 Senior has been a little bit more frantic. So I think if that's where there could be a few issues of drivers starting deep in the field can maybe make their way forward. For some reason, I mean, the two races that we've seen where drivers have pulled away have been in this class. Hodgson did it on day one, and Garrison did it yesterday.
You know, checker flag flying to end this morning session. We've got Just Pro Shifter to come. Let's throw this out here. We haven't really we've talked about it, but this is essentially the best of the best on the weekend, right? That's the thing about those heat races. When everybody was out there running, you had the entire group split into the four groups. Yep. These are the drivers who stepped up and made it happen over the races on Friday and Saturday, or the LCQ. These are the drivers who earned their way in. So the level of competition right now from the front of the grid to the back of the grid is so tight. You make one mistake, you're going back more than one spot. We saw that a lot of times, Mike, the way this track lays out, especially through 3 and 4, the back-to-back hairpins. If somebody makes a move to the inside and you get hung up to dry on the outside, you may lose more than 1, maybe 2, maybe 3 spots.
Yeah, and it's how bad you try to fight it. If you end up trying to stay in there too long, it can go from maybe losing 2, 3, 4, 5 to maybe even ending up in the wall because you just didn't back out or didn't get the room.
Right, the last class, the final class, the ultimate class, Pro Shifter. Heading out onto the circuit now. Again, what drama we have seen. The starting lineup will be as follows, the top 10. AJ Myers will start from pole. Jacob Gulick, who was fastest in qualifying on Wednesday night, will be on the outside of row number 1. Marion Kramers, former world champion, on the inside of row number 2. Emilian Denner on row 2. Danny Formal, who did the track walk for us, will start 5th. Then it's Remo Muschietti, Matteo Vigano in 7th. Lewis Speck, he's the underdog story of the week so far. Giorgio Carrera, Daniel Vasile from Romania, Talon Yakel, your top 10, your top 11, Billy Musgrave in there as well. We haven't even mentioned the current and reigning world KZ champion Paolo Ippolito. He will be down in 26th position behind David Hayfori. I mean, Rob, they call it the main event for a reason.
Yeah, there's Davide Fori right there on the Italia Motors machine doing double duty in Masters and Pro. But here's my thought right there. This, as we've watched him many years, a confident AJ Myers is a dangerous AJ Myers. He feels so good about what they've done. They were able to get this kart the way he wanted it. It's come alive for him. He's almost looked dominant to a certain extent. And like I said, when he is confident, he is venerable. I think AJ Myers is going to be tough to beat today.
Yeah, back-to-back wins there, I believe, in the final 2 heat races after having that. I think it was a 4th in the first one there. And to your point, confidence coming into this thing. If you know that you got a very, very strong ride, you know everything about the circuit. Like, there's a difference in your driving when you feel really good about it versus if you feel like you got a tiptoe or you're still trying to find something. If you go out there and go, man, this thing's on rails, it's hard to beat that guy.
That's it.
Now, the track races very well. Obviously, overtaking in the shifter category is much harder. By the time the karts get to the point there where Myers is, they're doing 98 miles an hour. Then they're down to first gear. They're getting first gear 5-6 times in one lap, Rob.
This racetrack is so unique. It's nothing like we've ever had before in the 25 previous versions of the SuperNationals. It is something these guys have never had to tackle. And I think a number of drivers, I talked to Ryan Norberg early, he says it's not the greatest track we've ever run, but it's a different track. It's something new. It's a completely new challenge, especially for these shifter drivers. Top end gear, like we said, but all the way down to first gear in a couple of spots. Every driver is going to have to be perfect in those downshifts to get there. And then let's talk, Mike, about those couple of bumps coming into turn number 9. You try to make a move to the inside, you're into those bumps. We've saw a couple of drivers struggle with that over the last couple of days.
Exactly, and in the heat races, we saw one driver I was pointing out before was Pedro Hildbrand. He was so busy as he hit the bumps just a little bit off. And when you shift when you're driving one of these shifters, you shift with your left hand. For anybody at home that hasn't seen one of these, you literally are driving with just your right hand and bringing the gear down with your left. And so when you hit bumps, you're trying to correct with one hand while you're going under the brakes, while you're trying to get the thing turned. Very, very busy drivers there in the final corner.
Indeed that. Right hand down on that shifter, as you just said, getting into those corners. So, again, all these drivers have been doing this for so long, it's old hat to them. But for us, we are just so impressed with the level at which they're able to race.
Now, I'm going to throw out a few names for you watching at home. The only All-American effort in the field, number 211, Billy Musgrave, on that factory car. He designs, builds it, races it himself out in California, starting P11. The former British champion, Smoking Joe Charlton. He's on the Energy Core chassis. Be very quiet, but he's there in 16th. Pedro Hiltbrand, starting 18th.
Former winner here.
Former Kyle Wick. He's got the biggest fan club here of all. Qualified second, had a heartbreaking chain snap while he was cruising to victory in his first race. He's going to be starting 20th. One of the youngest drivers in the field, New Zealander Jay Irwin, had an engine seize on him yesterday, but still starts 23rd. And then, of course, you've got Ippolito in 22nd, in 26th. Foray in 25th. So again, the 13th row of the grid, Rob, is got Davide Fori and Paolo Ippolito. That's row 13.
I know, and I'm probably right in front of them. How about Filip Nimkevich? Was he ever impressive in heat race number 3? Kind of punching above his weight class as well. So Nimkevich going to see if he can't come away with the top 15, top 10. I think for a young driver like that, that would be a huge result here at the SuperNationals.
And overtaking, difficult in Pro Shifter, not impossible. Case in point, Australian V8 supercar driver James Golding passed nearly 20 people in the last chance qualifier to scrape in at the back of the field. Incredible stuff. And of course, the very final driver, the good TJ Madonna, making it in through the roll-off.
And it was a wild finish at the end of that one, was it not, Mike? The drivers coming into that corner we saw happen there in that LCQ where Charlie Steins went a little bit too late into the corner. Anthony Martello, the young Canadian, was able to go do the over-under and come out and make it to his first SuperNationals. Again, a young driver just jumping into shifter this year. We saw the same thing with Jay Irwin, just 15 years of age out here banging against some of the superstars of the sport, former world champions, as you have said. That's what this field is all about. That's what the SuperNats is all about. We draw the best drivers from around the world to come to Vegas once a year. That's why this is the greatest karting event in the world.
And what adds to that, one of the biggest challenges you can have, we talked about how this track is different. It may not be the most technical thing in the truest sense as far as different kinds of corners, but you have to be perfect around here. We've noticed very, very good drivers go through, make a small mistake, what ends up turning into a huge mistake in the transfer spot in LCQs, out on one mistake.
Yeah, exactly that. Let's talk about the session that's on track right now. I know it's capping up here pretty soon. Mike, you and I have been drivers. We've raced here before, but when you obviously more, of course, the pointy into the grid than me. What's this session for? Is it just clearing out the cobwebs, or are you actually trying something here potentially?
It's going to depend on where you are in the grid, right? I mean, if I'm up front, what I'm probably going to try to play with is tire pressure. What I'd like to see is how low can I go and still feel confident with these things, right? You've got brand new tires being put back on. You're not going to do your morning warm-up on on new tires most of the time because you have to put on your race tires, which have got laps on them. Today, they could put new skins on. So today, I'm going to put on new skins in warm-up. I'm going to try an air pressure adjustment. How low can I go and still be confident to go racing?
That makes a lot of sense, right? Because those first couple laps, as we've already been talking about, could be the most important laps of the entire race. So if you're able to find what you need to find there in that morning warm-up, it may give you that just little more you need to potentially come out of a situation somewhere inside the top 5.
The coverage that we're providing you with this year is the most in-depth online coverage that we've ever provided here at SuperNationals 26. Rob, you've been covering this event online with e-karting news, always at the venue, on radio, and now on the live stream here. The Pro Shifter class, in fact, all these karts, until you see them up close and personal, the drivers dancing between the barriers at the absolute edge of adhesion, it doesn't really give you, until you see them up close, you don't really get that sense of appreciation of how skilled these drivers are, whether they're 8 years old in Micromax or our oldest driver here, 68 years old in Master Shift.
Well, that's the thing about the SuperNats, right? The first couple of years, it was out at Xplex or the Las Vegas Karting Center, a purpose-built racetrack. Then, of course, we came into the Rio in 2003. We had spent time on a temporary circuit at Sam Boyd Stadium as well. From then back to the Rio, then the Las Vegas Convention Center. We were out here a couple of years ago as well. after those first 5 years, it became a temporary circuit race, and that's what makes this thing stand out because it's so tough. Mike, we've talked about it before. There's no room for error in many parts of this racetrack. If you can't go off. You're not dropping wheel and going off somewhere. You're in the barriers, and you're out of the race.
Yeah, I mean, the barriers are the delineators of the track. You cannot go any further on one way or the other. They are it. However, if you don't use up all that space, you're leaving something on the table. So you can't fear the barriers. You have to have that confidence. You got to get close, and you got to really be paper thin.
So we are 15 minutes away before the start of our opening ceremonies. Guys, let's take an opportunity to kind of reflect on what we've seen over the last 4 days.
Yep.
Situation Saturday was big. I think, as we know, we expected it to be exciting with the LCQs. Henry, let's start with you. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's my first SuperNats, and I've been blown away. I've been blown away by the show. I've been blown away by the colour. We're about to see the pomp and pageantry because practice is now over. The next time we have karts on circuit will be the main events. 9 races, 20 laps for the micros and minis, 25 laps for everybody else. The main event class, I can't wait to see the driver introductions, on the stage, the music, the lights, all those things. Can't wait for you to host and to see the master ceremonies that you are, Rob, to introducing the band and what have you. I hope everyone stays safe. I think the corner workers did a fantastic job, but I do know that coming around, my expectations were, from my perspective, the biggest one-off events, take away CIK and things like the World Championship events, the Rotax Grand Finals, the Army World Finals, things like that. For me, the biggest single event that I've ever been part of is the British Kart Masters Grand Prix. This has eclipsed it in every single way, shape and form in terms of the show and bringing karting to a wider audience. The personalities, the faces are everywhere. It's been phenomenal, and I cannot wait to get started. And I think that anyone else around the world that puts on these big events can learn an awful lot from how SKUSA do things.
Mike, let's talk a little bit about the nerves. When you're sitting on the grid before the SuperNationals and you roll out, you know that, number one, in a number of these class categories, you've had to earn your way in, right? So just being on the grid first and foremost is key. But talk a little bit about what it's like on the grid, because I know last year I was a bundle of nerves getting ready to go. As soon as the car rolled off, I felt good. But that's how big this race is. You start thinking about it as soon as you wake up in the morning.
I get nerves going to the track. As a driver, if you're not getting those little bit of butterflies, I think there's something a little bit missing, right? This race and any of these scenarios where you go out there and you really put in, we talk about a body of work, and you're working and working, and not just you, your team, your family, your friends at home. You are trying to do the best you possibly can, and you go there, you get on the grid, and like, here, it's all come down to this, and just the weight of the entire thing. I mean, I'm not an emotional dude, but it's pretty emotional.
Yeah, for me, the SuperNats is that event where I do start getting that emotion, right? I've done it for so many years. I wake up and I'm kind of ready to go. I'm so fired up. One of the things I think, if I look back at what we've saw, was when this track first got laid out, everybody's kind of walking around and getting a feel for the track itself, right? They're like, okay, I like this here, I like that there. The way this, I think everybody was kind of worried about the raceability of the track. It's been super safe over the last couple of days. I think it surprised all of us how good the racing, Henry, was going to be.
Yeah, it has indeed. Now, of course, opening ceremonies start at 9:45. The drivers in the outer paddock are going to start making their way over towards the main paddock now. The drivers on the inside paddock, I mean, it's so big here. We've got 2 paddocks. Yep. So all the drivers in the outer paddock need to, they've got to block off an entire street. Last night when we finished the racing, there's traffic cops everywhere outside, and there was lines of cars up and down, and we're like, what's going on here? Oh, on the inside of the speedway, there's a Christmas light celebration. So as the drivers, the teams are packing down, there are hundreds and hundreds of cars going past the paddock, coming past, looking at all the Christmas lights. Incredible. It's Christmas, but it's sun shining. So we do need all the drivers in the outer paddock to make their way over to opening ceremonies to the inner paddock now. I'm impressed by the racing, impressed by the way the drivers have conducted themselves in the face of adversity. A track change. They've all coped with it very well. And again, I credit the organisers for recognising an issue, changing it on the fly.
So one of the things we're having, of course, with the opening ceremony is getting ready to roll out. We'll have all of our drivers come out. We'll have the invocation. We'll have the national anthem. Also, we're going to add 3 more members to the SuperKarts USA Hall of Fame. That will happen as well. We've got some dignitaries. We've got the Green for Green cash, the raffle to see who's going to make some money there. So lots of stuff happening throughout the opening ceremonies. But let's keep talking here as we kind of reflect on the day. Situation Saturday yesterday was everything Mike hoped it could have been.
It ends under the lights with LCQ, with Pro Shifter. I mean, the entire week has been exciting, but when it comes down to the very last breath, those races right there where you're trying to make the show, not showing up and not making races on Sunday, you don't want to go pack your bags on Saturday. You want to come back on Sunday and not be a spectator. You want to be behind the wheel, and the excitement, the crescendo was phenomenal.
You know, there are going to be some disappointed drivers. Only 9 can win. There are over 550 here. For some drivers, just simply making the main is being a victory, and anything that happens there afterwards. But this has been Veterans Day weekend. It's been Remembrance Day weekend. There are plenty of ex-service personnel and veterans in the paddock. Brandon Ward, a veteran who's now driving, and around the world, you know, there are people. This is sport. It is fun. Yes, the competition is world level. The intensity of the driver, the desire to win, the disappointment when it doesn't happen is palpable. But we're here to have fun, and we're very, very lucky and fortunate that we can do it on a beautiful day with the sights and sounds of Vegas behind us, the sights and sounds of the voice of the SuperNationals. Now, you said about the SuperNational Hall of Fame. I'm assuming you were a founder member, Rob.
I got inducted last year, actually,
right,
alongside my friend Chris Ortenberger.
You said there's 3 spaces left?
Three more.
2, 7, 3.
We're going to do a little bit more than that, mate.
I went there. No. But
so listen,
but
again,
that's such a fantastic thing that they celebrate the personalities of this event with a Hall of Fame. Nobody else does that in karting. And again, it's not just the drivers that make the sport. It's the people behind the scenes. It's the grafters, the people that people say to me, you're the voice of my childhood. You be the voice of so many people's childhoods, and you're understanding that now. And SKUSA have done a fantastic job of celebrating on track, off track, making it a sporting event, giving it that bit of Vegas flair as well. It's a one-off, unique event.
So indeed, all the morning warm-ups are done. Opening ceremonies, we're calling drivers around the racetrack to work their way up to the grid area so we can get things underway. Opening ceremony is just maybe 10, 15 minutes away, and that will, again, of course, kick everything off for this year's SuperNationals, the 26th running of this fantastic event. We are almost set to wrap. The first one for you, Henry. I hope you're going to enjoy yourself. Your first Super Sunday. I think it'll be a lot of fun.
It's my first. I sincerely hope it's not my last. I can't wait to join yourself, to join you Mike, to join Xander in the booth all the way through. So this has been the pre-race show here at Las Vegas SuperNats 26. You are watching Kart Chasers coverage of Super Sunday, brought to you by Don't Sleep Energy Drink, on behalf of Xander Clements, Mike Smith, Master of Ceremonies, the voice of SuperNationals, Rob Howden. My name is Henry Bodette. We will see you very shortly after this short commercial break for opening ceremonies and the best 9 races you're going to see all year. Don't go away.
If you're a do-it-yourself 206 racer, then LawsonSpeedShop.com needs to be in your favorite spot. Along with building rocket ship engines, we keep a full stock of everything that the privateer racer needs to get out on track and win. Visit our website at LawsonSpeedShops.com for more.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Ryan Norberg is an internationally recognized karting professional, industry influencer, and multi-time national karting champion. Supported by Rotax Power, he has created a world-class karting experience, and is now dedicated to passing on his knowledge to a new generation. With 8 national championships, SuperNats victories, and numerous wins in different categories, drivers of all ages are welcome to join and partake in this unique experience. The Norberg Karting Academy offers more than just standard coaching. It provides an experience where you will learn pro-level tools to progress through your karting career. All Academy guests will enjoy a private hospitality suite which overlooks the karting circuit. Welcome to the Norberg Karting Academy, where champions are made. For information about 2024 bookings, email norbergkarting@gmail.com.
We are just moments away from celebrating ceremonies getting underway here for SKUSA.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it'll mean the world to me. SuperNationals is a really, really large race, and I really want to do what I can for Kart Republic, and filling in for Joe. It's a special opportunity for me to have this big team behind me and be able to win for these guys would mean a lot to me.
Well, I don't race a lot of times, but I think it was my first time. So every time you win for the first time, it's like glorious. I think it was a fantastic weekend with all the teams. So everything goes after that winning really, really well.
I think that it genuinely the competition we have here, and it being a one-off race in a big venue at the end of the year, makes it the biggest event in America. I really like the fact that we come here on a temporary track, because it just opens up, eliminates kind of any local track knowledge. So it opens up the playing field much more for kind of raw driver feeling, attacking the track. And yeah, and I think to be really simple, the reputation. It's obviously built this reputation over the years to become in my eyes, easily the pinnacle event of the year. So that is we're all competitive. I'm super competitive myself, and yeah, the wanting to win that pinnacle event is what drives me and makes the event special to me.
Yeah, I mean, for me, for my team, it's just special. It's one of the big races of the year, of the world. Everybody knows the SuperNationals. Everybody's watching it. So yeah, it'd be for sure my biggest karting win in my career. And yeah, just special for myself, my team, and all the hard work and development we do throughout the years.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's not working. I can't hear it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the event here today. What a great day. How about a round of applause for all of our drivers here, ladies and gentlemen? Amazing work by the band to bring us in here, and again, starting off this year's SuperNationals in style. We've got a couple of great things for you. Of course, here today, we'll bring Tom Kutcher up here momentarily for the introduction. Of course, have 3 new members of the SuperKarts USA Hall of Fame coming here as well. We have our raffle for the Green for Green, but we just want to welcome all of you here to this fantastic event. Tom Kutcher, come on in here a second, please. Let's get things underway. Tom will give us the official welcome to SuperNationals 26.
Thank you, guys, for showing up to the largest race in the world. We got 550 drivers here this weekend from about 60 different nations. I know you guys hate me in the beginning, but, man, there's some really good racing going on right now. And I want to thank everybody for showing up, come the long way here to Vegas, putting this together. Next year, we will not be in this lot. We'll be in a different lot, and will be a lot easier for everybody walking back and forth. So you understand this is all we had. So we either we do it or we don't do it. So thank you for your patience. It'll look a little different next year and the year after. I promise you. Okay? We had about, well, I won't even say it because then it's a swear word, and I'm not supposed to say that. So, anyway, all drivers, super huge thank you for being here and making it what it is today. It's badass. Thank you very, very, very much.
Tom, thank you so much. We do certainly appreciate it. Big thank you as well to everyone from the Westgate and Mike Luther for giving us a great rate and an amazing hotel and working with this SuperKarts USA crew. Big thank you as well to everybody from the Las Vegas Motor Speedway for working with SuperKarts USA and holding the race this year. They were amazing staff working day in and day out to make this event what it is. Time to move now into the Alpine Fuels Green for Green. Anders Danielson. Let's bring him in here. Where's Anders to roll things up here for our Green for Green raffle? Somebody's going to make some cash. Bring those guys over here, and we'll pull the raffle out to see who's going to make the money. Again, Green for Green. Aspen, a fantastic partner with SuperKarts USA. All right, we're going to pull some names out here. Three envelopes. $2,000 a piece. All right. First driver winning a Green for Green. Nicholas Corrales. Nicholas Corrales, are you here? Nicholas Corrales, you got to be here. You got to be down here. Hold on. Where's Nicholas? Nicholas, 1, 2, 3, done. Get us another one. Didn't show up for the opening ceremonies. $2,000 for Colin Lloyd. Colin Lloyd, 2,000. Is Colin Lloyd here? He's here? Colin Lloyd, if you are here, make sure you get out here, please, quickly. Come on out and grab it. Come on out. Colin, if you're here, come on out. We're going to give you the cash here. Here he is. He's coming. There he is. Yeah! Let's get the next one. Let's get the next one. Oh, you have to. You got to have your T-shirt on. You got to have your T-shirt on. Pedro Hiltbrand. Pedro Hiltbrand. Has he got his shirt on? Pedro Hiltbrand, do you have your shirt on? Aspen shirt? $2,000? No. You got to wear your shirt. This is good. What else we got here? Oh, whoa, grab it. Thank you, Chris. Oh, they're so small. Peyton Westcott. Peyton Westcott. $2,000 if you've got your Aspen shirt on for the green for green. Is she here? Is she coming out here? Where's Peyton? Does she have her shirt? 3, 2, 1. She doesn't have her shirt on. She does not have the shirt on. No. Next. Next. Sasha von Podbosh. Sasha von Podbosh. Sasha von Podbosh. Do you have your shirt on? Let me see. Yeah! Sasha, come on out. Come on out. Come on out. Come on out. 2,000. Well done. Okay. We'll do that.
I need a shot, yeah. Do me a favor, do that, and then the cash. Hold the cash.
I'll grab your helmet for you. I'll grab your
cash.
Okay, got it?
Yeah. All right.
Sasha von Podbosh winning first. All right, let's go to the next one. Vincenzo Saracino. Vincenzo Saracino, the next one. Where's Vincenzo Saracino? Vincenzo. 1, 2, 3, done. Next one. Tiffany Kelly. Tiffany Kelly, do you have your Aspen shirt on? Tiffany Kelly, where is she? She's way in the back here. Is she back there with you guys? No, we got to wait till they get here. Are you here? She's done? Next. What? She's not here? All right, next. $2,000. Leonardo Scorpione. Does he have it on? Does he have it on? No! $2,000. Man, oh man. Leo Kirchens. Leo Kirchens. Leo Kirchens. Got your shirt on? Yeah! Leo!
Okay, we need that down and the cash in your hand.
Hold on. We need a picture with it.
Yeah. Hold the cash up. Hold the cash like that. Yeah.
They working?
Yeah.
All right, folks, we got one more. One more shot at it. Bobby Kelly. KA100 Master Driver, Bobby Kelly. Kelly, you here? Bobby Kelly. Bobby, 1, 2, 3, out. All right, another one. It's taking longer than I thought. Dylan Ulinder. Dylan Ulinder. X30 Senior, Dylan Ulinder. Dylan Ulinder. Not here. Coming to Vegas and losing off the get-go. Masters driver Larry Pegram. Larry Pegram, you got your shirt on? Ladies, you guys not here. No Larry? All right, next. Valentin Flamini. Valentin Flamini, X30 Senior driver. Valentin Flamini. No Flamini. This is a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. That's Aiden Levy. No, not you. That's Aiden Levy. Alessandro DeTulio. DeTulio, do you have your shirt on? I don't think so. Does it have it? Where is he? Alessandro DeTulio. Okay, we're doing two more, then Tom's picking. David Jones. Oh! Oh!
No, he changed.
Did he change? Good work, though. David Jones. David Jones, Masters driver. David Jones. Is this David Jones? All right. There you go. Finally.
It's on. It's on. It's on. They're going to play the top 10.
Kids down here trying to see if they can get some more money in here. All right, folks, we got to get things back rolling here again. So, guys, all back, work your way back, please, so we can get back underway. Chaos. We'll get things calmed back down a little bit here to fire things up because we got to get rolling here with our opening ceremonies. That was wild for sure. Still a long way. Don't go anywhere. Where are you going? Stay here. We got lots to come. Lots to come. Thing underway and in two. Organization's been around since the 1990s. This is the 2006. Now, under Kart USA, the late Don Janowski and the late Jim Merlin. Alongside Alan Rudolph, individuals who have been connected to SuperKart USA for. In 2017, they inducted Bonner. Two other. Hello from Track Magic. That Track Magic program is such a key part of the early years of SuperKart USA. He's been with SKUSA for almost over 25 years. Of course, last year, honored myself to be inducted alongside my good. Three more individuals will be brought to SuperKart USA Hall of Fame here in 2023. So let's get underway with two of them right now. For any organization, the foundation of competition are the drivers and teams who hit the track on any given weekend. Today, we'll honor two men side by side, as they have been key builders of here in North America, and most definitely within the SuperKart USA community. Since 1999, the PSL karting trailer has been a staple in the SuperKart USA paddock, dating back to the SKUSA Florida Winter Tour and Pro Moto Tour. At the helm, it's been Dominic Lebrec and Stefan Charles. For over 2 decades, dynamic duos pushed the sport forward, bringing commitment and professionalism to none. For the last 8 years, Dominic and Stefan have been key contributors to the success of Burrell ART and have consistently been praised as one of the leading distributors in the world. Welcome to the Hall of Dominic and Stefan. A round of applause for Dominic and Stefan. PS, as we know, such key components of the program.
Well, I got JC's feed now at least, so.
Distributors. So indeed, congratulations to both of these gentlemen, Dominic Lebrec and Stefan St. Charles. One more inductee still to come, and this new inductee has been involved in SuperKarts USA for over 20 years. First as a driver in ADCC Junior category in the early 2000s. His list of accomplishments is legendary. It includes emotional headline class victories at this particular race, the SuperNationals, in 2006 and 2015. Included in this year's Hall of Fame induction class, Gary Carlton. In addition to his driving successes here at home, Gary rose to the level of Italian factory driver for such manufacturers as CRG, Zanardi, Intrepid, IPK, TB Kart, and Modena. Adding a win at the 2017 Granja 500 in Brazil, and he has a record that has no rival over the last 2 decades. Once he hung up his helmet, Gary's new project was his own chassis brand, and I think we all know what GFC karting has become in our sport. The passion, dedication, and 100% commitment that Gary pours into GFC is an inspiration for many, and there is now no doubt that he'll be a major player in the sport for years to come. Congratulations, Gary, a new SKUSA Hall of Fame inductee. So, ladies and gentlemen, getting obviously close to getting things underway. If I could ask Mr. Terry Riggins, my good friend, to come up here, fellow Hall of Famer. Terry, can you meet me up over here for the invocation as we get close to firing things up?
If I could have everybody go over their caps, please. If everybody remove their caps, we'll have the invocation, please. Please bow your heads. Our Heavenly Father, thank you for the challenge of becoming stronger and fitter. Please help us to embrace this event and to release all the training, commitment, and skills that we all have. We ask that you touch everyone here with your spirit. Keep the drivers, crew members, staff, everyone attending here today safe. We remember just a few short years ago about Las Vegas Strong, remembering, though, we are SKUSA Strong. Lord, we especially thank the Kutcher family and all of our tremendous sponsors for their commitment to the sport and bringing this SuperNationals 26 to us. We ask that you touch everyone here, give us all safe travels home from this event. Lord, be our inspiration, our companion as we worship you. Amen.
Thank you, Terry. We're pleased to have joined here today John Metzler, First Sergeant U.S. Army, retired.
Good morning. Please stand. My name is Sergeant First Class John Metzler, retired United States Army. At this time, we're going to present the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the colors. If you are a member of DOD and you serve the military armed forces, you are authorized to salute the flag for the colors.
Thank you, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, about set to go here right now. Our band going to fire things back up again because next up on the docket will be the national anthem. Band, I think you've got something to play. It's all yours. Well done. Thank you very much. Folks, almost time to get things underway. And for the singing of today's national anthem, Miss Ashley Bloom.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we marched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. And oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get things now underway. Over 525 entries logged for this event. As we know, drivers from all around the country and all around the world. Only one thing left to do. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Super Sunday!
should be doing more. You know, I think that's what it comes down to.
The first time, then after that, he is that.
Yeah.
He still watches it. He still got the live stream.
He's still my favorite driver, no matter what. He's my favorite kart driver. I love that kid. He's just one of those good dudes, you know.
It was actually pretty convenient that you're doing the merch this year, because I have been selling the t-shirts for the past 2 years.
For SKUSA?
For
Kart
Kart
Chaser,
Chaser.
yeah.
And this year they were like, yeah, like we're not going to need a merch guy. And I was like, DJ. Because they've been joking around with it for a few years. I haven't been DJing for the last maybe 2 or 3 years. Just kind of messing around with it. Never had a gig or anything.
Right.
Like came the first year and it was like, oh, it'd be kind of cool to have like music here. And then last year it was like, okay, maybe next year.
Right.
We're gonna do it.
I think it's awesome. Yeah. Just adds to the production value.
Yeah. It just
and it's the bus in front of it. It's showing. So that's the next level. Yeah.
Usually, I mean, this is by far like the week where I pick the most sports. So it's like we're trying
Guys and girls.
My parents are still in Dallas.
Because Xander always used to get the trail, right?
Yeah, it's at my parents' house.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, that's where all. Once I moved, that's where all my stuff is.
Okay.
they have a property out by Dallas.
Yeah.
So that's all. So all of our gear.
Yeah, I was like, I always want you like going to get the stuff at Adams to like go get it for Adam, and I'm like, I've never like Baker seems to be pretty tight with him. Like, why is he never?
Right. Yeah, that's my parents. Yeah, that's dude. There's at that house there's like 15, 16 cars.
Oh really?
We got our drag cars there. We got all of my dad's show cars.
So your family?
Oh yeah. Oh my God! Stop! Get it out of my head.
Are they rolling more dice? That was the thing they rolled the dice. They had some flowers.
see with a little window right there. Oh, we can see the little window.
I don't even know if we can get that far back.
Because I'm not being funny, but Mike and I go to the same gym. And so just having a cigar and just seeing that, mate, is not.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Las Vegas Motor Speedway as we are ready to go here to fire things up for SuperNationals 26. Treated you with a bit of a pre-show to start off the day. Of course, morning warm-ups, letting everybody clear the cobwebs out after an evening at the tables in Las Vegas here. But it is time to get busy. It is Super Sunday, Christmas Day for karters here in North America. My name is Rob Howden, joined, of course, as I have been throughout the week, by Henry Beaudette and Mike Smith up here in the booth. And guys, it's time. It's here. 4 days of action. It's Super Sunday.
Yep, can't wait to see what Father Christmas has brought for us as presents in terms of action. And there's the sound we've all been waiting for. Karts on circuit.
Getting things underway, of course, with the drivers here in the KA100 Junior category. And indeed, drivers rolling out 2 warm-up laps before we go racing around this 9-turn circuit. Time to get things underway. Again, KA100 Junior. Our next up will be KA100 Senior, then KA100, or rather Master, then Senior. So we'll start all off with KAs. Then we'll go Micro and Mini Swift, X30 Junior, Master Shifter, and we'll cap it all off with the Pro categories, Pro X30 and Pro Shifter. Let's have a chance, if we can, to look at the lineup here right now of the drivers set to go. What an exciting field of drivers, and everybody digging, as we said, over the last 4 days to line themselves up to go for the biggest prize in North American karting, a SuperNationals win. Turner Brown will start on the pole position for Speed Concepts Racing, number 868, alongside Sebastian Garzon for Orsolon Racing. Row 2, Enzo Vidmontien has been excluded from the event. Unsure what happened there, but he will not take the start. Inside or outside of that row, starting in the 4th spot, Charlie Smith in the 812.
The driver that capitalises on Vidmontien's exclusion is going to be the 5th place starter, Keegan Kaminski. He'll share what would be the 3rd row with Oliver Weldon. Isaac Malcute and Nix Eggleston go from row number 4.
Yeah, further back it goes, going off the grid here. John Antonino and Diego Ardiles will be on the outside of or on row number 5. Then over to row number 6, Christian Meyer on the inside, and on the outside, Javier Herrera for Orsolon Racing.
Row number 7, Stephen Miller and Mason Walters. Casey Moyer and Ty Fisher go from row number 8.
Tail of the field here, but tail of the first 20 rather. Diego Guio from RPM alongside Walter Jenkins, the 4th in the RPG entry. Beckett Friesen and Christopher Wakefield on row number 10.
That's your top 20 on what is a 40-plus kart starting grid. Row number 11 will see Jackson Walney and Salvador Della Vecchia with Alex Picardo. Watch for the number 887. He's fast, and he'll share row 12 with Alexander Jacobi.
I agree that Mercado could be a driver to watch. Peyton Westcott as well, alongside Chase Busaglia on row number 13. Christian Cameron and Ian Kim will occupy row 14.
The top 30 are rounded out by Alexander Gonzalez, Jackson Gibson, Jensen Burnett, and the rest. They're coming to the line.
Here we go. For the first time here on Super Sunday, it's time to go racing. 9 events for you on this fantastic, beautiful blue sky day in Las Vegas. Set to go. Brown on the inside, Garzon on the outside, and we are green, green, green. Into turn number 1. Turner Brown to the bottom. On the outside goes the 850 of Garzon. Couple of drivers backwards coming into turn 1, but out of turn number 2 for the first time, the attack is coming. They'll work their way down into the corner. These are the 2 back-to-back hairpins, turn 3 and turn 4. Big wide run. Great start for Garzon out of the gate. He'll take the lead. Brown slotting in, but again, not surprising further back outside the top 6 or 7. The big attack we've expected, drivers trying to get themselves into the top 10.
Salvador Della Vecchia was the driver that was going backwards into turn number 1, and sadly, Truly Adams in the 848 car had nowhere to go, had to go into the outside. But everybody else now filing in single file, the 2 leaders. There's the Orsolon Racing kart of Garzon and Kaminski. We said he was going to be in good shape. Oh no, there's 3 karts, the 862, the 820, and the 873. The 820, that's Levi Sanguera, the London-based driver, and I'm looking back there, it was certainly one of the comp kart drivers also involved.
I think one of the ruthless karting drivers potentially involved there as well. Your early leaders, here we go. Garzon, Kaminski, Brown, Smith, and Weldon. Great start for Keegan Kaminski, able to work his way up to P2. Weldon into the 5th spot. Diego Ardiles has into 6th. Isaac Malcott in 7th. Nix Eggleston, and then Christian Meyer and Javier Herrera round out your early top 10. We talked about this in the pre-show. What were the opening laps going to be like? What kind of chaos would set up a potential breakaway? We'll see how things play out over the next couple of laps.
Well, there's a move for 5th position. The 897 of Diego Ardiles is moving up to the field. This is a 20-lap race.
just had an incident over in the turn number 9. Let's have a look at that again, a replay as the driver's settling in here. Mike Smith will bring you in to detail what we saw in the final corner.
Those are the front 5 drivers, 6, 7 drivers going through there, so they got through there cleanly. It actually happened mid-pack. Maybe a little bit of accordion. The 862, that comp car driver, actually, he slid sideways and stopped. Other 2 drivers had nowhere to go.
I think somebody got into the 862 and kind of looped him around. Yeah, that was Archer Eversman. Okay, so he went around. That was the comp cart for Forward Direction Motorsports. He went around, got a little help. And again, Mike, there's usually nowhere to go. When you're coming in, you've already committed to the apex. You've already rolled in there. You're going nowhere.
Not only that, that bump that comes through there, too, if you want to try to make a quick change or move in direction with your either left foot or the steering wheel, that might not be able to get done with that bump.
So, again, setting things up right now, we have a 3-driver breakaway. Sebastian Garzone, Keegan Kaminsky, and Turner Brown. Brown went purple last time by. They've got a full second now on Oliver Weldon in that LN kart machine. So Weldon P4, Isaac Malkit back another second. We're seeing these guys race up front. We talked about this. Would we see the maturity, the patience to be able to pull away? These top 3 drivers, Kaminsky's gone to the lead. But, Mike, if they work together, because think about Weldon's by himself. If they work together, this is said and done for 3 drivers up front.
Do you want to lead lap 4 or do you want to win the SuperNats? Keegan makes the move to the lead, immediately blocks in turn 3. It's like, that's not how you're going to run away with things. Now, here we go. Opened it up. Now, if we can just stay nice, these 3 drivers could just run away and have a 3-way fight at the end.
We saw a couple of guys say that yesterday, Henry, where the guy the second was like just pointing. Don't worry, I'm not going to take you, I'm not going to pass you, just go. And that's what these 3 drivers need to do.
Yeah, Garzon and Brown were both close enough to make the move going into turn number 9. They didn't. Same again in turn number 1, although Kaminsky missing the apex, running a little bit wide. That's going to slow them down. Garzon could have his hand forced. He'll be looking over his shoulder to see where Oliver Weldon is, and Weldon at the moment is 1.2 seconds back.
I'll say this, though. Turner Brown, out of any driver, has shown a lot of patience here throughout the weekend. He's there P3. He knows he is where he needs to be right now. This is super early in a 20-lap race. If he's P3 and pulling away, he's the guy that can look over his shoulder and see how much gap that front group has.
That being said, you're not going to be very patient if the drivers in front of you keep making mistakes.
True that. Yep, indeed. If you're making mistakes, someone's got to go. Right now, the top 3 drivers lining up. Kaminsky, Garzone just went purple. Brown in that 3rd spot, 1.4 now. Indeed, the gap for the front-running trio is extending. 1.4 Weldon, 1.2 back to Nick Eggleston. And then we've got Charlie Smith, Isaac Malkin, who dropped a couple of spots, Christian Meyer, Diego Diaz, and Diego Guillo is up 7 positions. 7th into the top 10 for Guillo.
Already, but again, now as you can see, apart from there's the 5th place battle. There goes the Ruthless Karting entry of Nick Eggleston at the head of this group. Then a whole gaggle of trouble. Smith, Malkut, Mayer, Ardiles, Herrera's in there. So's Brody Yendel and Stephen Miller. There's 2 drivers we expected to feature, only running 11th to 12th, but we're only just at 1/4 distance.
Yeah, but it's that gap up front, 1.7 seconds now. The leaders are there. I'd picked Stephen Miller to be the guy I think that would come in here and win this race. He really hasn't had the outright pace he's needed to be a big factor up front. Keegan Kaminsky, though, for GFC. Gary Carlton, of course, just getting inducted into the SuperKarts USA Hall of Fame. All the work he did as a driver, a factory driver, 2 times a winner here in KZ at the SuperNats, but now he's become this industry player. The GFC chassis, his eponymous brand, up front right now.
And look at the battling. They're allowing Eggleston to escape in 5th position. Malkut, Smith, Ardiles, Guillo, Herrera, Meyer, and Miller chopping and changing. They're falling away. Great to watch, bad for their chances.
And remember, here at the SuperNats, the podium is the top 5 drivers. So Eggleston right now, the last person on the podium, and Malkit and company are letting them go.
So indeed, just so you say this, when they do come around at the end of the race, we'll kind of give you an update. I believe I talked to Neil Strickland. They're going to be bringing essentially the top 10 drivers through up to this first corner to check pushback bumpers. So if there is a pushback bumper, we'll do the best we can to potentially have the most correct podium we possibly can. New leader right now.
Garzone goes to the front here in turn number 1. Maybe that little bit of a miss of the apex we saw to Keegan a couple of times. Keegan taking a little bit of a different line there in turn number 1.
Do you also take an opportunity midway through the race here? We're at lap number 7, still 13 laps to go. But every driver is going to want that one shot up front because, again, let's talk about this. You have a 3-driver breakaway, but when you have a 3-driver breakaway, what is the job of first and second? drop the last guy on the peloton. Do whatever you can to get rid of that guy in third to make it a two-driver battle. So everybody wants to take that shot up front to see if they're the one with the pace to be able to pull away.
The tactic the top three had was working. Weldon, he was 1.2 seconds down. Now he's 2.4 seconds down. And Kaminsky was smart. It so often is the case. A big event, you've just been past the lead. The initial reaction is to get back in front. Kaminsky went, no. He was smart and mature enough to say, we'll play the waiting game.
So let's have a look at that pass. We've watched Sebastian Garzon make the move to the inside of Keegan Kaminsky. Let's watch that right now, Mike.
Pretty straightforward deal here going down into turn number one. You can see them all line astern as they go into turn number one. Just moves slightly to the inside. Keegan does not fight too hard. Slide job there a little bit, but puts right in there. Now in turn number two, look at Brown. Not fight. He moves over left, let it go, and there it is, Garzon. Let's go forward.
And listen, even though he didn't really get to the apex, it was a beautiful entry pass, but that corner, turn number one, you can run wide and kind of conserve that speed and then race him over to turn two.
Exactly that. You can go in deeper than you would normally, and you've got room to work on the outside where the other driver can't counter.
Sadly, Truly Adams has had to retire, I believe. We've still got 39 drivers running down towards the back of the field there. You can see Della Vecchia, he's recovered to 29th position, just behind Gonzalez, Kim, Jackson Walney, Alexander Vonchev in 25th, Moya, Shea Aldrich is 23rd, Peyton Westcott up into 21st position, but they're all falling there. Half a minute now between Alex Mercado, another driver we said was going to feature. I think he's out of the race, as is Sankera and Gibson.
Tough for both of those drivers.
Halfway through this thing, and that is 10 laps. That's as long as the heat race is. Everything from here outside of what Friday with the long session, this is going to be uncharted territory.
Back-to-back passes in turn number one. First, Kaminsky making a move, and there it is right there. That's the point forward. Garzon's like, you took me, but let's go. Same goes for Nick Eggleston. He reeled in Oliver Weldon. Eggleston put the ruthless karting machine to the inside. He takes over P4. We'll see whether or not they can potentially line up to go to work. The other driver to watch right now is Diego Ardiles. He started ninth. He's up 6 spots. Fastest driver on the racetrack. 4.1 seconds behind the leaders. Was quicker by them by almost a full second. That last lap. Some issues here coming out of turn number 4.
Yeah, on the outside there, Kaminsky got passed by Garzon, and Turner Brown went for the move on lap number 12 out of 20, and a back end off the ground there for Keegan Kaminsky. And look at that, one little bit of contact, guys, and Garzon, the Olsen Racing driver, has suddenly got a huge lead. And despite this battling, they're still managing to pull away from Weldon, who's got Eggleston now right behind him with Ardiles.
Yeah, we're definitely going to want to see a replay of the contact that we had there, but again, that has shooken things up top a little bit. Sebastian Garzon with that gap, 0.7 of a second, but watch for Brown and Kaminsky to reel him back in. Let's have another look at the incident that we had there down in turn number 9.
See, Keegan Kaminsky's got it going in. Garzon goes to the inside. He's got it a little bit later there, but here's what it gets interesting, is where Brown tries to follow him through, and Keegan doesn't quite know. Look, though, Keegan points. It's all right, let's keep rolling. He knows it's still early days.
It looked to me like Brown was getting into the corner, had a little mid-corner understeer, kind of pushed off it. He had to recorrect, and that's when he got into the left rear. But here they are back up at it again. Brown takes the lead, but Kaminsky's going to try to get in there as well. So Garzon, who had a big lead, goes back to third. Oh, this thing's about to heat up. We just went past that halfway point, 12 laps down, 8 to go. And as Mike said, now we're into uncharted waters, right? We don't know how these karts are going to handle. Who went super low on tire pressure? Mike, you talked about this. Who's going to have the best car over the last 5 laps?
Brown hung out the entire first half of the race in third place, just letting the other two guys do their thing. Maybe having those lower air pressures, he's like, just let this thing come to me, boys, and now new leader.
That's one thing to break. At the start of these races, we don't talk much about that, but at the start of the races, the kart's not going to be very good, right? You're low on tire pressure. It's not going to be the way it's going to be over the last 5 laps. And if Turner Brown and he just sat back there and waited for those Vinkos to come up to the optimum temperature and pressure, he could be a driver to watch right now. Garzon throws it to the inside, book it, he'll go to P2.
And they've got a new chaser in 4th position. Diego Ardiles has passed Oliver Weldon. Weldon slipped back to 7th. It's Ardiles, Eggleston, Guillot, and Weldon, the next chasing group. They were 3.8 seconds behind the lead trio. Now they're 3.2. Weldon having to fight. It looks like Ardiles and Eggleston have broken clear as Guillot passes Weldon and Malcoup. But that move there from Kaminsky, from Garzon, it's given Turner Brown a little bit of an advantage. They've got to work together now to close back in on the leader.
most of these passes haven't really cost them a ton of time, like something like that could a little bit further back. And as long as they keep that up, that 3.5 second advantage they have, or 3 seconds for Kaminsky, it's going to be all right. But if they start getting hot and heavy and start doing it, say, in 5 and 6 in slower corners, it's really going to start to hurt them.
Working lap 15 right now. Again, the leader up front is Brown. Garzone in second, Kaminsky third, 3.4 seconds. And he's head back to that next driver, and that is Diego Ardiles on the RPG Cosmic, able to work his way by Nick Eggleston. So we'll continue to look at lap times there to see if Ardiles has the pace to potentially reel in these leaders. Otherwise, the drivers up front right now in a mano battle. 3 drivers fighting it out for the race win here to kick off 9 main events on Super Sunday here at the 26th running of the Super Nationals. This is exactly what we like. This is the kind of thing you need. I always say you only need 2 go-karts to have a race.
Oh, yeah.
3 is nice. I know there's some great stuff happening in the back, but the drivers up front are putting on a show. Brown leads them into turn 1.
And how many times have we seen third-party rule? The top 2 guys start to go defense in the final lap, and the third driver in line takes 2 for 1.
And the over-unders happen a lot at this racetrack where you're defending to the inside, Henry.
Well, Turner Brown is a fine exponent of that, going over-under on 5 drivers in the last corner of one of the heat races yesterday. But when the 3 drivers that you're watching on the screen now, they run line as third, they're about 0.2 of a second a lap quicker than Ardiles and Eggleston. However, on this lap, both Ardiles and Eggleston look quick, and they're going to need, though, as we start lap number 17 now shortly, Rob, they're going to need the 3 drivers in front to battle, and Ardiles and Eggleston, the temptation to take 4th place is going to have to be resisted, because they just in case, you never know.
Yeah, indeed that. Eggleston needs to work with Ardiles as much as he can. Now, this is the opportunity where you start figuring where you need to be. Do you want to be the leader? Do you want to be in second right now? Keegan Kaminsky's thinking, hey, listen, third might not be where I need to be. I'm going to have to make a pass here pretty soon, so things are about to shake things up as we'll have just 3 laps to go next time by.
It'll be interesting to see the next couple of times as Keegan goes through some of these hairpins. It looks like he's having a little bit harder time keeping the cart down to the inside and having a tighter arc. He lost a little bit of time through turn number 1 going into 2.
I like this from Keegan Kaminsky, I've got to say. He's staying 2 to 3 kart lengths off the rear bumper of Garzon and Brown so he can react.
Here they come down the straightaway once again. These laps are winding down, as we said. They'll see the 2 to go sign next time by. Turner Brown looks very comfortable up front, as Michael had said before. They kind of just hung around. He was right there, P3. Mike didn't really push the issue that much early on, waiting for those tires to come up to temp. That's where they are right now. The kart's about as good as it's going to be over these final couple of laps. This is a tremendous battle for the first race win. Brown, Garzone, and Kaminsky. A couple of West Coasters here in Brown and Kaminsky. Brown on the Speed Concepts Racing Machine. Garzone for Orsolon Racing. Kaminsky for GFC. This is the scrap. Coming down again, 2 to go this next time by. Who's in the right spot? Kaminsky's right there in third. Will he make a move? Here they come. Aaron Likens gives him the 2 to go.
2 West Coasters, 1 Colombian, and Colombian Garzon looks to the inside. The gap is 4 seconds. Provided there's no argy-bargy, these are your top 3. Garzon to the lead. Kaminsky follows it through. They both run wide. Here comes Turner Brown round the outside, but he's going to get squeezed. Garzon and Kaminsky are going to have the inside line for the run into 3.
Garzone now your new leader. Here's an over-under end for Brown. Watch him try to get him on coming out of turn number 4. Not quite enough forward bite to make a move. Thinks about the inside and turn 5, checks back in. Garzone now the leader. They'll see the white flag this next time by. It is almost done here for KA100 Junior. A barn burner to start off Super Sunday. Keegan Kaminsky got the second. That's where he knew he wanted to be. Brown does the over-under. What kind of a run does he have out of the corner? Not quite enough. White flag in the hands of our starter, Aaron Likens. This is it. The double checker will be out next. Garzone, your leader for Orsolon Racing. Kaminsky's right on the beer bumper. Does he look to the inside and 1? He'll cover him off. Here goes Kaminsky. Down to the bottom. Contact. They're way wide. Turner Brown's going to beat him over to turn 2. Kaminsky on the inside. Brown on the outside. Final lap here. Garzone going to look to the inside. He'll go side by side. Brown's going to come through. Down to the inside comes Garzone. What a great battle here on the final circuit. Kaminsky runs him wide. Garzone the leader, thinking about the side by side. Back through 5 and 6. This is it. Down over to turn number 9. The first race, lining up to see. Oh, yellow flags flying. You can't pass in that corner. Yellow flags are out. Kaminsky goes under the yellow. He's going to take it across the line, but no, he tries to back up. No, it's going to be Turner Brown, I believe, on the exit. Coming across the line. Turner Brown wins in Las Vegas. Brown wins an over-under. Kaminsky second, Garzone third, Eggleston fourth, Ardiles fifth. You want to say it or you want me to say it?
You know what set that up? Kaminsky going to the inside, making that defense happen, and Brown, again, doing the outside over in a yellow flag area.
Yeah, pass under the yellow, though. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, the thing is that the initial pass was under the yellow from Kaminsky. Brown was
he's through.
He's a rotation over. It should be good.
Yeah.
I love that. The first thing that Kaminsky got up, he went up there and he went to Garzon, put his hands up, went, I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Garzon realized, well, embrace. This is what it's all about, the sportsmanship from these young athletes.
So here's what they're doing. They're checking the pushback bumpers. They're going to dial things in. Of course, the race control will get as many. We want the top 10 all the way there just in case we shake things up. We'll try to get the best top 5 we possibly can before we go through tech right now. Brown, Kaminsky, Garzone, Eggleston, and Ardiles. And let's have a look at that last lap action in turn number 9.
The camera guys fixed on that yellow early, and we were able to see it. There's Keegan. He's already made the move in there. Great move. Unfortunately, yellow is in there. Perfect over-under for Turner Brown, just like he did in the heat race. Carries the speed off. That's your winner.
Wow, what a move by Turner Brown. Seeing it all happen. 37 thousandths of a second at the line. In fact, side by side, 3 wide, 83 thousandths of a second separating your top 3.
And it was the 879 Kart of Isaac Malkout that was in the barriers. Malkout had been battling for a place in the top 10. The corner workers did a superb job this weekend, but with the biggest field, we have 40 karts on circuit spread out over 20 laps. It does give the corner workers less time to move karts out of a dangerous position. So that kart had been there for 3/4 of a lap. The corner workers couldn't get to it. You could see the yellow flag waving. But yeah, unfortunately for Malkout, his race ends.
Could we have a better start to Super Sunday?
Oh.
And you know what?
Fantastic.
Hat tip to all those kids, too, because that was textbook perfect. Respect given.
Agreed.
Doesn't get any better
Last
than that.
lap of the race, too, man. Listen, you're going to have a little bit of contact here and there. Everybody's dicing. You're covering off the bottom. But, again, listen, situational awareness for Turner Brown. What a beautiful over-under to come out and be able to beat him to the line.
I mean,
Amazing.
that's 7 drivers he's passed coming out of the last corner in the last 2 races. He did 5 on yesterday. He's just done 2 there. We were working an event, Rob, earlier this year, the Rotax US Nationals at Newcastle Motorsport Park, and we asked Turner Brown to describe the junior racing. He went, "It be wild." So "It be wild," Turner Brown is unofficially, of course, your SuperNats Junior.
So, again, all those drivers sitting there, they don't really know if they're there yet or not because there's an opportunity to potentially again, this is what we're seeing here is unofficial here at this. So unofficial, we've got Keegan Kaminsky as this says Keegan Kaminsky as the race winner here on this unofficial results. We're seeing here is Turner Brown. So I'm going to look at live timing here right now, I think, right at this point here, right? So that's messing me up a little bit. Turner Brown, Keegan Kaminsky, Sebastian Garzone, Nick Eggleston, and Diego Ardiles, your top 5. Diego Guillo up 11 spots into 6. Oliver Weldon 7th. Javi Herrera in 8th. Stephen Miller 9th, and Mason Walters rounding out the top 10.
Further back there, as we just watched there, Chase Pasaglia, Brody Endel from Australia in 12th, Charlie Smith didn't feature as much as we were hoping him to in 13th position. Chris Wakefield, Beckett Friesen, Christian Mayer, Walter Jenkins the 4th, one of the Weekend All Race Diversity Wins drivers in 17th, John Antonino, Peyton Westcott. Just looking down the order there, Della Vecchia recovering to 23rd. But, you know, this is the conversation between drivers, the bit that I really love, how these young men and women, you know, conduct themselves after doing what we have just seen them. And looking there, so sadly not ever made it. Isaac Malkout, 31 drivers finished the race. Malkout went out. We lost Federico Diaz. So Federico Diaz, here we go. The first driver in the first of the roll-off drivers. He started 43rd, gained 7 places. So there is a $500 prize with the 4 roll-off winners. Whichever one makes the most positions up. Diaz up 7 places, even though he didn't finish. Jackson Walney, Archer Eversman, Alex Jacoby, Alex Mercado, Levi Sanguera, Jackson Gibson, Truly Adams, and Landon Skinner failed to finish.
So indeed, just waiting for SuperKarts USA officials to lock things down to figure out which drivers we're going to have work their way up to the podium area. Top 5, of course, coming to the podium here for the SuperNationals, looking at pushbacks. I'm assuming, based on all the stuff that happened on the track last lap, they're trying to go over that as well, get a final result there, as we do have some time. Scheduled start time for KA100 Master about 5 minutes from now. Those drivers are on the grid, so we're going to be going a little bit off schedule here, and hopefully we'll be able to work our way back up. But again, they're doing their best to get themselves dialed in here right now. So indeed, what a run, man. I just thought that was such a great race to get things underway. Just the kind of fight you want to see to get it all started, guys. Mike?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about how racy the track is, and you cannot ask for more. At the end of the day, there's the show that we're watching and we're trying to help put on here by talking about it, and the show that the drivers are putting on. They've got a canvas. They've got something to work with out here. Like, we saw passes here in 1, in 2, in 3. They almost thought about it going to the chicane. These guys did not, and even in the final corner. The only one we haven't seen yet, chicane, and, well, we saw earlier this week. It's going to happen again.
It will, especially when we get the big dogs in the pro categories. They're going to leverage every possible opportunity. But the bottom line is we had a great battle. Treated to one there from Turner Brown, Keegan Kaminsky, and Sebastian Garzon. We'll see how it all ends up playing out. We may see a driver like a Diego Guillo or an Oliver Weldon on the podium if we do have some pushbacks. But to me, the guys up front, I don't know that there was any contact that would have put a pushback on the top 3 drivers.
No, and I mean, I wonder. I mean, at some point, looking at that replay, just playing down. Keegan Kaminsky, you're coming through over that bump. The yellow flag is on a straight line, so I think he looked to the inside, and then he had committed to the move. Suddenly, I'm going up the inside. I'm already braking really, really late. There's a yellow flag. He realised that, but if he slams the brakes at that point, the back end of the car will go, and he'll wipe Garzon out easy. So I think it was stuck between a rock and a hard place as they came out of the corner. He crossed the line 400ths of a second ahead of Garzon, and I'm convinced he sort of backed up a little bit to say, okay, I wonder if just to see, almost so we could second guess to see what Kaminsky was doing, because it wasn't a sort of a deliberate thing where I don't care about the yellow flag.
Let's have a look at that replay again. We're here waiting. Might as well have a look at it here as they're pushing some carts up to figure it out. There's the yellow flag flying. You can see Kaminsky just come through the corner. That's a hard place to see a yellow flag, I would say that too, because you're kind of committing to the left-hander. There's the big bump right there, and it's all peripheral at that point. But the bottom line is it was the over-under. A little bit of a battle further back, too, between Eggleston and Ardiles. Eggleston actually able to get by Ardiles, who at the very end of the last lap, too. So a couple different passes on the final circuit. Drivers getting pushed up here right now. Not exactly sure how it's all shaken down at this point, but there's Weldon coming up in here as well. So I don't know if Weldon's part of this or not. We'll see. We're going to change things around a bit here.
I can't see Kaminsky's cart being pushed towards the podium.
Well, and again, that's not surprising to me.
And that's what I was just going to point out. I'm looking at Diego Guillot there. He was 6th. Looks like he's going to push up.
Okay, guys, I'm going to head down to victory lane. I'll let you guys handle him here. We got some celebrating to do.
Yes, indeed we do. So here we are. We are looking at 3 drivers. Can't see Nix Eggleston either. You can see the 850 cart of Sebastian Garzon. You can see the 897 cart. That is Diego Ardiles. The 810 cart of Oliver Weldon. The 810 cart coming into view now. Stephen Miller started on the road, finished 9th, but
there's obviously several things that have happened. So they're not just looking at pushbacks. Most likely, there was other things that happen on the circuit that the officials are taking a look at.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously Turner Brown, there he is, the Speed Concepts Racing driver, Alex Speed, the crew, looking, I can see down just below our commentary position, Mike, there, looking, through the fence there. They've got a big team of drivers here, and they've started Super Sunday here off with a win. And of course, once again, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching Kart Chasers coverage of Super Sunday, brought to you by Don't Sleep Energy Drink. I've got to say, Mike, it's good. We also haven't got Eggleston, Guio, Herrera, the other issues there. So the driver's waiting pencil. There is young Oliver Weldon. And Rob Howden, the voice of Supernats, will be who'll be our Master of Ceremonies. He's our Master of Ceremonies for the entire event. He will host the podium. Now, we are getting news that Garzon may have been declared the winner very unofficially. Our timing screen still says Brown. But looking at that Orsolan racing driver there, Columbia Sebastian R. Garzon, there's a fist going up in the air, a nod of the head. Pictures say 1,000 words. So I think.
Guys, I've got the results down here. We're ready to go, I think. All right, folks, let's get things underway. I have the top 5 or the results here in front of me, so we'll get things fired up and ready to go. Coming home, of course, there is some penalties, as we said, a number of them indeed. Finishing in the 5th spot today, number 801, Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller, P5. We'll get our first podium presentation underway here. So I said we're looking for putbacks, looking for on track. Finishing in the 4th spot, number 810, Oliver Weldon. Some great racing up front there with those 3 drivers. It was so much fun to watch. 3rd place, number 897, Diego Ardiles. Oh, so close to getting the victory here. Finishing in 2nd, number 868, Turner Brown. Great over-under. Just not quite enough at the end in terms of penalties. And the guy that will walk away as the race winner here in KA100 Juniors, a round of applause for number 850, Sebastian Garzon! What a race up front between these drivers. Before we get Sebastian, let's do a quick little interview. Who do you want to thank? That was a wild race.
To my team, Orsolan Racing, to my Engine BN Engines, to my parents, to my family, my sister that is watching in Colombia. I'm super happy. I don't have words right now.
Do you want to say some words in your home language?
Muchas gracias a todos los que me apoyaron y pues vamos para adelante.
Congratulations. Sebastian Garzon, ladies and gentlemen. What a victory for him. No words in terms of what it means to him to be able to win here at the Supernats, and he was in the middle of a 20-lap battle, start to finish, between Turner Brown, and Keegan Kaminsky. Wow, that was a great race. And indeed, this is something that could be indicative of what we'll see throughout the remainder of the day. Remember, pushback bumpers. We want to make sure we have the best podium we possibly can, as close as we possibly can. And indeed, pushback bumpers, the key, first and foremost. There's your podium. One more time, folks, the grandstands. A round of applause for our top 5 in KA100 Junior. What a way to start off Super Sunday. Mike, Henry, back to you guys.
Thank you, Rob. And look at the emotion there. You can see on our cameras, it must be Sebastian's parents down in the front of us here in the commentary box. The emotion pouring out, Mike. This is what karting is all about. For every high, there's a low. Obviously, Keegan Kaminsky and Turner Brown, we not want to second guess the decision-making process, but obviously, the unofficial podium there, that is the first Supernats 26 winner. There's the champagne. And the Colombian flag on the shoulder lapels of Garzon's race suit. South America have conquered Vegas in race number 1 of Super Sunday. There's Turner Brown and a very sporting there. You can see the Pickett Racing logos on Turner Brown's race suit. Oliver Weldon, now they're going to start trying to drink. Wouldn't drink the bubbly. But there we go. But of course, this broadcast that we're bringing you today on Kart Chaser, presented by Don't Sleep Energy Drink, would be possible without a whole host of sponsors. As the drivers in KA Junior celebrate, let's have a quick commercial break.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we are here and ready to get at it. This has been absolutely a fantastic start to this program. Again, KA100 Junior starting things off for us here. And again, next up, we're going to go right through the KA100s, the KA100 Master category up next. That's Mike and I's class, our favorite guys there. We're excited to have them here and ready to go. So again, this is going to be a barn burner as well, because this is the guy that they are chasing right now. A former X30 Senior winner here at the SuperNationals, Ben Cooper, the British driver, now a Canadian citizen as well. His, of course, Ben Cooper Racing Academy. He's running for Rawlison Performance Group. This is a guy that they're going to be chasing here. He's super strong.
And Rob, you know exactly how strong he is because he's coached you. So you know, there's an insight into the metric. And look at that. He has just got his cart there facing the right way. What about this guy, Wildcard? You can never discount Laurent Schumann. And if they gave out trophies for aggressiveness and heart, he'd win every time.
Yeah, he'll dig it in for sure. Cooper and Mardan, that's your front row. Ben Cooper on the Rawlison Performance Group Cosmic. Mardan on the Technokart USA Techno Chassis. Road 2, Bobby Kelly's been very impressive on the red speed for Mike Manning Karting. He'll start alongside the Inter MS driver number 431 of Franco Crivelli.
And how about this story? His first two-stroke race in 15 years, starting P5, 423 Jesse Gwynn. Another driver with a great story, KC Cook. all the battles he's doing. He goes from row number 3 alongside Renato Yeda David and Matthew Waters on row 4.
We'll see Nicky Coelho and Martin Stone, last year's winner, on row number 5. Row 6, Kip Foster, 4-time SuperNationals winner, alongside Wisconsin's Wes Steege.
Randy Klimek and Miguel Mia are on row number 6 with, then you've got Morgan LeBaron and then Martin Stone.
Looking a little different than the grid that we have here, but we'll go with what we got. TJ Neville's on row number 8 alongside Mingyang Zhu, and then Jakob Nairi and Dennis Holler on row number 9.
What a story, Holler. This is his
no doubt.
first ever two-stroke race. There's Randy Klimek a little bit further down the order. Carl Yachinsky next. Scott Cherry, Tim Mayer are on row 11. Gary Glanger and Alexander Del Bon round out your top 24.
Driver we've seen many times here at the SuperNats for Mike Manning karting, Nick DeGraff, now living overseas, coming back for this event. He'll start inside of row 13 alongside Kogan Wright. Carlos Calderon, the NorCal driver, in the 495, starting inside of row 14 alongside Kyle Walder.
Scott Carapalati and Luis Codiero are on row number 15. Gary Hall and Scott Kopp go from row 16.
Scott Carapalati's brother Kim, veteran drivers in North American karting. He'll be on the inside of row 17 alongside my friend, 68 years young, Tom Gershner for Magic Kart USA.
Jaime Labastida and Francisco Barber go from row number 18, and Brandon Ward and Randy Russell on row number 19. This is Veterans Day weekend, and we salute Brandon Ward, a former service veteran.
Indeed we do. Craig Vasquez and Abel Martinez to cap off the top 40 drivers, and the remainder of the field, couple left over I believe in here to cap it off. Indeed, 6 more drivers. What a field for the KA100 Masters. Diego Bustinza and Hugo Sens. John Stanascu and Keithan Hutchins, Luis Quiones and Ron Schoonover. Schoonover and Quiones, I don't believe starting. Schoonover not here this week, and he was a withdrawal.
Yes, an early withdrawal, but still that leaves us with plenty of action. Now, this is going to be another 20-lap race, and I've got to say they'll be looking to how do we get Ben Cooper out of the way. You've got to drag Cooper into a fight, haven't you, Rob?
That's it. Like I said, someone needs to be the disruptor. Someone's got to get in front of him. They got to keep him in the pack. If he's able to get some open racetrack right now, Ben Cooper, who has been so good, could be able to pull away. I think the interesting thing, Mike, as well, we'll come back to this after, but he did make some changes for heat race number 3 to try to get even better. It didn't go the way they wanted. So even though you go the wrong way, you can come back to your baseline. They learned more about the chassis setup. Cooper and Mardan on the front row, Kelly and Crivelli row 2, Gwynn Cook row 3, David Waters row 4, Coelho and Stone row number 5. Here they come. Cooper on the inside, your fast qualifier Mardan on the outside. Race 2 of 9 about set to get underway here on Super Sunday. They'll crawl the way up into the kink before turn number 1, and we will go racing with KA100 Master. Nice slow start. Cooper controlling the pace. They're into the groove. Green, 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 and underway. Cooper's going to hold the spot. He's down to the bottom of the racetrack. Right on the back of him is the Inter-MS driver Crivelli. He gets out cleanly. Decent little start. Further back, 3-4 wide. Couple of drivers collected potentially. Locking it up. 3 or 4 involved in there. Wes Steege, one of the drivers. Gary Glanger involved as well. An incident in turn number 2, but otherwise, we are racing.
Yeah, Morgan LeBaron was also in there, but if you notice that Crivelli going into turn number 1, he was right on the bumper of Ben Cooper, and he just eased the techno kart of Mardan out of the way, though Mardan was able to recover to 3rd position. This is a disaster in terms of the rest of the field, because as they come out of turn number 9 to complete lap number 1, Ben Cooper looks over his shoulder, and there's nothing but clean air.
So here's the thing, Mike, let's talk about this. Ben Cooper's going to be one of the best guys on cold tires and at the start of a race with low pressures. This guy is a professional. He's amazing. This is his opportunity to pull away.
Absolutely, and I was curious that when you said that they made changes to the kart, and that was the one time he looked a little bit, call it weaker than he was before. Well, hey, they went the wrong way, and it showed. Now what you have is Cooper out front. It's going to come down to what looked like a very fast Crivelli in that final heat race, as well as Mardan.
Yeah, Crivelli obviously ended up nicely on situation Saturday, so able to get a good starting spot there on the outside of road number 2. He has leveraged that. We have a 3-driver breakaway, Cooper, Crivelli, and Mardan. Then it's the run back to Casey Cook, who's a little bit further back. Cook back by about a full second, but he's in the middle of a fight because Bobby Kelly's in there, Matthew Waters is in there, Jesse Gwynn, Kip Foster, Renato Yader David, Nicky Coelho. That's your top 10. Those guys further back, elbows up already.
Casey Cook losing a position there at turn number 9, the number 4, 9, 8 car running a little bit wide. But here's something that we didn't maybe predict to see. Crivelli and Mardan quicker on the last lap than Ben Cooper. Oh, and there's a problem. That is the number 416, I believe. That could be Kim Karapalati.
That was also Gary Hall that was in there, I believe, too. Very interesting place for that to happen at the entrance to the pit lane. They were not on the same page heading down. That's not going to be good for Gary Hall. I know his friends, the laser snakes over there in their HRT tent, are going to love that.
There's Ben Cooper leading the way. There's the captain, of course, back then to the driver running P4 right now, which I believe Matthew Waters. I think he's got himself up to the 4th position now. Cooper across the line. Again, not the fastest driver on the racetrack. Only a half a second separate your front-running trio. Laurent Martin, purple last time by.
Now, oh, here we go. Move for the lead. Crivelli leads, but Cooper gets the crossover. Fantastic, calm, cool and collective from Ben Cooper as behind them there's a little bit of incident, but Crivelli goes back into turn number 3.
This is what needs to happen. Crivelli needs to take the fight to him, as does Martin, because you were talking about those guys being faster now. Well, they needed to find something. Cooper, I'm sure, is on lower air pressure. He's just going to keep getting faster and faster and faster. Crivelli looked good in the last heat. Taking the fight to Cooper is the best thing you can do. Now, will Cooper immediately fight back like he did right away, or will he push for a lap?
Well, this is it right now. Early on, early days, kind of pulling away. Ben Cooper knows that he has the pace to pull away, but just not right now. Early on here, Crivelli's been very good. If I were Cooper, I would think he'd probably try to push away potentially to get rid of Martin. If you can drop Martin and make it a one-on-one battle, obviously Cooper's going to be in a really good position.
Yeah, and maybe even Crivelli and Martin, they've set their karts up to be strong at the start of the race, thinking, okay, we've got to be quick at the start to prevent Cooper pulling away. The question is, can they stay on the same pace as we move into the second half of the race, into uncharted territory, those longer laps they've never run before this week?
I think it's a really good point that maybe they would go a little higher at the tire pressures to make sure you don't let him pull away. Sure, if you can keep him in the middle of a fight, he may be better at the end, but at the very least, you can't let him stretch away early. Crivelli out nicely.
Eyeballs on Matthew Waters, P4 driver, now starting to bridge the gap up here to the Martin driver, and that's what you just pointed out, Henry. That's why I looked at him. Fastest on track, P4 driver Waters.
And again, that's another one of the RPG cards. So remember, Waters having all the opportunity to sit down, look over all of Ben Cooper's data. They got the same feel on it because I was there last year. He was the guy that was coaching me. There was so much data available to us here. Big wreck coming down to 1. A driver's gone off, dropped the wheel. Not really dropped the wheel, tucked the wheel, and the number 456 involved there. Francesco Barba into the barriers, coming into turn number 1.
Kip Foster in 5th position. He had his fastest lap from qualifying disallowed, so he's had to fight back from adversity this weekend. And here comes Waters. We had a trio for the lead, and we could have a quartet. What will Ben Cooper do? Will he stick or will he twist? Because he doesn't want to be in a multi-kart battle. 3 is manageable, 4 is an issue.
And further back from them, actually, I'm looking at Kip Foster. You just mentioned him, and Casey Cook. Cook had flipped, or he had gone backwards quite a bit. Moved for the lead right now as I'm talking about that. Cooper up front, but watch Waters going to join. 4-kart battle up there, side by side into turn number 5. This is the chicane, the slowest part of the circuit. Cooper wisely lets him go. Crossover right here, he'll have an opportunity. See the run form. If you were able to get in a better line, you can have the run already to the inside. Turn number 9, Ben Cooper. And behind him, here comes Waters.
Waters goes to the inside of Martin. Crivelli was very good coming out of 3 and 4, did a nice over-under coming out of 4 after Cooper had to pitch wide the tight on the entry, having made the pass in 3. So we got ourselves a bit of action right now, a little more maybe than we would have expected. But again, we expected was an opportunity for Cooper to pull away. That's not happened. Instead, just like we saw in race number 1, the KA100 Juniors, we have ourselves a great scrap. Cooper, Crivelli, Martin, Waters, a driver on the move, up into 3rd.
And just to finish that point, the 2 drivers behind him, Foster and Cook, those 2 drivers working together. Again, Cook had fallen back, and he's worked his way back up, now linked up with Foster, trying to make inroads to the top 4.
So the front guys got to watch themselves. They're doing a bunch of racing right now. It's a front-running quartet, but there's a couple of guys coming. As Mike had said, Kip Foster, 4-time winner here at the SuperNats, finally rolling up. 3-position improvement, +3. He's P5, Cook right there. Those 2 drivers on the screen going to try to keep working their way forward to see if he can't get in the middle of this fight.
And behind the top 6, can't speak highly enough. 8th position for Jesse Gwynn. 15 years out of seat, but there's a move. Oh, Cooper runs a little bit wide, but he's got the line for 3. Will someone dive up the inside? He's not going to let them.
defense out of Cooper into 3. That's interesting that he went defensive right there.
Wow.
But
There's
maybe
Waters
moving up as well. RPG. Now here it is. Side by side once again, Crivelli. He's going to make the move. Wisely, Waters backs off. Look at the run form. That's what you got to do.
And that's going to give a little bit to Cooper as well, because he obviously had to kind of give it up a little bit with a short and more shallow entry coming down in. Walters going, making the move to the inside at turn number 9 as well. So Matthew Waters, the Aussie, up into second spot. RPG 1-2. This is an opportunity for Cooper to pull away.
Well, remember, Waters bridged the gap. He caught those guys, so he knows he's got pace, and it's time to go right now.
Exactly that. Things are getting interesting. We're not even to the halfway point. Crossed halfway flags next time by. Here he goes to the inside. Crivelli again to the bottom. Crivelli gets by Waters. This is exactly what Ben Cooper was hoping for.
Crivelli had to do it, but there's Waters. Oh, into turn number 3. Waters drives in very deep. This could be it for Cooper. Suddenly, the gap grows 10, 15 kart lengths. I was going to say Crivelli had to try and separate those two Rollerson Performance Group karts, because you know the two teammates aren't going to battle till the very end.
Waters right there is like, come on, bro, let's go. He wants, look at how much they lost right here. You can't fight that hard. Crivelli keeping it tight.
And guess who just arrived on the scene? Kip Foster and Casey Cook are in the draft now. They are there. Look at this run. That is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, and never count out the Aussie Kip Foster. He puts his head down. He's not a 4-time winner for nothing, folks. The Burrell Arc driver is there. He puts himself now onto the rear bumper. They're pushing hard to try to get themselves up. Right there again, Lauren Tumardan, who started off pole, currently 4th. Foster's coming, though. Walter's actually starting to stretch. He's trying to see if he can get a little bit here now, maybe a couple of lengths, maybe one coming out as Crivelli continues to push.
You see Mardan look behind him and see Foster and go, crap,
what
let's
just
go.
happened?
Let's just push forward. He's trying to eke him on. Now Foster just bridged the gap. Is he going to go run right now, or is he going to push? He's going to wait at least for turn 9.
And ignore on the top left-hand side of your screen, the main event is not finished. If it was a heat race, it would be finished. But we're just at half distance of this 20-lap race. The gap was 9/10 of a second last time by.
Well, maybe a little less now. Matthew Waters just went purple again. The two RPG carts up front, 1-2, are absolutely rolling here right now. Great run for Matthew Waters. He started in the 6th spot, worked his way up and caught that lead group. And there's Kip Foster with a move to the bottom of the racetrack. He'll go side by side with Mardan. Get a hand up. There was some contact there. Foster gave it back up. Contact coming in, but this time he wants to move. He actually let Mardan come back in. Then Mardan chopped him coming out of 4.
Yeah, when he also, another driver, a big issue in turn number 1, but he also did not want to fight that hard. He's like, if we keep going back and forth, we're going to end up losing even more time.
That's Tom Gerstner, who's gone off here coming into the corner of turn number 1. Bent axle, the right rear of the car bent. So that's it for Gerstner. They'll pull that car out of the way. Again, 12 laps down, 8 to go. Just past the halfway point. And here's the scrap we have right now. Foster, who tried to get Mardan, didn't quite get it. Wasn't clean enough for him. He kind of pointed him back by in turn 4. Mardan then pinched down, coming to the exit of 4. They almost got together. What it's done, though, guys, it's created that gap right now between Crivelli in 3rd, Mardan and Foster at 4th and 5th.
I mean, a lap ago, Waters, who was sort of Ben Cooper's thinking, okay, this is great, I got my teammate behind me, but he was actually bringing Crivelli, Mardan, Foster, and Cook with him, and it wasn't until Mardan and Foster started battling that the gap opened up again.
So obviously the disruptor there for a bit was Matthew Waters. Let's have a look at that pass he made to grab 2nd place away from Crivelli.
Perfectly done up the inside, and then it crosses back over. Look, hand in the air like it was like not enough room, but that was perfect.
I thought that was textbook, yeah.
He may not have liked it because he was losing time or something, but that was perfect.
This is Super Sunday. You don't just knock and say, excuse me, I'm coming through if you don't mind.
Ooh, look at this fight further back. That's Carlos Calderon in the middle of scrap. Quiones, Nairi, TJ Nevels. That's the big fight there right now, just inside. That's Scott Kopp in there as well. I think Kopp was making a move to the inside of Calderon. That's just inside the top 20.
Yeah, I think Tay Myra is also in that scenario as well. So it's all hot and heavy no matter where you go. Everybody wants to get it done. You see Calderon right there getting it done on Meyer, and then Nick DeGraff, I think, is in there as well.
That's DeGraff as well on the MMK machine. So a couple little looks a little further back in the pack. There's a lot of great racing all the way through this massive KA Master category. This the class brought into the SuperNationals last year with a number of entries and a great field as well. I think 46 entered. I think 43 or 44 actually taking the green here. But again, the fight up front is not yet done at all. They've closed up a little bit here on Ben Cooper. Watch the fight as they come again through turn number. This is the scrap further back in the pack. These guys are really going at it coming out of turn number 9.
Yeah, that was the number 409 kart, that orange, that yellow and blue, that bright yellow and blue EOS kart of Randy Klimek. Further to the back in the pack there. Holler is still 13th, the German driver on his two-stroke debut. Gwynn is still 8th, but the gap between Crivelli in 3rd and Mardan in 4th is now growing. It's over a second. I think that Waters and Crivelli are now the only 2 drivers that have got a chance of catching Cooper, and they are.
Yeah, indeed they are. They can continue to close up here. Another purple lap for Crivelli, although Ben Cooper just turned his fastest lap on lap 15, and that is when you've done your homework in terms of tire pressure. He is just starting to have that thing come alive. So think about how good he was over the first half. He's putting down better and better laps right now. And again, with 5 laps to go, this is where the professor, a guy like Ben Cooper, can make it happen. But can it be the Aussie, his teammate Matthew Waters? Does he have what it takes to steal it away?
Well, I'll tell you what, if they catch him, try it now. Don't wait. Another big hit here in turn number 1.
That's Kyle Yachinsky, and out of the car and hops over there. So, hey, this is Vegas. He put on a show, maybe not the show that he intended to, but a show nonetheless. You mentioned the professor. This is a very Alain Prost-esque drive from Cooper. He doesn't have to win by 10 seconds. All he's got to win by is 1/10 of a second.
Indeed. Good to see Kyle Yachinsky get out of there. Got a chance to race with him last year. Got into the barriers, looped around, and the forces just shot him out of the top of the cart and helicoptered onto the ground. Jumped up, and of course, much to the delight of the crowd. Here we go again. Laps winding down. 16 laps in. Another fast lap for Crivelli. This guy, P3, keeps putting down purple laps, but another fast lap for Ben Cooper. He's getting better and better. I would say only a matter of time before we see a purple lap at a Ben Cooper, even without the draft, but it is close up front. We had 3 drivers in the battle in Junior, 3 drivers here in Masters as well. Coming across the line, 17 down, 3 to go.
This is going to be the first shot for Waters. He might be close enough at the end of the straightaway. Let's see if he takes a shot at the inside, down into turn number 1. Not this time. If it was going to be, it was going to be a lunge. Let's see if he can do a little bit better in the infield, where Cooper, I think, is a little bit better.
He looked really good through the exit of 1 and through 2, gave himself at least a length coming through. You wonder where Crivelli's going to start getting aggressive. This is the thing, right? 3rd, really not the place to be, although we saw the overcome from Turner Brown. That worked. I don't know if that's going to happen race after race.
I think Crivelli's hanging out in 3rd going, I can't get to him by myself. I need to get those 2 guys to fight. Then I got a shot.
And again, it's a couple of RPG drivers working together here, Henry. Rawlinson Performance Group 1-2 on the Cosmic, the Inter-MS machine, again at Crivelli. 2 to go this time by. What kind of lap do we get out of Ben Cooper? What did I say?
Now he goes purple. It's almost like you've done this before here in Vegas, Rob. But I've got to say, Crivelli must be confident in his kart. And now we're going to start seeing Cooper defending. 2 to go. Crivelli must have confidence to sit behind and not try and pass one of the 2 teammates and split the 2 RPG carts. But it's game on here in Vegas with a lap and a half to go. Crivelli, what a move, but who's going to get the cutback?
That was a huge move right there, because Waters was still thinking he had a shot at it. Crivelli from 3rd to 1st. Massive move.
Here we go, folks. Final lap for KA100 Master. Ben Cooper trying to set up the run out of turn number 9. His teammate Matt Walters right behind him. He realized there's nobody there. Crivelli will lead lap number 19, but this is the one that counts on Super Sunday. Ben Cooper right there, and the RPG's been the dominant factor all weekend long. Does he make the move to the inside? Here's the dive bomb to the bottom to the inside. Book it. He's through, but here comes Waters. They're side by side. Matt Waters takes the lead.
That's the crossover we've been talking about. If you're a third party, you got it. Waters back there, and here comes Mardan to the party.
Matt Waters all the way from Australia. Can Matthew Waters come home with the win? He's got room. Here comes Cooper to the bottom of the racetrack. I don't think they're going to have anything for Matthew Waters. It was a long plane ride here from Australia to Las Vegas. He'll have a partner in the side of the seat on the way home. It'll be a SuperNats 26 trophy. The winner for RPG, Matthew Waters. Waters wins. Cooper 2nd. RPG 1-2. Mardan back up into 3rd. Franco Crivelli in 4th. Kip Foster 5th. Casey Cook 6th. Jesse Gwynn 7th. Nicky Coelho 8th. Bobby Kelly 9th. And Renato Jader David rounding out the top 10. But remember, folks, we saw a big shakeup in race number 1 in terms of pushback bumpers. We'll see how it plays out here. Bumpers, potential on-track penalties that can get laid out. Lot still to come. We can see the drivers here down here congratulating each other. Matthew Waters able to get the victory. Look at that. Mardan giving him a hug as well. Same with Ben Cooper. Listen, this does my heart good as a KA100 Masters category guy. Being here and being able to see these guys, that is what this category is all about.
And Casey Cook there, his story, to quote the late great Murray Walker, I might have to stop because I've got a lump in my throat. That was superb. I have to say, at the first day, we were thinking, Masters, that might be the outlier, the one race that doesn't necessarily get the crowd on their feet. Oh boy, were we wrong.
Folks, the helmet's off for Matthew Waters. A round of applause for the Aussie coming in with a big victory. Amazing drive. Let's have a look on the big screen, folks. Have a look at that pass, guys. What a move.
Going down to turn number 1, and you can see there's a little bit of a late move. Perfect, though, done by Cooper. Goes a little bit wide. Perfect over, under, sets it up. Just getting past Cooper there, and there's a little bit of a curb shot for Cooper. That allowed Crivelli in there, and as soon as that infighting happened, they all but gave it to the Waters driver.
And you can see right there that Ben Cooper was thinking about holding on to the inside, but thought better of it and thought maybe a chance over in 4, maybe a chance in 7, but at the end, it did not come to fruition. Provisional results see Matthew Waters with the win, Ben Cooper second, Laurent Mardan in third, Franco Crivelli fourth, Kip Foster to round out the top 5, and once again, just waiting for the final results to come down before we know which drivers will take over to victory lane.
I mean, we can't see them all there now, but I mean, Casey Cook, top 6, fantastic. Jesse Gwynn, welcome back to two-stroke racing, provisionally finishing P7. Nicky Coelho, Bobby Kelly, Renato Yeda, David in 10th. Mike, looking down the order for Jesse Gwynn, what a result. Also then, Miguel Mia, Martin Stone, Mingan Zhu, Dennis Holler, first ever race. Germany, stand up, top 14 position for the Race Lab TB Kart driver.
Fantastic race from the top, from the start to the finish, mind you, and the amount of sportsmanship from these guys. Again, they're all 30 plus. A lot of these guys have been doing it for a very, very long time. And again, 2 races down, super clean at the front.
And the Romanian flag on the top of Laurent Mardan's crash helmet. Romania got a shot with David Vasile later on, but Laurent Mardan, that was a fighting drive for the Techno Kart USA importer. The beauty of these things, okay, Ben Cooper, he's been a championship-winning driver. He's a professional in every sense of the word. The rest of the field, they've got all the senior drivers, they got stories to tell. Whether they work, they got businesses, they're involved in the industry. Whether they raced as a kid, went out of the sport, came back in. They got families, they got other issues going on, like with Casey Cook. I mean, they all, the Masters class, some of my favorite because of the people in it, and the people in it make the sport, and what a show they have put on. Every single one of those drivers virtually have had to overcome some form of adversity this week. And there's Kip Foster. Again, he lost his fastest lap in qualifying, so he had to fight for the back of the grid in one race, and he is up there. And I'm just looking there, Mike, across the line. Here we go. 2.1 seconds separated the top 6 at the end of 20 grueling laps of racing.
And behind that fight for the front, we were just behind in the camera. You could see it was a drag race for 5th between Foster and Cook. 60 thousandths of a second at the line, advantage Foster.
Quicker than a hiccup. And now the drivers I can see. So Rob Howden once again will be our master of ceremonies for the podium. While we get the podium set up, once again, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching Kart Chasers coverage of Super Sunday here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, brought to you by Don't Sleep Energy Drink.
lane as we get set to go here once again. The drivers of the KA100 Master category. Obviously a bit of adjustment in the top 5. We know that's going to happen with some pushbacks and penalties. So the driver coming into 5th. What a great story. P5. Put your hands together for K.C. Cook. P5. Great, fantastic run there for KC Cook and the Boost Foundation. Look that up, folks. This guy is an inspiration for sure. KC Cook coming home P5 here today. Finishing in the 4th spot, 4-time race winner, Kip Foster. Foster, P4. Drivers of KA100 Master were racing here today, were they not? Finishing in 3rd spot, number 482, Laurent Mardan. Mardan, P3. Drivers up front were in a scrap from start to finish. Finishing as your 2nd place driver, number 429, Ben Cooper. Ben Cooper coming home 2nd. With the driver getting the win, a final lap pass, tremendous run. Put your hands together for Matthew Waters, my winner here today, KA100 Master. Matthew, let's talk a little bit here before you take off. You caught everybody. You got up there early into the fight. But walk us through that last lap. That was unbelievable.
Yeah, I was going down the straight on the last lap, and I was looking behind, hoping I had a gap. I know I wanted the 3rd. You know, at a race like this, 2nd's definitely going for the win. So I thought if I can do an over/under somewhere, and it just happened to work out at the first turn.
Just give me your thoughts on winning here at the SuperNats. This is a big event.
Yeah, to be honest, it's I've had a great time with the Mike Rollison from the Rollison Performance Group, and they've been super helpful. And, I mean, I've been loving every minute of being here, the way the race is run. I've had a great time.
Congratulations. Get that trophy. Get up on top. I'll tell you, we know there's going to be lots of people watching back home in Australia for this driver who just came in here with RPG and put it on top of the box. Like I said, when he flies back to Australia, he'll have a little stablemate there alongside him in the seat, the airline seat, because that is the trophy as the winner of SuperNats 26 and KA100 Master. What a drive here today. So again, we'll spray the champagne here still as well. But one more thing that goes along with winning here in KA100 Master, that is the BRM timepiece. That timepiece worth over $4,000. Actual custom SKUSA 26 BRM time. Champagne's for the top 3, right? It's just top 3 for the champagne. There you go. Get after it. 4th and 5th will peel off. Waters is getting doused up pretty with the champagne, but don't go anywhere. Oh, Mardan, impressive, getting after KC Cook there as well. Everybody but Waters can stay there. Matthew, you stay up there because we got to bring you one more little piece here, the BRM. So we're bringing that over here right now for Matthew Waters. Again, BRM has been a big supporter of everything we've done here at the SuperKart USA SuperNationals for many years. And again, the opportunity for them to put together a custom piece, custom SuperNationals 26 timepiece from BRM. So many fantastic drivers, even some Formula One guys have those timepieces as well. So Waters chilling out here right now, getting ready to enjoy himself. We'll get that timepiece over for him. And that'll be something that he'll be able to take along with, not just a trophy, not just the memories of being here at the SuperNationals, but also this custom timepiece that he'll be able to show off and put in that trophy case as well. SuperNationals 26, 2 races already in the books. Tom Kutcher, he's got his BRM on as well. He's going to come up and award Matthew Waters with this BRM timepiece, a beautiful piece of machinery. Very nice. And get that out for him. As we know, we do this each and every year. And again, great to have BRM as a longtime partner of SuperKarts USA. And again, Matthew Waters, as we said, well deserving of this. A tremendous run for him. Caught that lead group, worked his way into it, and methodically got himself into the place he needed to be. And yeah, he was 3rd on the last lap. But again, like he said, he knew that the guy in 2nd, his teammate Ben Cooper, was going for it. This is his SuperNats. He made the move. He pulled off a beautiful over-under and came out of turn number 2 with the race lead that would eventually become the race win. So that caps things off down here, of course, on Victory Lane. There they are, the BRM timepiece, the SuperNats 26 race trophy. Tom Kutcher, and your winner today in KA100 Masters is Matthew Waters.
Thank you very much, Rob. And Moving swiftly on. What a great result. Obviously, commiserations, Mike, to Crivelli there, Franco Crivelli. Not quite sure what the issue was, but we saw him very dejectedly sort of cruising back to the pit lane in his car, whether it was a contact issue, whether it was a pushback issue, whether there was some other form of issue that we're not aware of, but commiseration to him. But a great race. And I think we got another great race coming right up, because it is time when they clear the circuit. If that wasn't enough for you, ladies and gentlemen, we have got KA Senior on its way now. And, we've got some of the superstars of yesteryear in KA Masters, the last race. This next race, it's going to be one of the superstars of the future leading them away, Ernesto Rivera. There he is on your screen. First time out as a senior, and this could be one of his swan songs in karting. He will embark on a single-seater Formula 4 career in Spain. There is the driver that will try, the first driver that will try to dethrone Rivera. That's Chase Jones, the MPG Motorsport Kart out of the Midwest. There is Donovan Bonilla in Kart 980. He will go off from P3, the inside of the next row. That's the number 956, Oliver Calvo, a driver that we've hardly mentioned. He has been quietly going about his business. Could he be a dark horse? Further back, there's the 910 Kart, Brandon Lemke. There are a whole host of potential winners starting deep, and I mean deep, Mariana Trench deep in the field, that could win. There is one of them, the 990 Kart Fast, Frankie Mossman. He rolls off P22. He's going to have to live up to his nickname, is the driver from Newport Beach, California. There's another driver, Dalton Haynes. A big thumbs up from the Kart Republic TKG racing driver. The wind, Mike Smith, is picking up again. We had it on the first day of qualifying. The wind is blowing from the same direction. It's going to be behind the drivers, giving them a little bit of extra speed down the main straight. It's blowing right into our faces here. So at home watching, if you can hear the wind buffering on the microphones a little bit, then please forgive us. And what about this guy, Oliver Hodgson, Kings Lynn's own Oliver Hodgson, 34th on the grid. He's doing double duty. We're going to see him a lot further up in X30 Pro. But as things stand, watch out for the driver from the same small Cambridgeshire town in England as George Russell. But he emulate Russell by becoming a Supernats winner there. There is the 905 car. That is Alex Stanfield on the Gillard. It's his first time here, and I bumped into Alex's mum last night, who said that she's really, really proud of the way that Alex is driving. Another driver. Hey, we could have a winner here from any one of the top 10, 12 rows of the grid, even more. Depends how they get away. How do they race? There's another potential winner, the 976, Harley Keeble, Grimsby's #1 sportsman, I can say. The Sodi USA driver, Bertrand Pignolet from Sodi Kart is here. The Sodi USA karts look absolutely superb. There's that the French flair and then the stars and stripes. A really good marriage of a graphics kit. Keyboard, just having a look down there. Let's check. Is it all both together? Am I looking good on camera? Well, you're looking good on both cameras. The one on your kart and the kart chaser one that is going to watch you roll off here very, very shortly. Oh, Dalton Haynes. Mike, this is going to be a tough one to keep track of, because you're going to have the front runners and then you're going to have the top stars starting deep in the field coming through.
Absolutely. You're going to have all kinds of action going on with the drivers who are further back from issues earlier in the week. And I'll tell you right now, you mentioned it in that little opening, the wind has picked up. The wind did not exist during Masters. And so for the drivers on the grid and rolling out right now in Senior, in KA Senior, everything they've got is set up for what we've had the last couple of days with no wind. Now the wind is there. Will that change in the gearing department a little bit down the straightaway? I'm sure we'll see a little bit more speed come down in turn number 1.
You can see the multitude of flags here that represent the drivers that are racing this weekend, blowing. They're giving a back wind down the main straight. Ernesto Rivera and Chase Jones will go from row number 1. Donovan Bonilla and Chase Hand go from row 2. Oliver Calvo, Paulie Massimino, Aidan Rudolph, Colin Lloyd, Peyton Phillips, and Jesus Vasquez Jr. round out your top 10. Row number 6, 2 potential winners there. Fernando Luque and Brandon Lemke. Caleb Gafara in the newly livery Leading Edge Motorsport Kart. He shares row number 7 with Connor Ferris. Race Liberante and Nate Cicero are up next.
Ethan Lampe will be there on the inside of row number 9 alongside Alexander Kardashian, then John Burke and Dustin Saliveri at the end.
The Tesoro Raceworks car of John Burke there, rounding out your top 20 on row number 11. Okay, you can still pick a winner from the next bunch of drivers. Blake Nash and Frankie Mossman, P21-22. Christian Miles and Donald Haynes go from row number 12. Pick a winner, Josh Campbell, Harley Keeble, row 13.
Yeah.
And Brandon Carr starts on row 14. Oh, no, that's one of the Sony cards. Can't quite see a number.
Is that
it's
Keeble?
No, it's 912. Oh, Vinny Mascalis.
Yeah, tough one for Vinny Mascalis, guys. Out on the opening lap, you do all that work. And to go out on the opening circuit, and especially a category where you have had to race your way in, like the one here in KA100 Senior. But again, time to go racing as the drivers will dial things in here. Once again, looking forward to this one. It's going to be a heck of a battle up front between these drivers here. As we know, Ernesto Rivera, Chase Jones, both these drivers have been incredibly good throughout the entire week. Donovan Bonilla's been strong as well. Chase Hand, for me, has been that guy that's just never stopped. He's kept digging. It hasn't been perfect, but they put together 3 great races, and Chase finds himself on the outside of row number 2. Field now set, and look at these drivers just dialing things in. The young Rivera only turning to the senior categories in October, and he finds himself on the pole for KA100 Senior at SuperNats 26. Field getting set to go, and we will light them up here momentarily. They'll work their way into this end part of the straightaway. Our flagmen waiting, and the green flag is there. Green, 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 racing down into turn number 1.
It's a good start from Rivera. He covers off the field. Now his rivals need to organize themselves and do it quickly to prevent Rivera from setting sail in the desert.
Indeed, getting things underway through 3 and 4 for the first time, just like we saw in KA100 Master. Rawlson Performance Group 1-2 up front as the drivers are all settling in here now. Donovan Bonilla with a solid start as well. He gets himself into the fight. Everybody else got to lock it in. Chase Jones goes into P3, and again, everybody else settling in right now. Again, the opening lap coming in. We'll look to give you the top 10 as they work their way around. Easy opportunities to make some passes when things get pretty crazy on the opening lap, but do not take yourself out or you'll end Super Sunday quickly. Rivera, Bonilla, Jones, Paulie Massimino up a couple spots into 4th. Chase Hand 5th. Oliver Calvo in the 6th spot. Race Liberante up 8 positions. He is making some big moves right now, right in front of Peyton Phillips. Brandon Lemke 9th, Colin Lloyd in 10th. I don't know if you saw it or not, Mike, but Liberante had them all pushing him through turn number 1. He was able to get that thing wound up and cranked around. What a great start for Race Liberante.
You had talked about lots of areas to pass on the opening lap, and they're kind of right there for the taking, but we actually didn't see any passing in about the front 8.
Again, 42 drivers. We would have 43, sadly, no longer Mascalis in the race. 42 drivers all behaving themselves, and that's going to be a problem for these superstars down at the back there. Hodgson, Carr, Keeble, Haynes, Mossman, they were the ones that were banking on a couple of issues for others in front to give them that first lap boost. Now things will start spreading out a little bit more. It'll make that every move a little bit harder to pick up a place.
Indeed, drivers settling in. Chase Jones making the move. He works his way into the 2nd spot. Jones making that move to the inside of Donovan Bonilla. We'll keep an eye on Race Liberante to see if he's able to keep coming up. Yes, about 4/10 quicker than Oliver Calvo, so he's closing up on that driver in 6th. But Rivera, very impressive out front right now. Mike, listen, you've coached a lot of guys. You've driven a lot yourself. How impressive is this young kid? Junior, all the way up to October. His first he won X30 Junior here last year. So poised up front.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the biggest thing is the poise, as you say, the patience, and actually also how he races with the other seniors. How many times we've seen a really fast junior come up and there's zero respect given. he's gotten a lot of respect because I think that's the way he's racing everybody else.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? If you don't give respect, you're not going to get respect, especially when you're racing against the senior guys, because they expect you to come in there and show them the respect that has been earned by them over many years running in that category. Rivera's not been that guy who's roughed anybody up. He's made real good moves every time an overtake has come. It has been precise. It has been deliberate. It hasn't been kind of a haymaker thrown in there. This is the guy that makes really clean passes, and Rivera getting to work right now. And again, this is what we talked about. He's starting to pull away. This is that early couple of laps when the drivers can stretch out.
Okay, behind the leaders, Dalton Haynes has had a problem. He has dropped to the back of the field. Likewise, Brandon Carr has lost ground. However, Oliver Hodgson from 34th in the grid is already up to 23rd. Keeble up into 21st. Mossman up 4 places to 18th position, but they're falling back. They're 10 seconds behind the leaders already, and Brandon Lemke just goes purple. Fastest lap for Brandon Lemke in 8th place.
When you could talk about Brandon Lemke going to be in the conversation here real quick, is on screen we had a pass. That was Chase Hand moving up there past Bonilla. So Hand making moves. These drivers aren't pulling away at the front. Even though they were being patient, they're actually not getting away from the rest of the group. We've got drivers all the way back to, looks like 8 that are still inside 2 seconds.
Early on in the days here right now for the drivers here in KA100 Senior. And I'm a big fan of MotoGP racing, walking into some of these guys on the bikes, back it into the corners. That's what they're doing down here in turn number 1. They're literally coming through that kink to 1. They've already got the thing already rotated. It's a little bit of a rotation mid-corner, and they're kind of backing it in and then rotating it back on. Mike, how tough is that to control at what is the longest straightaway these guys have ever been on?
Yeah, you're carrying a lot of speed, and you talked about it early in the week that you can only do so much with the grip. You can either turn, you can brake, you can accelerate. You can't do them all at the same time. Move for second place. That's going to be Jones, is going to come under fire from, I believe, Massimino.
Yeah, Paulie Massimino dialing things in here right now, guys. He started back in 6th spot. He's on the move there in that machine, that BJR MDR entry. Paulie Massimino right there. He knows Chase Jones well, and they said, let's go. Let's go get him. And again, we've seen that out of a couple of guys over this week where they've done an aggressive signal to the driver in front. You do not need to run defensive. I'm not trying to take it away from you. Let's work together and push forward, because there's more guys that are still coming. Brandon Lemke just went purple from 6th. Race Liberenti strong as well, and there's a move to the inside as well, side by side, coming through the corner, through 1. Look who else is getting racy. Chase Hand in the fight.
Yeah, Massimino went for the move on Chase Jones, ran wide a little bit there. They both slowed each other down. That gives Rivera just a little bit more breathing space. The fast man is the number 910 Kart.
So, Mike, here's the thing. Chase Hand got the call there from Paulie Massimino behind him. Just go, and then he tries it. You don't listen to that guy for the rest of the race. You just tried to sell me a dummy. We're not working together. It's all bets are off now up front.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, too. You know that there's not going to be any working together, so now what you do is you have to time it or feint it or something like that, because you know that you can't play that card again.
Who's the fastest guy to watch right now? Brandon Lemke. I don't know where you are around the country. Merlin Nation. I know a lot of you from Wisconsin. This kid knows how to get the job done. A former SuperKarts USA X30 Junior champion. Lemke now into the senior years, and he is a guy that any time he gets into a race, kids can potentially win, especially in this KA100 category. He's on the move right now, running P5.
There are 12 karts within 3 seconds of the race leader before you get to your first real gap. You've got Calvo in 9th, Nate Cicero in 8th, Bonilla 7th, Liberante 6th, all still in touch. Then Lloyd is 10th. Behind Colin Lloyd, I'm just looking down there to see where we can see a P11, but then there's a big gap. You see Kardashian is the first kart out of the lead group, and he's got a comp kart behind him, but we got to move.
Here they come to the inside for the first time. Chase Jones to the inside. Book it. He's through. Chase Jones goes to P1. Rivera back to 2nd.
And now another move back to the inside. Rivera's going to try it again. Jones around the long way. He's got enough room. He's going to slot back in. Massimino now is going to make it into the inside of Rivera. Rivera's going to look over. Where can I go? Hand's going to get in there too. This is bad for turn 5.
We've talked a lot about this, that the way these corners kind of play out. If you get past to the inside of 1, you could get freight train and maybe lose more than 1. And indeed, that's happened to Rivera. He's trying to limit the bleeding right now as a number of drivers are going by. Massimino right in there as well. Hand, Lemke now coming in. But Chase Jones is the leader on the MPG Kart Republic, and away they go. Here's the push up the straightaway. Paulie Massimino again looks at Hand and goes, let's go. I don't know if I can trust you anymore. screwed me over the last time. I'm not going to open the door for you. 4 wide coming out. Here comes the scrap, and the 917 going backwards a little bit here. That's Chase Hand.
Yeah, at the back of this group, Peyton Phillips is also involved. Hodgson and Harley Keeble are approaching the top 15. Now, there are still guys, but look at the 2 drivers coming up behind this lead group. That would be Alex Kardashian leading the way, and then there's one of the Vasquez's behind them. They are closing in. All this battling, there is the group there. There's Kardashian, and there's Vasquez in the Nash Motorsport kart. I think that's a Nash Motorsport kart or a Zanella racing kart. But then you've got Hodgson. Hodgson and Keeble are on the main straight with the leaders.
We are only to the halfway point, and this thing felt like it just got fired up hugely, because guess who else is right back in the middle of it? Where did Race Liberanti come from? I know he got a great start, but he is now up into the 3rd spot. Liberanti is unbelievably good right now. This is Hodgson and Keeble coming from deeper in the field. They're trying to get themselves up as much as they can. 2 very impressive drivers. The Brits trying to work together, but Mike, Race Liberanti may be the guy to watch right now.
We were talking about how far back can you be and still go for the win. Well, for starters, 15th, that's where Race Liberanti came from. Outside of turn number 2, a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, 2 drivers involved in an incident on the exit of turn number 2. One of them in the barriers. They're trying to move those cars out. We'll come back out to the fight happening on the racetrack right now, and there are your leaders coming up the straightaway. Interesting thing for Chase Jones is if Race Liberanti can get up, there's a possibility that he's got himself a wingman. Both of those MPG drivers, they did not run other races earlier this year. They worked on their customers. This is their opportunity. They've got sponsors that have helped them come to this race. Another driver having some trouble coming out of 1, but there's the opportunity. That might have been Chase Hand, but there's an opportunity to have a couple of MPG guys up there. I don't know if I want to go wheel to wheel with Chase Jones and Race Liberanti.
On Wednesday, when it was super windy and drivers were trying to figure out the course, 2 guys that were really, really good linking up, the MPG guys of Jones and Liberanti, and it could happen here in just a couple of laps.
And the wind's starting to pick up a bit here trackside.
It is, and I think we've just seen Dalton Haynes pull into the pits to retire. He was one of the 2 drivers that collided coming out of turn number 2. But Chase Hand's issue, that has brought Hodgson and Keeble into play, and Harley Keeble is sitting behind Hodgson, acting as a wingman, and there's a move for 3rd position, so the MPG Motorsports duo have now got 2 karts between them.
That was Rivera making a move to the bottom there to get inside of Liberanti in turn number 1. I think Rivera obviously getting a feel for where they are right now. Look at this gaggle further back. They are really going at it, coming out of 3 and 4. Everybody's scrapping. One driver getting rooted out to the side there. I believe that's outside. Is that Hodgson and Keeble getting the tail of that group?
Yes,
What
it
group?
is.
What group is that right now?
That's the group from 5th place. No, it's from about 8th place on back. So Hodgson is now up into the top 15 with Keeble right behind him. It's Aiden Rudolph, Nate Cicero, Frankie Mossman, Jesus Vasquez Jr., Donovan Bonilla, who we were battling for the lead a minute ago, down to 15th. There's the number 977 car on your screen. Leaders once again into turn number 1, 2, 4, 5 in a row, Rob.
Paulie Massimino has worked his way right onto the rear bumper. Once again, we talked about that. He and Chase Jones, they'll go over-under coming through turn number 4. This is that fight a little further back. We're picking up whether or not those guys can get themselves into the top 10, but nonetheless, Hodgson having a great run alongside Harley Keeble.
Back at the front, too, the driver who's been making some moves, it was Rivera. Rivera got by and is now into 3rd, had his personal best just a couple of laps ago before he made another pass. Rivera's got a late run car.
And he's got to get at it right now because we have a potential 2-driver breakaway. Thus far, Massimino, although he sold Jones the dummy a couple of laps ago, this time has been the good wingman, staying right with him coming down the straightaway. I'm sure he had a little look over the shoulder and said, hey, listen, we got a chance to break away a little bit here. This isn't lap 7 or 8 anymore. We're not trying to make things happen. This is us pulling away. They'll go lap 15 in the books when they get back to Aaron Likens. 5 laps to go this next time by. Do we get a 2-driver battle, or do we have Rivera, the young rookie senior, in the middle of the dice as well?
I think Rivera's been so quick all weekend. We're going to have a 3-car battle. And you know something? We've been talking about these superstars. Oliver Calvo is doing it again. P7 for speed. For the Speed Concept team there, he's just quietly going about his business. He's got Phillips behind him. Kardashian and Lloyd now round out the top 10. Finally calming down there, but Race Liberanti trying to get a run with Rivera, the top 4, trying to break clear from Luque, Calvo, Lemke, Phillips, Kardashian and Lloyd. Then there's a bit of a gap now developing back to the next place drivers, led by by fast Frankie Mossman, and finally then is Hodgson and Keeble.
I think the fight up front right now is going to get interesting if we get Race Liberanti where he needs to be. He's P4 right now, not quite within striking distance of Ernesto Rivera, but if he does get in there, this looks like it's going to be a 4-driver battle because you got to go back up almost a full second to Fernando Luque, who now runs in the 5th spot ahead of Calvo, Lemke, Phillips, and Kardashian. That move forward for Lemke's kind of stalled a little bit. He's got Luque battling him, and we'll watch them roll onto the front straightaway once again. The Liberanti hoping to get the draft, but he's getting dropped a bit. Look at the guys lining up behind him, all 4. Calvo, Lemke, Luque, and Phillips all lining up across the line. 4 laps remain. Rivera going to go to the inside, book it. He goes back to P2, so Rivera into 2nd and move Massimino back to 3rd.
Chase Jones continues to lead under pressure. We're not seeing Chase defend too much yet. He's not leaving the door wide open, but he's certainly not covering his line. Race Liberanti now beginning to fade away a little bit in 3rd place, but it's Rivera, the new sensation in American karting this year. We're going to be hearing a lot more about this young man in the world of motorsport. And why are we looking at the front bumper of Race Liberanti's kart? Because it's got a bit of a dent in it.
He's actually pulling off. Liberanti's put his head in the air.
Yeah,
Mike?
so I've been watching him. He's been playing with the needles, trying. But the previous lap, he looked behind him. Something was amiss, I believe, in the motor. Maybe trying to get a little bit too much out of that KA. Up front, we got a new leader. Rivera to the front. It's not over yet behind him. Massimino and Jones right there. It's picking up.
Let's put the focus on the front 3 right now. It'll be 2 to go this next time by. Rivera decides he wants to go back up front. Chase Hand there as well. We've kind of seen these 3-driver battles happen over the last couple of the first 2 races, rather. We've got ourselves another one right now. Oliver Calvo now up into the 4th spot with the retirement of Race Liberanti. So that next group trying to chase it. They're close enough right now that if they start racing or defending too much, we may see Calvo and Lemke back into this thing. They'll put lap 18 in the books. Again, Rivera looks over the shoulder. Massimino goes side by side with Chase Jones. Look at the guys in the back there led by Luque. They're like, let's go, come on. Calvo wants it. Lemke, Phillips, Luque, all there as well as his Kardashian.
It's going to be 8 drivers, I guarantee, by the end of this lap. And right now, in
Oh,
a train,
man.
it's already happened. It is a full-on war at the front here in KA Senior.
Don't count Oliver Calvo out. He swings wide going into turn number 3. Calvo, he gets the inside line. Jones gets squeezed wide. Put Oliver Calvo into P3. He has gone about his business all weekend. You don't need to lead every lap. You just need to lead the last one, and Calvo is there in 3rd.
And I'll tell you this, Oliver Calvo, no stranger to street circuits, a multi-time winner at the Streets of Lancaster Grand Prix. There's Chase Jones realizing it's go time. He's got the elbows up, and indeed Calvo in the middle of the fight. White flag flying, final lap at KA100 Senior. Hold on, folks, here we go. Rivera looking over the shoulder. Where does he go? Does Paulie Massimino come back and win yet another one here? Massimino to the bottom. Rivera's going to cover off. Way around the outside goes Chase Jones. He's going to throw to the 2nd. Jones goes back to P2, runs the rim around the outside. Down to the inside comes Rivera. He'll cover. Tight racing through to turn number 4. 2, 3 wide further back. Jones may be the only guy with a shot at Ernesto Rivera. Is it a victory for this young driver? 2 drivers off. Contact coming through 5. Through turn number 6 to 7. Rivera's hopping. He wants more. Do we see a full send here from Chase Jones? He does not do it. Coming through the corner, and it is clean and green. The winner at KA100 Senior, Ernesto Rivera. Rivera wins. Chase Jones 2nd. Massimino 3rd. Lemke 4th. Vasquez 5th. Calvo 6th. Mossman up into 7th. Plus 15 for fast Frankie Mossman. Up to fit. Now listen, remember, we're not done yet with pushback bumpers.
No.
We don't know who. This is unofficial. But Mossman 7th, Colin Lloyd 8th, Kardashian 9th, and Fernando Luque in 10th. But Mike Smith, I'll tell you, Rivera pushed aggressively, got himself up front, and what a victory as he and Chase Jones sharing a handshake here at turn number 1.
Remember, Ernesto Rivera started first, fell back, stayed patient, started working his way back up. I think it was 5th at one time and didn't get too crazy. Remember, we were all hot and heavy for the first half, and we still had a whole lot of racing to go. Things calmed down, then little by little, Rivera showed he had the long run pace and was the guy to beat.
Yeah, he made the right moves. He was there in the right time, was able to slide his way in, and he was able to stretch away at the end there. You look at the last couple of laps, right? He was the one that was able to pull away, even though he was pressured. There was some crazy, exciting racing through those last couple of laps. And listen, this is why KA100 Senior is one of the favorite races that we have every year here at the SuperNationals. It's so evenly matched. The racing so good. And again, Ernesto Rivera, look at he and Paulie Massimino sharing an embrace there as well. I love this at the end when the guys can sit there, can chat about how great the racing was, because again, it was so clean. There was a couple little bit of pieces, but Henry, for the most part, super clean racing.
I mean, 11 karts went into turn number 6 together, and they were 4 wide, into turn 5 together. What a race.
So let's have a look at that pass right now for the race win from Ernesto Rivera down here in turn 1.
Right behind Chase Jones. Look, Chase Jones going in as hot as he can, but it crosses up, and that gave the opportunity to Ernesto. Ernesto with that perfect little slide program, and this is where it starts to go back in his favor. Jones doesn't quite have enough. A little cover for Ernesto, and then perfectly done right through here. This is where it all goes for him, because as soon as he crosses back over, the rest of the drivers start to get closer, and the fight is on.
Yeah, what a wild one there. Great run for Ernesto Rivera. We'll hope to get a couple interviews down on pit lane when we can. We will jump down to David Land, who's going to be standing by here momentarily, because it's a tremendous race right now. We just saw Ernesto Rivera with the win, and again, just waiting. Let's send it down right now to David Land on turn 1, not pit lane. All right, well,
Ernesto. Hey, Ernesto Rivera. What an extremely how'd you keep those boys behind you?
Yeah, the first laps, like the first 8 laps, I was leading. Then I fell back to 5th or 4th. I remember well. And then, yeah, I made my...
Yeah, I don't know if I saw a couple of big looks there on straight away, but those guys were 3 and 4 wide behind you. You know, in that situation, we talked about it beginning of the weekend. Was it possible to block? Was it possible to hold guys off and do it cleanly? And it appears you did it. How did you do it?
Yeah, in the one it was very difficult because you're going very, very, very fast. So you have to park it really good on the apex. And every time after we get out of one, I was looking out to the TV so to see where they were. But yeah, it was clean race and I had a lot of fun.
Provisional race winner, Ernesto SuperNationals. How about that from Ernesto Rivera? The heart of Mexico is strong, and he's got another chance to try and go on top of the boards from it further back in the Pro X30 field after a lot of speed this weekend. He's not the only one down standing by with David Land, though. What a race here in KA Senior, a barn burner from start to finish. Let's go down and chat with our top 3 finishers, the rest of them here who came up so close after what an amazing battle. Chase Jones standing by here. We'll let David hop on in and talk to one of the captains from the MPG Motorsports camp. Dave?
Yeah, Chase, just came up a little bit short there, but you ran so strong. What was the difference between you and Rivera today?
I mean, just positioning. He got to the lead at the right time. I tried my best to work with Paulie to try to get away, but I mean, just goes to show how good these guys are and all their teams. You know, the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic chassis, BBS engine power was on rails from practice 1, and I seriously didn't make a setup change as soon as we rolled it off the trailer. So I'm very proud of all the boys and the team back at home, you know, for supporting us. But Rivera's a great driver. He's going to go on and do big things. But, you know, very pleased with a podium and a second place here at SuperNats. And thanks to all my sponsors, Applegate Seed House, Corey Simpson. You know, standing here for Corey is great. He gave me a shot at an entry, and I'm pleased to be able to take some hardware home.
A very humble second place. Let's try to grab Paulie Massimino here in just a second. Paulie, you really effort. You gave it your best effort there, Paulie. It looks like it just didn't work out for you. It looked like you guys were trying to coordinate to try to make an attack on Rivera. Why didn't it work out for you?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like our stuff all weekend was super, super fast in the KA. I feel like we've been one of the quickest. Got a little setback yesterday with blowing up the motor in warm-up. Able to come back, run up front. Rivera had a lot of pace, obviously a very talented driver. I just think we missed it, maybe a little bit on gearing. I think by the time I came out of the corner, they pulled me so much that by the time I got back to the end of the straightaway, it's the only place I could really catch them. And, you block into turn one, it makes it pretty difficult. But overall, really pleased with the weekend in KA. It's been a rough year for us, so this kind of feels good. Obviously, I wanted to win, but, tried to push with Chase. We just didn't have enough to keep Rivera away. But thank you to all the MDR, BJR boys, my dad, my parents, my girlfriend, her father, everybody that helps me, Offset, Next Set, Group A, and Twin Transmissions and BBS.
A great podium finish. All
Well, there you go here, as that's the last little bit getting set to go here, and from Paulie Massimino and Chase Jones. And super cool to hear the amount of respect that they had for Ernesto Rivera, the kid they call Checo. And I think the Checo name in a very big racing series coming to town next weekend might be around for a couple more decades. This kid is headed for big things. Again, this is a swan song in his highly decorated, very short, but highly decorated U.S. pro karting career before he gets set to move to Spain full-time in January and contest in a 2024 Spanish F4 championship. We're hopefully going to see Ernesto more on the scene, though. I talked with him earlier this year, and we are so blessed to hear that I believe he may be joining us for the SKUSA Winter Series and or the Florida Winter Tour as well. Of course, that kicks off in just 2 months' time. It's a short off season in the sport of American karting here, Mike Smith, when we get back underway in Homestead in January. But, man, would it be amazing to get treated to this super talented superstar in the making for a couple more races before he heads off.
Well, like you talked about the name Checo, and we may be listening to that for years to come. And I think, really, at the end of the day, you see a talent like this, is exciting to think about what he could do in the future.
We have had, so I'm looking at the drivers going back there. Brandon Lemke in the 910 Kart and Jesus Vasquez Jr. in the 977, who finished 4th and 5th. A post-race issue, possibly push-back bumper, and that will promote Calvo and I believe Frankie Mossman into the top 5.
Are we ready to rock here, guys?
One adjustment there, but Rob, you got it. I was going to take over, but you're the man.
Thanks,
take it away.
All right, we're ready to get things underway here, folks, with the podium for the drivers here in the KA100 category. What a great run with the seniors. Let's start with the driver coming home today, P5, Colin Lloyd. His way up to 5th. Great drive for Colin today into the 5th position. Again, we talk about the fact we have to kind of wait till the end in terms of any pushbacks. They did some video review on this one as well. Colin Lloyd ends up moving into 5th after some penalties. Finishing in 2nd, Oliver Calvo in 4th, rather. Oliver Calvo, the Speed Concepts racing driver, P4 for Oliver. We talked about him through the race, quietly working his way forward, but he was big at the end. Finishing in 3rd, number 918, Paulie Massimino, P3. Massimino in 3rd. Front 3 drivers were joined by a bunch at the end. That's why things got so exciting. What a battle it was up front, folks. Finishing in the 2nd spot for MPG Motorsports. A round of applause for Chase Jones. Awesome drive for Chase to P2. That was a 20-lap battle there. So much fun to watch. With a driver who will stand on top of the podium. A junior driver all year long. And how about back-to-back SuperNationals? 1 wins, 1 last year in X30 Junior. He's a KA100 Senior winner. For Rollis and Performance Group, the winner in KA100, Ernesto Rivera. What a poised and patient run up front there for Rivera. They had a great run, and that is your podium there. So impressive. Rivera, Jones, Massimino, Calvo, and Lloyd to cap it all off here. And again, 3 down, 6 still to come. Our KA100 category starting it off, Junior, Master, and Senior. And did they ever put on a show? Exactly what we wanted up front. Not surprising with how good that was. Wrapping it up down here, as we said, from Victory Lane. They'll have the champagne to fly. But again, more racing still to come, guys. This is a lot of fun. Ernesto Rivera, the winner in KA100 Senior.
Yeah, what an awesome run here for Ernesto Rivera as the podiums continue for our third of 9 main events here. What an amazing day here. The wind picking up again a little bit, but beautiful weather. The sun is out. The track is hot. Henry, Mike, we have been treated to, wow, it feels like the bar keeps getting reset. Race after race after race, even better than the last one.
And you know something? We got 6 to go. For all those drivers in the next races that are still to go out, that are starting down the back, fear not, because in that last race, from 34th on the grid, Oliver Hodgson comes home 12th on the road, gaining a grand total of 22 places. James Overbeck up 15 places to 13th. Harley Keeble up 12 places to 14th place there. The champagne is flowing, and the temperature's only going to heat up even more.
How about that? Hey, look at them spraying Ernesto Rivera, the winner. This kid's got another race later today. Chase Jones, he can park it. He can take a swig. Enjoy yourself, Chaser. P2, he's done. The MPG ride in X30 Pro is Braden Eames, but the rest of these kids, they got to go back out again in those drenched suits, Mike.
Hey, if you're going to run up front and you feel like you're going to be on the podium, bring 2 suits.
How about that, man? 2 classes, 2 suits, be ready. Keep your eyes on Ernesto Rivera. Oliver Calvo will also be getting ready to go in that Pro X30 main. Of course, Paulie Massimino's made the main for that one as well. We'll be watching him. Colin Lloyd and the T1D Racers Interim S Kart Republic after everything shakes out, moves ahead. But now we go from one of the adult categories here, the 100cc senior class, to the youngest superstars here on the Super Karts USA class structure. The Micro Swifts are getting set to go. And this year, this kid, you can see how many sponsors he's got all over that Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro kart. Parker Ives has headlined the Micro Swift division all through 2023 here in North America, Henry. We know we haven't had you here too much, but this kid is an odds-on favorite if you're in Vegas.
Well, he's got the cards on his cart. Has he got an ace up his sleeve for this one? Those sponsors will be given plenty of coverage. Why? Because he's been undefeated in the heats. However, lurking behind him is the number 1 play card. There's the number 77, Isaac Payne, who will start on the outside of the front row of the grid, the Motaz Sport Paralin chassis. There he is, Maxwell Matcher, P13 in qualifying. He has been moving forward in every race. Yes, Maxwell, number 1 indeed. He's on the Sodi Kart USA entry. The SLA Kart Racing Sodi Kart. Pasha Ali in the Sodi Kart USA machine, number 42. He'll start on the inside of row number 2. Nachawati, Liam Nachawati in car number 8. He will go from 5th on the grid. There's that Paralin chassis again. Lots of new names. You've got a Nitro kart, a Paralin, Sodi karts. There's a Birrell up at the front there. There's another one of the Sodi Kart USA entries. That's Josh Bergman in kart number 3 from Andorra. Tiny little country between the south of France and north of Spain. You've got the number 14, the Fusion Motorsport livery, Tony Cacciaferro. There's the number 2 kart of Juan Diego Garciacre. And from one of the drivers that has travelled the furthest here, Ivor Spence is also there. You're looking at Cacciaferro there, the familiar, for those of you watching in Europe, the Fusion Motorsport liveries. They're running in conjunction with... I'm just going to see the name of the team there, running in conjunction with PSL Karting this weekend. There's Campos, the Orsolin Racing. They've already had a win here, Rob Howden, Orsolin Racing, so they're going to be bouncing around the place. The U-Race kart of Mikey Collins. Thumbs up there. Yeah, he's pumped. He's ready to go. Well, we're hyped up in the commentary box. The drivers are hyped up here. How about the crowd here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway? I think the crowd are hyped up as well.
3 races down, guys. 6 still to go. We're going to roll out here with our cadets. Micro first, then Mini. Then we'll go with our Master shifters and cap it off with a couple of massive pro events for you. Big money, as we know, up for grabs as well. And again, what a race it's been. And listen, we talked about this on Wednesday. Track was super fast. Not overly technical, but how will it race? We didn't know that until Friday and Saturday. And look at the racing we've had. This is like some of the best racing we have seen in years here at the SuperNationals.
And one of the things I want to point out, we were talking about the sportsmanship we see and everybody high-fiving and hugging, stuff like that. When you don't have to force the issue, when it doesn't have to be a Nerf job or anything like that to make the move, when you've got moves that can be nice and clean and work together, when you got room to race, it's a lot more fun to do because you can also bring back the equipment in one piece.
That's exactly that. And we've seen a number of drivers finish, not near the instance we've seen in years past. It's been good so far. But again, here come the drivers in this micro category. Parker Ives and Isaac Payne starting on the front row. Ives has been perfect so far in his wheel-to-wheel racing, running up front with all 3 wins in the heat race. Isaac Payne will start on the outside of the Motaz Sport Car Republic. Ives on the inside in that RPM machine. Maxwell Macha will be on the inside of row number 2. National number 1 plate holder, SKUSA Pro Tour winner for SLA karting on that Sodi kart, starting in the 3rd spot. Remember, he qualified outside the top 10, but raced his way forward every time, and he'll have a chance to launch there from the inside of row number 2 alongside Pasha Ali, the Sodi kart driver that has been very good from the very get-go here this weekend.
Josh Bergman and Liam Nachawati will go from row number 3. Tony Cacciafiero and Juan Diego Garciacre on row number 4. Efrain Campos and Mikey Collins round out your top 10. How about Vian Bindi, Mateus Bragio, and New Zealand's Ivor Spencer? Kiwi rolls off the inside of row number 7 alongside Bernardo Guber.
Zane Burgess on the inside of row number 8 alongside Lawrence Perham, and then Byron Borman back there in the 17th spots. Cameron Johnson in 18th, and rounding out your top 20. Row 10, Aiden Go on the inside, Win Gottschalk on the outside. Big field of drivers here in micro, and again, both micro and mini, the cadet class is fully subscribed for this year's SuperNationals. No doubt about it. Marcelo Flores in the peril and starting on the inside of row 11. Cooper Lopez will be on the outside of that row. Alvaro Medeiros and Cam Becker on row number 12.
Nathan Ramirez and Brandon Ngar are on row number 13. An all-British 14th row, Alfie Davidson and Harry Williams. And I know Alfie's grandmother has been watching, and she's very proud of her grandson, Alfie. Mika Baruch and Cade Casper round out your top 30.
Working their way to the tail of the field, Paxton Romero for the former Forward Direction Motorsports team, starting on the inside of row 16 alongside Dante Ortega. Then Connor Lipka and Grayson Walcott will be on row 17. Brody Stoffel, Mateo Garcia, row 18. Lucas Tarango and Luca Besserell on row 19. Ajax Capitan Garduna on the inside of row 20 alongside Jaden Francisco.
Now, I know that this presentation today is being brought to you as we look at the last couple of drivers. This presentation is being brought to you by Don't Sleep Energy Drink, whether it's early in the morning back in Australia and New Zealand or late at night in Europe. You don't want to sleep on this one.
Parker Ives on the inside. He will lead him down, set the pace with a 77 of Isaac Payne on the outside. Nitro Kart on the inside, Parolin on the outside. How's this going to play out? Contact coming into the lanes, and we've had a couple of drivers who have wrecked here on the opening lap, getting things underway. Will they wave it off, or will we start? No, we're going racing. Green, green, green. Drivers to the back going to have to pay for the mistakes that they have made. Isaac Payne, look at the move, almost around. That was the number 1 of Maxwell Macha, who got into the back of our pole sitter Parker Ives. How close was that, Mike?
Ives was about ready to look at the rest of the field there for a moment. Somehow it gets straightened out, heading in the right direction. Oh my gosh, that could have been worse for him.
He just got into the corner. We'll see a replay in a bit, but started to rotate, and Macha was right on him because Maxwell Macha knows he's got an opportunity to win this despite the qualifying effort to put him outside the top 10. They are underway right now. Everybody's settled. Those who were involved in that incident coming to the start line are going to have to pay the price for making a mistake like that.
Yeah, it's a lot of accordion, right? But you shouldn't be having that big of an issue in that entire deal. Regardless, up front here, clean and green for looks like a good 8 or so drivers in single file.
It's one of the our couple of the Sodi Kart drivers are currently up front. Maxwell Macha and Josh Bergman, I believe, 1-2. Parker Ives getting moved back to P3 now. Right behind him, the 77 of Isaac Pay, and then the 2 of Juan Diego Garcia Arce. So those are your front-running 5 drivers. And guys, that's an early breakaway already as more drivers spinning here back. 3 of them here in turn number 1 back, but 5-driver breakaway. And then we've got, I want to say, almost a full second to Tony Cacciafaria.
And we've got change, big change up at the front there. Macha still leads there side by side for second, third and fourth. This is the first time that we've seen Macha lead a race. The hunter has become the hunted. Ives, though, is now battling back into second place. He knows he's got to make moves. He can't let Macha get away. It was, and there's 3 wide into turn number 9. These drivers, third, fourth, and fifth, they can't afford to battle. The slipstream effect is so great, they've got to get their heads down, work together to try and catch the leaders, but they're side by side again.
I'm really kind of taken aback by how much action there is early. Nobody with any desire just to kind of settle in and get rolling out, because and now P1 and P2 is Maxwell Macha and Parker Ives. They've got themselves a big gap with all this racing further back. Now, we talked about that crazy start down into turn number 1. Let's have a look at the replay, and Mike, walk us through how close it was for Parker Ives. Well, he almost went around.
You can see the issue there at the start. Further back, those guys there's going to be an accordion. Somebody up there was had too much of a gap and started trying to close the gap, and the timing was wrong, too much break, and then we skip ahead to a few other things. Maybe we can see the actual turn 1 there later, but
let's get back. Yeah, we'll get back
racing right now. You can see the leader Macha, and actually now for probably 2 laps, Ives has not made any moves, being patient. Very, very well done out of the micro.
He wasn't that clean coming through the turn number 9 corner last time by, but he's tucked up nicely. The gap now 1.2 back to Isaac Payne over Juan Diego Garcia Arce and Josh Bergman. Tony Cacciafaria up into the 6th spot, 7th Pasha Ali. Here's a side-by-side run coming out of turn number 1. Maybe an over-under or no. Likely, if they just stayed together, they could potentially pull away. Again, Pasha Ali 7th, Vayan Bindi up 3 spots into 8th, Aiden Go up 10 into 9th, and Liam Nachawadi dropping down to the tail end of the top 10. But the interesting thing is, I wonder if Ives' his mindset was, I dominated all 3 heat races. I should be able to pull away. Why am I not doing that now? Wasn't thinking about the fact that Macha was the guy on the move in every one of his heats.
Right, well, and also he just went back to 5th and had to work his way back up. And now he's going to move to the inside. And this is what I was going to just say before this happened, is a big mistake out of Macha there in turn number 1. Missed the apex by a lot. That's how they ended up side by side in the first place. Now, turn number 9, the corner that you said, Ives wasn't so tidy the last time. This time, makes a move.
Super clean in there as well. Let's have a look at that move into turn number 1. We've racked that one up for you. So we'll look at the restart, the start rather, coming into turn 1. Watch this with Ives.
Yeah, Ives is getting shoved by both Sodi drivers there, and even I think it's Macha gets shoved wide at the same time, and somehow the life flashes before Ives is, but boom, he's able to go the right direction.
Henry, full lock, the wheels up in the air.
But both those drivers are getting shoved out of the way. Now they're 1-2, so it's all worked out for him.
Yeah, Cacciafaria in the number 14 kart, I think, was also trying to be very aggressive, going into turn number 1, and then on the outside there was sort of that accordion effect. As everyone ran wide, somebody reacted, and then there was, I think, Alfie Davis, who was one of the drivers here, but now there's a battle. There's the number 2 kart of Juan Diego Garciacre in trouble. But I think if you look at turn number 1 there, Macha's got a very wide line coming out of turn number 1. I've seen him use it a couple of times. It makes him susceptible to a move, but also that's obviously the line that he's comfortable with, as we've got a move there for 3rd place. There's the number 42 kart, Pasha Ali, coming back into play, but they've got to get themselves sorted out. The 2 leaders are pulling away.
Remember, Pasha Ali qualified on the pole position, so he's got the speed there, just trying to work his way back forward. Fell back a bit at the start, now back up to P5. There's Garcia Arce tapping the helmet, saying, hey, I need your help. You got to race clean here, and he's looking for some help here from Pasha Ali, because the leaders are pulling away, but not as much. They were gapping big time, but Josh Bergman, the fastest driver on the racetrack, he was 3/10 faster than Parker Ives last time by. There was an opportunity to potentially have a 2-driver breakaway. I have a sneaking feeling That's not going to happen. Everybody back, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, all lining up to try to catch up to these leaders.
Bergman does it again, this time 3/10 quicker again than Ives, and a couple of 2/10 than Macha, and it's going to be rolling. And there you can see it. There's the change. If fighting's happening, well, guess what? That's going to put a new leader in, and Bergman in the game.
Yeah, that's it. Josh Bergman, and number 3 is closing right up into the fight as Macha's gone back to P1. Maxwell Macha, your leader. Parker Ives slotting into second. This is your SKUSA Pro Tour champion heading off with a USPKS champion. This is why I like to see a couple of title winners battling it out here for a SuperNats win.
And that's what makes it. Everyone comes together. This is the All-Star race. This is the Super Bowl. What a move from Maxwell Macha around the outside of turn number 1. That's how he took the lead. I'd love to see that again because it was inch perfect from the pint-sized Floridian Maxwell Macha. But now Ives is going to come back at him. And the first of the 2 Saudi USA carts, Josh Bergman closing in. Pasha Ali is only about 10 cart lengths off there. Now, Macha, he was high, wide and handsome last time. That's a very wide line. That's Masha's preferred line, but he misses the apex. Put Parker Ives back in P1.
Yeah, Parker Ives keeping a lot tighter coming through that corner. We talked about a little bit about that, Mike, earlier on, that the fact that you can run that wider exit and be able to hold on to the spot. These guys are crisscrossed each other now. Maxwell Macha back to the inside, thinking about the bottom there for Parker Ives, but tucked back in. Almost contact because Josh Bergman was looking to fill the hole there as well.
Well, there might have been contact there. Bergman actually looked like he gave Ives a pretty good shot because Ives decided he was not going to go for it, and Bergman thought he was all in. So, yeah, I got to watch out for that kind of contact.
Hey,
now 4 drivers in a row.
And then there were 4.
Yeah,
right?
no, exactly, yeah.
All of a sudden, this back and forth has allowed Pasha Ali to come in. So here's the one thing. This is interesting. We talked about being out there by yourself. There's the RPM Nitro kart for Parker Ives, then 3 Saudi kart drivers, Macha, Bergman, and Ali, and they pulled away from the driver now running in the 5th spot. Juan Diego Garcia Arce, he's back by 1.6 seconds. We're not even to the halfway point yet. Still a long way to go. They'll put lap 9 in the books when they get back around.
In the world of karting, no chassis manufacturer makes more karts, either race karts or rental karts, than the Saudi kart name. And they've got 3 of their number up in the top 4. The only outlier is Mr. Ives, but the problem is none of the Saudi karts have been able to beat Mr. Ives on that power lane all weekend. But this is for the big money as they come up. But also, you can see Ives once again. Once he gets into a rhythm, he's happy to pull away.
Mike, is Pasha Ali the guy to beat right now? He's moving.
Ali just made that move up to 3rd now and has been pretty quick, but I'll be curious to see what happens with Bergman. Bergman now has the opportunity to push the teammate here or the stablemate. Let's see if that happens. The other thing I was looking at, Ives. You see Ives poking a nose to the left every time. The thing about it is now it's not such a big deal with the tailwind, but drafting is free speed. It's free speed, and if you're going to pull out early with no point, you're just getting a wall of air.
That's it. You might as well stay tucked behind. Right now, again, they work their way out of turn number 1 and 2 and over to 3 and 4. I like this run coming out of 5 and 6. What do we got here now? Again, will they be able to pull away a bit? Ali's taking that chase spot in P3. They've gapped a little bit. We'll look at the lap times this next time by to see who's coming up, who's putting down personal best laps. We talked a lot about tire pressure in the first 3 races. The drivers coming on late in the race, Macha and Ives, both turning their best laps here, 53 flats. But you got to go back down to Ivor Spence, just at a 52.766, 4.1 seconds behind the leaders in P8, up 5. Spence went purple. A good run for Ivor.
And speaking of Ivor, one thing to keep in mind too, in every single race we've had so far, the top 5 drivers who cross the line weren't necessarily the ones who actually get the podium. So you got to keep pushing, you got to keep rolling, because you don't know how that thing's going to end.
That's exactly it, man. You never stop pushing, especially if these drivers up front start fighting. We talked a lot about how you start running to the defensive. Because we're so low on the gear, you just aren't able to get out of the corner with any speed. You lose all that speed. If the drivers are running the full racing line, we can see a lot of drivers 5, 6, 7, 8 on back get into the fight. If these guys all of a sudden start dropping the hammer, look at that. There's a full group of 4 drivers in a train right now, just waiting for those guys to start battling up front.
Those people that have stayed up late or have woken up very, very early in Christchurch, New Zealand, well, the lack of sleep is going to be worth it, because Ivor Spence in P8, he's just lost fastest lap to Josh Bergman. But I mean, also your Aidan Gobi tonight, Seattle's Vian Bindi running in 10th position. Go is up 9 places, Spence up 5. They're 5 seconds behind this battle, but you've got to think, I mean, this has been very well disciplined, I have to say. Things are going to break out, elbows are being sharpened as we speak.
It felt to me like the first 4 or 5 laps were really hectic. Everybody all over the place. There's a big inside move, a really early kind of defensive move for Ives into turn 9, but the first 5 or 6 laps felt like it was pretty crazy. Things have settled down, like everybody's taking a collective deep breath to settle back in. Ali now right on the rear bumper of Macha. Everybody kind of right there. But now we're into the second half, right? Lap number 12. There goes a move to the inside. There is Macha as your leader into turn number 1. They're kind of swapping spots back and forth, but Mike, nothing crazy as of yet.
No, so far it's all been pretty good. I mean, we don't want to jinx these kids right here, but I mean, the pass that we just saw before that was Ives on Macha in the final corner, and then right again, it was Macha on Ives in the first corner. So both drivers feel like Ives has been pushing. He hasn't been super aggressive. He makes that move, and then Macha gets it right back. So the question is it going to be a attack right away, or there it is, a waiting game?
I just want to throw this out there right now. These drivers are 7 to 9 years of age.
Yeah.
We always talk about strategy. What are you going to do? Where's the move coming? These are kids that so I'm always blown away by the race strategy and the race craft that we see out of the youngest drivers here in the event.
They'll go back to school on Monday morning, elementary school on Monday morning, and the teacher will go, so guys, what did you do on the weekend? And a lot of them go, well, we did some colouring, and the rest of them will go, oh, we did a globally international karting race in Las Vegas. It's a lot different. The age is just a number. These kids are so talented.
Watch Ives here, the P2 driver. You can see as they went down into that corner, he actually backed the corner up ever so slightly to get a bigger run, and there it is again.
Indeed.
Ives is getting the runs coming off the corner, and whether he uses it for a pass or uses it for a push, he has been very efficient in getting back to the throttle.
Ajax Capitan Garduno comes to grief in turn number 1. He gets the Orsolid Sport Kart re-fired and turned around, although there is some front end damage. The top 4 still nose to tail. We start lap number 15 down that 1,400 feet long straightaway. Plenty of time for the drivers to tuck in. It's still Macha, Ives, Ali, Bergman. A 5-second gap back to Nachawati, Payne, Spence and Garcia-Acra. Then another big gap back to Go, Cacciavero, Bindi, Johnson and Gar Collins. Harry Williams from the UK up to 15. Then it's Guber, Flores, Barku, Bourneman and Ortega.
Feels like the calm before the storm right now as we have all these drivers in this lead group kind of dialing things in, getting ready, really kind of studying each other to a certain extent to find out where they're going to make their moves here. And indeed, this is the battle. We got a driver happening. What is that? Is that
a lapper?
A lapper kind of checking things up. That was tough with a couple laps to go. That driver's actually heading up. That's who wrecked up here.
Yeah, that was Garduno coming in with a very skewiff front end.
But that just really jumbled things up in that top 4. They were all relying nose to tail, and it just kind of shaking things up a little bit. Look at they come up to turn 1. Look at the gap right now for Macha as Parker Ives had some trouble. Ives good through turn number 1, closing back up. Now these guys got to go. It's chase time right now. When they come back around, Mike, there'll only be 4 laps to go.
This is going to change things up. I think now you got this deal where Ives and the guys behind him here, Ollie and Bergman, they have to push to catch back up. And I think as soon as you get there, you attack.
That's
right
it.
away.
I say that all the time. Once you get there, immediately make that move. We'll see how it plays out because by the time they get there, it could be closing down to the last lap. No, look at that gap, that run coming out at turn number 6. Again, Mike, you talked about it. He is that is Parker Ives, literally shot out of a cannon. It feels like coming out of turn number 6.
Best driver out of the hole. Now I'm wondering if that's that little bit of a gear difference. I believe we saw that in the heat races too. They've elected to get a little bit more out of the bottom. You can obviously tell, at least in the draft, they're not losing at the end of the straightaway. But when he had the lead last time, it was Macha who was able to clear him pretty easily.
So we brought everybody back together. It'll be 3 laps to go next time by. This one is going to be waged between Macha, Ives, Bergman, and Ali. Ivor Spence, although a great run from 13th to 5th, now 6 seconds in arrears. Henry, 3 laps to go to see who wins here in micro.
Yeah, and we've been seeing pass after pass after pass for the lead. And no defense. Now these drivers, they're not just simply going, I'm going to pass here, I'm going to pass there. They're learning. each overtaking maneuver is a scouting mission. They're trying to figure out where their setup is better, where, when it comes down to it, and we're coming down to it now, where their kart is better. Now it's time to put their homework into use.
We focus on the front four, but I do want to point out the final spot on the podium is 5th place, and that is 4 drivers all in a row. Spence, Payne, Nachawati, Garcia Arce, all within about a half second.
Yeah, we looked at that group being maybe the chase group right now, but these guys just haven't battled that much up front, so they haven't given those guys a chance to come in at all. In fact, there's a big gap back of 6 seconds now. So this quartet of drivers, you're going to see who stands on top of the podium. Here comes a move potentially to the inside as we're going at it here right now. Back again, that's a little further back. I believe that's the battle for P5 indeed. So that's the fight now between Spence. I think it's Isaac Payne now back into 5th. So that's 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Further up the road, a yellow right now. They just he's waving it. It's out. He's waving it.
It was standing and then went to waving. That was a pass.
That's
driver on the outside, I believe, of turn number 9 potentially here. But yeah, was that a potential pass? 2 laps to go this time by. What do you think, Mike?
Ooh, I don't know. We saw a previous race where that happened, and not sure if that had anything to do with the change in the podium, but here's another pass there. Ives going to over, under. Will he get him clear? Yes, he will. So I believe it was Ives that made the move down there into the yellow. Macha just got him back. Crossover for Ives. Macha back to the front. Hey, game on here, final 2 laps.
Yeah, here we go. Parker Ives trying to finish things off as he's battling that with Maxwell Macha. It's been a difficult weekend for him. He did not qualify well. Macha had to work his way forward. Finishes of 6th, 3rd, and 3rd in the heat races. Put him up on the front couple of rows, right behind Ives on the start. He quickly went to the lead, but the battle now is underway. That corner back and clean again, because remember, white flag will fly this time by. Final lap here for the drivers in the Micro Swift category. Now we're going to go to work. Maxwell Macha leads them. Ives right there. Pasha Ali has dropped off the tail of this group. He's going to need these drivers to start the battle if he has any shot of getting back into the fight, down into turn number 1 for the first time. There we go. Macha will lead him down to the bottom. He's going to cover off, and again, the over-under coming there from the number 42 Ives. This time not in the mud. Here comes Bergman. Josh Bergman goes to the bottom. Sody Kart runs 1-2. Let's see what we got from Parker Ives in the final lap. It's still Maxwell Macha. Big over-under for Parker. May have given up a little too much there, but remember, we're not done. It is still Macha as your leader. Bergman second. Maxwell Macha looking to add a SuperNats win to the Pro Tour, and he looks good coming out of here because Bergman's running block. It's Ives trying to get back around. Ives is going to clear, potentially coming in. Contact between the two. Ives almost goes around. He continues, but the winner of the SuperNationals is Maxwell Macha.
We talked about Maxwell Macha through the heats, doing all the work to go from deep all the way to the front. We knew he was going to be a factor. That's how big of a factor, number 1.
Yeah, Sody Kart 1-2, Maxwell Macha and Josh Bergman. Parker Ives tried it. Well, I think he actually was thinking about maybe diving down to the apex, just didn't quite get it. Here's contact between 2 drivers. That's a 77 of Isaac Payne as they have a contact into there. The SKUSA officials out there with the flag trying to figure out who else was involved in the issue, the incident there with him. But Macha, Bergman, Ives, Ali, and Garcia Arce come across the line as your top 5, trying to figure out who had the contact coming in there. Isaac Payne and Liam Nachawati.
Yeah,
they were in the fight for 5th.
Yeah.
They were battling with Payne and Nachawati. Payne up and out of the cart there. We hope that Nachawati is okay. Sadly, we lost Mateo Garcia as well. Cam Becker, Grayson Walcott went out. I want to say a quick word there. So as we look there now, karting mums around the world, prepare to have your hearts melted when Maxwell Macha takes his crash helmet off, because he is a pint size. He's got a cheeky little grin on his face. The first time I met him, it was a Rotax event, and he went and I said, "You got thinking, and there's and that, you know what? Look at that. That is what it's all about." They just battle hammer and tongue, but they're all good. A lot of them are good buddies out there as well.
Man, this does not stop. We keep getting fantastic race after fantastic race. Mike, let's have a look at that last lap of the battle back and forth between Macha, Bergman, and Ives.
So this is actually the very, very final lap. And this is going to be Ives and Bergman. And then right there, he's just trying to get a little bit inside. He's not going to move. Bergman's not going to move out of the way. He's going to stay right there, and Ives is a little bit of contact.
Ives is trying to hold the spot. He wants to then eventually turn into potentially try to see if he can't dive to the inside. Not quite enough there. But, guys, I'm going to head back down. We'll see what happens with the official results, pushbacks they got to look at. They're obviously going to look at some video. But, man, that's a 4th straight banger of a race, drivers here in the micro category.
Well, there is Maxwell Matcher in the black T-shirt, and I'm not sure he's hands on his head. The Sodi Kart team, the official Sodi Kart team of Josh Bergman, are celebrating wildly down by the fence. I want to have a quick word. So, Ivor Spence, P6 on the road. I mean, he's here, the only driver from Kiwis from New Zealand. He's got Matt Hamilton and Tiffany Chittenden here working with him. That is a heck of a drive from Ivor Spence. Cacciaferro finishing 7th on the road. Aidan Go 8th. Cameron Johnson 9th on the road. From 29th to 10th for Mika Baruch in the number 72 kart. The Paralin driver Baruch there doing very well. And David Land, we can see down there, just getting a word from one of the SKUSA officials. We may hear from David Land in a little bit, but maybe not. We had a few technical difficulties earlier on. Mike, Maxwell Matcher there, back to the camera, black T-shirt on, arms on his hips. The Sodi Kart team for Josh Bergman, who finished 2nd on the road, just beneath us in the commentary box. I can see Bertrand Pignolai and I think what would be Josh Bergman's parents there. They were celebrating wildly. A P2 on the road, but we'll have to see what happens. And of course, you know, we've just seen a bunch of 7 to 9-year-olds put on a world-class level race. Now, of course, you know, potentially, if there's a problem, you've got to tell that 7 or 8-year-old, listen, I'm sorry, but you've got to push back and your dream has not come true. So we have to be respectful on that front as well.
Getting updates here from race control, so they're waiting on one more video review here before the top 5 is finalized.
Okay, video review. There was that move. There was that yellow flag move a couple of laps before the end. You know, you've obviously seen it on the screens. We're not going to discuss it too much there, but yeah, I want to say about Maxwell Matcher. The first time I met him, you know, it was at a road tax event, and he won the first half of it. And I was interviewing him, and I said, "So Maxwell, you know, if you've got one eye maybe on the road tax grand finals," expecting him, like all drivers, go, "No, I'm just thinking about the next race." He looked at me with a cheeky little grin, like you see there. He went, "Yeah, I'm thinking about it," you know, smile, and yeah, you know, and the friendship between most of these kids as well is what's really, really refreshing, Xander.
Yeah, it's so cool, right? I mean, they are on the biggest stage this country has to offer. And I bet you about 20, 30 minutes pass by after this race. They're going to be playing soccer as if nothing ever happened on the racetrack. And so for all of them, of course, a little bit of congrats as they all play, you know, hindsight 2020 bit of armchair quarterback on, oh, I would have had you here, or would have had it there. But to see them all in good spirits there at the end, of course, you know, at the end of the day, they're all still podiuming. But for only one to win out of the 5 and them all still be, for the most part, happy with each other, joking with each other at the end of this, that's great to see.
When I was 7 years old, I could barely tie my own shoelaces and cut my own dinner up, let alone drive a go-kart. The amount of respect that I've got for all these youngsters. It's been a long time since I've managed to squeeze my posterior into the seat of one of these machines, Mike. But, you know, there he is. And the other drivers there sitting, waiting, video review. A word about Andorra. There, we saw the Andorra flag there. There's Tony Cacciaferro looking there, finishing 7th on the road. Aiden go up 11 places.
Oh, we just got the official
Xander
word.
Clements.
Results are in. So we do have it, and it is official. Maxwell Matcher is officially your SuperNationals champion in Micro Swift. Josh Bergman is officially second. Ives, Ali, Juan Diego Garcia Arce, your top 5 as they go through. And David is down there. Rob is down there here as we get set to go. So Rob will get set to bring it over to you here shortly, because it's almost time to announce the top 5 for the podium. But we have our official top 5 coming in here, and he's ready to get to it.
Rob Howard is like Mother Duck leading the little ducklings across the pond there. Here we go. And yeah, you know, can't wait to hear the voices. You know, they're so professional. A little bit further back down the order, while we wait for Rob Howard to get himself set, 11th place on the road, Fian Bindi. Harry Williams from 28th to 12th for the British driver. Mikey Collins 13th. Flores, Brandon Ngar, the top 15. Goubert was 16th. And then further back, we've got Bourneman, Bragio, Perriman, and Medeiros, your top 20. But time, Rob Howden, take it away, sir.
Thank you so much, Henry. Indeed, down here getting set to go with our Micro Swift category brought to you by Sodi Racing USA. Finishing in 5th spot today, Juan Diego Garcia Arce. Great job for Juan Diego, working his way up to P5 in that big battle. Finishing in 4th spot, number 42, Pasha Ali. Finishing in 3rd, number 48, Parker I. 3. And in 2nd spot with fast lap of the race, number 3, Josh Bergman. For the driver coming home with the race win here today, put your hands together for Maxwell Macha. Max, word here real quick. Tell me what it means to you in here at the SuperNats.
Exciting.
Who do you want to thank today?
Alisa and Danielle for doing the water engine, Sodi for giving me the chassis, SLA, and last of all, TNT Roofing for giving me the sponsor. Thank you.
Well done. Get up there, buddy. Maxwell Macha getting the victory today here in the micro category. Ourselves a fantastic group of racers up front to battle it out for this one here, those 20 laps. The first 5 or 6 were pretty hectic. The middle kind of calmed down a little bit. He stepped up at the very end. Little update here, a new transponder as well for Maxwell Macha, part of the package of winning here in this Micro Swift category. Get those trophies up now. Oh, Maxwell's trying to get that raised up. That's a heavy one, no doubt about it. Beautiful trophies here this year for the 26th running of the SuperNationals, and there is your podium. Tremendous run for the Sodi Kart drivers. 1, 2, 4 for Sodi Kart, but again, a tremendous drive, as we said, for Maxwell Macha. The battle he had with Pasha Ali at one point, but Parker was the driver that was in there as well with Josh Bergman. Racing up front in this category was absolutely tremendous. There is your podium, folks, for the drivers here in micro. Guys, back up to you.
Thank you very much, Rob. As we watch the Micromax drivers, oh, that's a heavy trophy. But once again, we told you not to sleep on this one. This is a Kart Chaser production sponsored, brought to you by Don't Sleep Energy Drink. And when the champagne flows, we'll watch the champagne. Then we will cut to a commercial break. And there it is. Matcha reigns supreme in micro.
Ryan Norberg is an internationally recognized karting professional, industry influencer, and multi-time national karting champion. Supported by Rotax Power, he has created a world-class karting experience, and is now dedicated to passing on his knowledge to a new generation. With 8 national championships, SuperNats victories, and numerous wins in different categories, drivers of all ages are welcome to join and partake in this unique experience. The Norberg Karting Academy offers more than just standard coaching. It provides an experience where you will learn pro-level tools to progress through your karting career. All Academy guests will enjoy a private hospitality suite which overlooks the karting circuit. Welcome to the Norberg Karting Academy, where champions are made. For information about 2024 bookings, email norbergkarting@gmail.com.
If you're a do-it-yourself 206 racer, then LawsonSpeedShop.com needs to be in your favorite spot. Along with building rocket ship engines, we keep a full stock of everything that the privateer racer needs to get out on track and win. Visit our website at LawsonSpeedShops.com for more.
Well, Rob Howden has just stepped away, recovering. He's having a sip of Don't Sleep Energy just to get his spirits back up for the next race. It's Mini Swift now, the next stage up in the karting ladder. These young drivers, this is a Mini Swift by TKG Kart Republic. It's going to be a Bennick. Well, let's have a look. Bennick on the front row of the grid, the number 133 kart of Royce Vega. Now, that was a little bit of a... We've got a different grid in front of us, so we're just going to go visually on what we're looking at there. There is the number 133 kart of Royce Vega. This class has all been about the two Bennick teammates, Vega and Troy Ferguson, and then there's Ferguson in the number 143 kart, and then the number 139, the Motaz Sport kart of Max Christia, Romanian born, now based in Atlanta. He was racing in the Transylvanian Trophy. Now there's another event that I advise anyone to go to. Michael McGoy, the Ryan Perry Motorsport kart, the only driver here out of Park City, Utah. He will be going from I think the front 5 rows of the grid. There's the number 3 of Travis Pettit, the Trinity Karting Group. But look at that number 115 kart behind him. Have you ever seen a more attractive Ayrton Senna livery tribute kart than Noah Bagling? Anyone that has watched racing, you see that black and gold and the crash helmet colours, and it gives you those goosebumps inside you, doesn't it?
You can't help but like the Senna game right there as you look at the number 195 on track 2. There's so many different liveries, and whether it be the helmets or the carts, it's really cool to see people get into the spirit here and go all in Vegas.
Yeah, it's the last race of the year, right? You've run all season long, you get the special livery, maybe get a helmet done up right. I love it. And again, getting set to get this going. Like, again, this has been such a great morning so far. Again, we are 4 down. 5 races still to come. We're just into the afternoon session here right now. Where are we? Temp 70 degrees, blue skies, little bit of a breeze. This is ideal conditions for Super Sunday.
Best Christmas day I've ever had. Well, I'm getting sunburned up here. That didn't happen normally. The number 101 kart. So, Lucas Palacio, you guys could talk more about him, the season that he's had, and now he's got one shot to make Supernats anything other than an abject failure.
He's been essentially one of the dominant drivers throughout the season. Not won every race, but he's won a lot of them, won a couple of championships already, but it just seems like they were having some engine or carburation issues. We'll see whether or not Lucas's kart comes alive here on Sunday.
They were talking about, having engine issues, carb issues, as you say. We're quicker in warm-up. That could be a little bit of a spark, maybe a little shot in the arm they need to go forward.
He is starting deeper in the field in 18th position, but we've seen drivers come from deep and do well. Cameron Marsha here as well, ready to roll off. Let's have a look at the grid as we get set to go here, Henry. And again, based on all the work up front, so impressive. We'll look at the drivers in the Mini Swift category. We'll get that grid for us here momentarily. Do we have it here somewhere?
We've got a grid, but I'm looking at the names in the order on the piece of paper that I've got does not correspond with the pictures that I'm getting on the screen there. There's the number 127 car. We'll get the full grid. And again, the Kart Chaser team and Alpha Live in the UK, they've worked some wonders to bring you the full graphics kit with the team logos. Here we go then. Here is your official starting lineup.
All Bennick front row. Royce Vega alongside Troy Ferguson, P1 and P2. Max Christia and Michael McGoy, last year's winner on the outside of row number 2.
Travis Pettit and Tristan Chrisan on row number 3. Impressive from Chrisan. He's got a new mechanic this weekend. They've never met before here. Noah Bagling, the Italian champion from Cambridge in the UK, on the inside of row number 4, alongside Marco Samut.
Going back to the end of the top 10, the Super 2 driver Ashton Woon starting in 9th alongside Marco Romero. Alessandro Truchot will roll off from 11th alongside Luke Tal.
Luke Tal from the Netherlands, and Tristan Murphy and Lucas Palacio will go from row number 7. McLaren Carroll on the CRG. Cameron Marsha round out the top 8 rows.
We'll have a look at the top 20. Matthew Cagle inside of row 9 alongside Ruben Gutierrez and Ania Pezzuto in the TKG kart, and then it'll be Mateo Calderon on the outside of row number 21 of the father-son programs running here. As both Mateo and his father Carlos running here this weekend as well.
Jackson Porter and Antonio Pizzonia Nieto, the son of former Formula 1 driver Antonio Pizzonia, who we'll see later on row 11. Valentino Santillon and Martin Yaramilo on row number 12.
Gabriel Balog for Magic Kart USA will be on the inside of row number 13 alongside the Canadian Olivier Chasse, while Rocco Simoni and Luca Popescu will fill up row number 14.
Canada's Edward Kennedy goes off the inside of row number 15 alongside Didier Krieft. Then it's Daniel Ramirez and Branislav Renka on the Croc Promotions card. Let's see if that can show some teeth here today.
Remengus Samsic alongside Declan Dianarin, and then it'll be Cole Medeiros and Julian Sanchez. That's row 17 and row 18.
Ksari Dukowski and Santiago Diaz de la Vega on row number 19. The top 40, Luis Nunez and Luke Giglio.
Again, one of the categories here in the Mini Swift class that did not have multiple groups, so everybody making it to the Super Sunday main event. Here's your last couple of drivers. William Kim, Braden Wagner, row 21. Nicholas Katowski alongside Jack Speth on row 22. Jose Halfin and Pearson Gulseth on row 23. And Jensen Michelke and Fionn Shi to wrap things up. 24 rows, 48 drivers. We'll see if each one of those presents themselves to the main event. But again, another 20 lapper here for you as we're into the second half of the main event.
I think Michelke and Fionn Shi have had to withdraw from the race meeting. Fionn Shi crashed in the first heat. I hope that Fionn, the Melbourne-born but now USA-based driver, is feeling better. I think he may have tweaked a wrist.
Oh, ouch. That is not good against a track like this at a temporary circuit. You want to make sure you're 100%.
Yep.
But again, many drivers working their way up here. I'll tell you, Bennick and the Royce Vega, Troy Ferguson combination have been tremendous out of the gate. Big days on Wednesday and Thursday. Of course, Friday and Saturday, situation Saturday, they were right in the fight there as well. And to do it all, they've locked out the front row. Again, Travis Pettit, Michael Mulgoy. Pettit coming off a Summer Nationals win in the category at Newcastle Motorsports Park. McGoy's just been out front all year long and is the defending race winner in the Mini Swift class as well. So, again, all these guys up front know how to win races, and this is the big one that they want to get to cap off the 2023 season.
We've seen teammates and teammates. Rollison Performance Group in Master.
True.
We've seen the two Soda USA drivers in Micro. Now we've got the two Bennick drivers. Are we going to see synergy, or is chaos going to reign supreme in the classroom?
Based on what we've seen, Henry, right, in the heat races, it's definitely been synergy. They've been working together and have looked good together. And again, they're kind of eyeing each other coming up to the start. Field into position. We're about set to go racing here with the drivers in Mini Swift and looking for that green. It is out. Green flag racing. Green, green, green. Down into turn number 1. And the inside move for the 133 of Royce Vega. Are they able to get together clean? Good so far throughout the entire tail of the field. 1 is clean. 2 is clean as well. Over to 3 and 4.
The two Bennecks at the moment are in P1 and 2, and there's the Kart Republic chassis up into P3 of Christia. I think that is everybody filing through, single file, about through the top 15 as they snake their way through 5 and 6, and now the descent down towards turn number 9. Watch the bumps, but it's one of the Bennecks in the lead clearly.
Mike, everybody in the grandstands, of course, holding their collective breath. They breathe the sigh of relief, and away we go racing. Pretty good start.
Yeah, hat tip, mini drivers. Huh? We just made it through that thing, and I don't see a single yellow flag. There's the knock on the woods. Let's make sure we keep things rolling, and it is looking sharp up front.
Bennick 1-2. We wondered if that would happen. Indeed it does, and there they are coming down, but maybe not for long. Here comes Michael McGoy. He's going to throw it to the bottom. The outside is that 143 of Troy Ferguson. Indeed, he's going to slot back another spot. Good move for McGoy to get in there, but everybody fighting early. And again, you know, Mike, talk about the opening laps. You know, sometimes you say, hey, just settle in a bit. A lot of guys want to settle in the top 4. Like, if I can make a move early in the first couple laps, knowing we'll be able to stretch away a bit, you want to be in that lead group. Who have we been talking about in all the races? Top 3, top 4, right? Yeah. You've got to get in that lead group.
Yeah, exactly. The first thing on the agenda is to making sure you get through the first corner. Once you get past there, survive the first lap, and then things start to settle down. You can figure out, okay, this is what I've got in front of me. You can see the racing a little bit further back, but again, up front, we got a line front of stern, about 8 carts.
A little bit of a breakaway, about 7/10 of a second. Royce Vega, your leader. Michael McGoy into second. Christia in third. Baglin up to 4th. 3-position improvement for Baglin on the opening lap as McGoy goes to the inside. He'll take the lead here from Royce Vega. So move last year's winner, Michael McGoy, into P1 outside the top 4. Ely Tristan Cressan 5th. Travis Pettit goes back to 6th. Troy Ferguson in 7th. Alessandro Truchot 8th. Tristan Murphy 9th. Marco Samet rounding out the top 10, and to scroll down to Lucas Palacio. He lost 3 spots on the opening circuit. He is in 17th position, the Pro Tour champion. It's got to get moving.
And this is incredible because for the last 3 days in the Mini Swift class, all we've seen is Vega, we've seen Ferguson and Christia duking it out for the lead. Now, when all the marbles are on the line, you've got McGoy and you've got Baglin, who qualified 18th, don't forget, running up at the front there. McGoy leads. It's the first time that we've seen newcomers at the front of the field. There's Cagle on the outside with a bright green NASA panel on his kart. Side-by-side, wheel-to-wheel going into turn number 1. Baglin to the inside, put the British driver in the Spirit of Senna livery up into P3.
I think that's the highest we've seen Baglin all week long. Now up to 3rd and rolling. Let's see how far the 1:15 can go.
Again, we always kind of temper our enthusiasm because you never know who went where on tire pressure. Hey, if you want to lead lap number 3, almost anybody can do it. Crank them tires up. You're going to have more grip than anybody else, especially if you're anywhere near the front. But you've got to have the long run pace. We talk a lot about long run pace because in any of the Pro Tour races, the same thing. We're talking 20 laps. These are long distance races, Mike. You got to pace yourself. You don't want to overcook things, but you got to know that the tire pressures are going to be coming up later in the race.
I'll tell you what, the tire pressures are looking pretty good on the Troy Ferguson machine. It's back-to-back purple laps. He fell back. Remember, started on the front row and has been going backwards now, trying to kick it back up. How about another spot for the 43?
Wow.
Yeah, that Bennett kart is on rails at the moment. He goes past Baglin up to P3. Now, I've got to say, though, Baglin and Ferguson and the rest, they have got to ignore the running order on the left-hand side of your screen. It's not Royce Vega who is leading, it's Michael McGoy who's leading, so the order on the ticker at the moment I think has frozen a couple of laps ago. We're running lap number 5 now, not lap number 2, so please ignore the ticker on the left hand side of the screen. It's McGoy, Vega, Ferguson, Baglin, Christia, Petit, Chrisan, Murphy, Marco Romero and Marco Samut, your top 10, and 2, 4, 6 all in the slipstream.
Ferguson makes the pass in turn number 1, still goes purple, and he's going to bridge the gap to the top 2. He had a 51.6 last time, almost 3/4 second faster.
Feels like he kind of let the first couple laps happen, right? He kind of got shoveled on the outside, got steamrolled a little bit. Guys were rolling on through, but just took a deep breath, set things back down, and went to work. Now he finds himself back into P3 as McGoy has gone back to the lead again. McGoy, though, has Royce Vega pushing on him. Ferguson right there in 3rd. 5, maybe 6, let's go to 6 kart breakaway. We'll give Max Christia a little bit of extra love back there in the 6th position, but to Travis Pettit right in there as well. 6 drivers in the lead group. Then you go back 1 second. We got a couple of moves. Baglin starting to get aggressive. He was there, I think maybe even into 2nd for Baglin. No, not quite. A little further back. It's McGoy, but he did make a move. Not sure whether it sticked on the exit of the corner. It did, indeed.
It did. He just about made it stick. Well, as his idol Senna says, if you no longer go for a gap, but you see when you're no longer a racing driver, Baglin saw the gap. He said, that looks like it's just about the width of a Mini Swift. I'll fill it. And he did. And now here's a move for the race lead. Up to the inside. Ferguson takes the top spot. Baglin trying to follow him through. There's 3 wide coming into turn number 4. They're all going to squeeze round. McGoy on the inside. Baglin back to the outside. New leader. It's Troy Ferguson.
I was just going to say, is it all of a sudden lap number 15? I didn't realize we were dropping the hammer right now. It's lap number 6, and these guys are going at it still. I will say this, because I'm keeping a little side eye on him here right now. Lucas Palacio up into the 11th position. He went down to 17th. He's 11th. He's quite a ways back right now. He's 6.5 seconds back. But the way these guys are racing, he would be able to work his way forward.
Exactly that. These guys are like, why race with 6? We could race with 8 or 10 or 20. Let's get them all on the show.
Come on, let's come out of the party.
Yeah.
Well, Palacio's up to 10th, but the top 9 drivers are all together. Then there's a 5-second gap back to Palacio. If they carry on battling and Palacio can stay ahead of the remaining runners, there's a chance. There's a chance. We've still got 12 laps to go. I mean, yeah, the gloves are off early doors here in Mini Swift. But I mean, so far, I've got to say, and I want to touch wood, don't want to put the curse of the commentator on anyone. It's been very clean and respectful, even though it's maybe not doing their chances in the long run any favors.
That's just it right now. We're talking lap number 7. They're really going at it. Their lap times are well down. Here's another move to the inside. Baglin for the first time. We'll put that machine up front. So move Noah Baglin to P1 right now. He's the best we've seen him run all weekend long. You see the move to the inside there as well for the number 3 machine. A Pettit, he's looking to the inside. He's got right behind him, I believe Christie and Murphy's in there. Chris On's in there as well. But these guys are racing hard. That's like what? Well, I want to say the top 9 drivers all coming across the line, Mike, within 1.4 seconds.
Yeah, and Mike McGoy just makes it around. You guys twofer, and we're seeing this a lot in turn number 1. The cadets especially go way deep when they go to make the move, and the over-under has been very, very, very big for the driver in third, fourth, or further back. So now you've got McGoy making that thing happen. The rest of these guys need to keep things tidy.
Again, just throwing this out there. We have top 9 drivers who are battling it out. Last time by, Lucas Palacio was over a second faster. It was 6.4, it's 4.7. Palacio's coming to the tail of the group, and we're not to the halfway point. There's Palacio right there coming onto the straightaway behind this group. He's got a couple of guys coming with him here as well, Marco Samet and Alessandro Truchot. Those 2 drivers right with him, and I think they realize they know what they've got. They've got a guy that'll push them all the way forward. The racing up front could get interesting because right now, Lucas Palacio, more of what we saw earlier this year. He is on a move right now.
When Palacio made the move for 10th position, he was 7 seconds behind the race leader. 2 laps later, he's 4.5 seconds behind the race leader. Now we've got 550 odd drivers here this weekend. There's one driver on the DAP chassis. That driver, Noah Baglin, because that's the chassis that his hero Senna raced back in Kart. It's part of the OTK family now, but the DAP is doing very, very well at the front. But I mean, it's again, Bennick 1, then it is McGoy 2nd, then you've got Baglin, and then that second Bennick in 4th place, rather.
Yeah, we're just going back and forth right now. Everybody kind of taking their opportunity up front. First, of course, it was Vega. Then McGoy got up there. Baglin spent some time there. There's a hip check move by McGoy getting into the side of Ferguson down into turn number 1. That moves Baglin back up into 2nd. We continue to look at the gaps, though, back to Lucas Palacio, who is closing 4.6 seconds last time by. They keep racing up front. And I'll tell you, if you race like that, Palacio's going to get here. We're going to keep an eye on Palacio trying to come forward. The Bennick driver's getting shuffled back, but there's a move for Pettit. He works his way in there as well. The Bennick driver's now back, I think, 3rd and 5th.
Well, and also just to add to it, because Palacio's not alone, he's also got Alessandro Truchot and Marco Samet, so it could be a 12-kart fight, especially with all this continuing.
Exactly that. They're doing themselves no favors. Look how much closer they are. We'll see at the line. It was 4 point something last time by 3.3. Another full second, and we just got past the halfway point. 9 laps still to go. Lead drivers breaking out a bit. We got a top 4 breakaway, then the next 5. Although I'll tell you, Lucas Palacios bringing them all up. He's ready to join the tail of this fight.
Palacio is in this fight. Baglin retakes the lead. Palacio, Truchot, and Samut. Do not count them out. We've got a lead group of 9 at the moment. There's another move for the lead. Oh, that's risky. That's the tightest point. They're 3 wide coming out of turn number 6, and still, somehow, they keep it completely clean.
One of the Bennicks able to go around the outside. One's coming down the bottom right now as well. I'll tell you, these guys are going at it big time here. Look at this 3 wide. They are not thinking at all about trying to pull away, and I just can't believe somebody doesn't settle everybody back down across the line. Vega leads. McGoy 2nd. Christia, Baglin, Romero, Murphy, Pettit, Ferguson, Crescent, Palacio, less than 2 seconds back. He'll lose a spot right now coming into the corner as Truchot goes by him, but they are essentially at the tail of the field. They have caught back up. It was 6.7 seconds about 4 laps ago. Palacio, Samet, and Truchot to the tail of this grid. 12 drivers in the lead pack.
There is not a single person that has something to do with this group that has hair left. They've pulled it all out of this point. This is incredible. 12 drivers for the win.
And again, lap 12. We're going to put lap 13 in the books this time by, so 7 to go. Long way to go. Everybody already running that defensive line. So to me is the 3 drivers who just got there. You mentioned when you get there, make the move. So how quickly do Palacio, Truchot, and Samet start really working their way forward?
They have to do it now. They've got the extra pace. They're in a rhythm. The front drivers, the front group again, there's no rhythm there because they're defending, they're chopping and changing. So Palacio's got to try and maintain that rhythm and bring Truchot and the rest. Palacio's already up to 9th. Pettit is 8th. Ferguson 7th. Chris Allen we've not mentioned really. He's there in 6th. Romero's up into 5th position. Baglin's still 3rd. But I mean, yeah, this is incredible racing here, and I don't know why SKUSA bothered to put any seats in the grandstand because not one person's sitting down.
That's exactly that. Palacio's got to the tail of his teammate Travis Pettit. So we'll see whether that first move comes. We keep getting this cover move down the bottom into turn number 9. That just kind of destroys your straightaway speed. Michael McGoy going to go on the outside as they work their way past start finish.
And he beats Vega to the line by 40 thousandths of a second. Keep that in mind when we get to the final lap. You go big defense versus big offense, it's going to lose out.
Big run around the outside again, and here comes the guys through here. The Kart Republics are lining up. That is Cristia, Pettit, and Palacio. All those drivers on the Kart Republics trying to insert themselves in the fight. Back down to the bottom goes Noah Baglin. Put the center machine back out front once again. That DAP chassis, we've seen that a little bit this year with Joe Turney and Stephen Miller earlier in the season running that DAP. But again, right now, the DAP back out front. This is a battle royale in Mini and everything we would have expected. There are years we've got some snoozers. We're not getting one this year. Back to back. Every race has been fantastic. Everybody lining up. Here comes a move to the inside once again as they'll get themselves through. That is Cristia right there as well as he's going through, I believe, with Cresson.
Yeah, and I think it was Romero also losing maybe a couple of spots right there. That's the one they were passing. Now down in the straightaway. It's like a Talladega Daytona down in this thing. Everybody's bump, drafting, shoving, but they're doing a pretty good job down at turn number 1.
Palacio now up into the 7th position. P7, maybe even 6 right now for Palacio. He is working his way forward. The engine wasn't running. The carburation there was issues. But the racecraft for Palacio we have seen over the last couple of years. He is a young driver in Mini. He's only 9 years of age, I think, for Mini even. So he's got a couple more years in this category. I believe he'll probably go to Europe next year. But this kid is on a roll right now.
We could end up probably talking about a body of work. You could look it up in the dictionary and see Palacio right there at the end of this thing. All week we haven't really talked about him, and now when it counts, he's in the conversation again.
Now I'm looking back at the very tail end of this league group. Troy Ferguson, who was such a contender early on, he's now dropped back to 10th or 11th. Here comes the number 101 of Lucas Palacio as we run lap number 17. Palacio, he's done an excellent job. His rivals we're taking this as Christmas Day. They have given him a big present because they've given him an opportunity to compete for the victory here.
He's got to get by Romero right now because of 3-driver battle. They're going to put lap number 17 down when they come back around. 3 laps remaining. He needs to get by Romero right now so he could be there to potentially close and challenge when they start the battle. Right now it's Noah Baglin, Michael McGoy, and Royce Vega. That's the front 3. They built themselves a little bit of a gap, and we'll give you the exact gap. You can see them coming across the line. Look for a move coming from Palacio now because the gap between 3rd and 4th is now over a second. So again, Baglin and McGoy both turning their biggest laps. Palacio with a look over the shoulder. I expect him to make the move down the bottom as they work their way. Indeed he does. He'll tuck down to the bottom of the racetrack. A little further back there. He's through. Baglin's still the leader, but book it. Here comes Palacio. He goes to P4. 3 laps to go.
How about Michael McGoy hanging out there in P2? And now for the last couple laps has not fought, has just pushed, and it's going his way. He has now pushed up Baglin. Those 2 drivers, fastest laps for them. They went green. We've seen this before from McGoy. You talk about knowing how to win these kind of races. All the racing that happened, and now it's starting to go his way.
So yellow flag flying in turn number 9. We have an incident on the exit. You know they're going to do the best they can to try to clean this up. No passing down right now into turn number 9. They'll hopefully have it when they come back around. It'll be 2 to go when they get here. We got a couple drivers off the racetrack on the outside of 9, but this is it. 2 laps remaining. Again, watching to see whether or not Palacio could get in there, but Mike, you're bang on. Michael McGoy is not letting anybody else back into the fight because he's just staying right there. He's not doing it. He's running really smart. That is crucial.
Man, I think we saw this from him last year where he was in that front back and then just stayed smart. This is perfect. It just has gone his way where he had the opportunity to actually be patient. He has no pressure. There's not going to be a third-party program if he waits long enough. But if you wait too long, the defense might get you back.
I think it was Jose Halfen, the driver, who was running down towards the back of the pack, who's gone into the barriers there. We've still got 44 karts running. It's been an incredible race so far. Now, Baglin has to defend the inside. McGoy, he's been feeling him out, and now he's going to start working the rear bumper of that Spirit of Senna kart. Well, Noah Baglin, the white flag's in the air. You better summon the spirit of your hero if you want to win in Vegas.
Here comes the driver in P2, Michael McGoy. He'll go wide. Baglin going to run him out a little bit. over under for McCoy, not quite there, but can he keep it happening? He gets a run out of turn number 2. He'll have to throw it down the bottom. McCoy looking over the shoulder. He'll cover down the bottom of the racetrack. Here goes McCoy again, trying the other over under, and as well, here comes Royce Vega as well. Palacio not that far back either. You know the defense is coming. They're just going to run out of time. Baglin's right there, but I'll tell you, Royce Vega not done it all yet. Do we get the over under or not? Baglin looking to the bottom of the racetrack. Who's going to go to the very, very bottom? Here comes a potential over under. They'll tuck to the bottom. Here we go. I think Baglin may have it. No, but I think it could be Royce Vega across the line. Here they come. And the winner across the line, checkered flag. Royce Vega wins. Vega wins in mini over Michael McCoy, Noah Baglin, Max Christia, and Lucas Palacio. What an over-under.
I swear we just saw that same thing.
Oh, that's amazing.
My word.
Waited. They all went down to the bottom. He went way to the outside. Over, under, perfectly timed, and used all of the track on the exit to maximize the amount of pace that he had. What a finish. Noah Baglin thought he may have had it. Michael McCoy did everything he did. He was patient to the very, very end, Henry, but not quite enough because they stacked him up just enough for Royce Vega.
Baglin had to defend. He had to defend. He had to defend deep. And he went a little bit deep and just ran out and just kissed the barrier on exit.
Wow.
I have not seen a race like that in many a long year.
So let's look at that one more time as we'll have it here coming through turn number 7 and 8 to turn number 9.
Talked about it earlier in the race. This exact same move happened. I said, watch out last lap, turn 9, and there it is. Absolutely done to perfection. Those two drivers, Baglin just carried it too much. He's got a hand in the air, but that was kind of him. It was perfectly done. How about that for Vega? Textbook.
Huge run for Royce Vega. Again, seeing that all happen, those drivers kind of pulling away from him a little bit. McCoy holding on for second. Baglin third. Max Christia made a dive bomb move to the inside on Lucas Palacio to steal 4, so Christia in the 4th spot. Palacio still up, as we said, up 9. He was nowhere to be found in any of the heat races. Whatever they were able to do to dial that thing back in, he was impressive to watch coming forward. Palacio up into 5th. Again, this is provisional. We've seen some changes in the heats based on pushback bumpers, based on video review. That is your current provisional top 5 podium. Cresson 6th, Ferguson 7th, Truchot 8th, Pettit 9th, and Marco Romero rounding out the top 10.
Someone at Kart Chaser is going to go back and review that race. You're going to see a social media post later on, I am sure, listing just how many lead changes we saw in that race. And I've got to say, whether there are pushback bumpers, we didn't see anything. We didn't see anything that was untoward. That was elbows out, gunslinging for 20 laps. And there was at least a dozen lead changes. There was almost a dozen race leaders.
You were talking about that. I mean, yes, exactly. They were racing so hard. I mean, Rob talked about it in the early part where literally you had to look down and go, what lap is this? We're going for it already. It was inside the first 5 laps. It was just rolling nonstop the entire time. As you said, 20 laps, elbows out, gunslinging, and it was awesome.
And you're looking there. I mean, there's hardly a scratch on any of those karts. This is karting at its finest. This is why we love this sport. From 3rd to 1st on the last corner. I mean, it's just outstanding. Again, these are the drivers that are how old, Mike? 9, 10, 11, still in elementary school. Oh, and the emotion, the highs, the lows, they don't really know. There's Noah Baglin sitting down. That's Royce Vega alongside him, discussing it, talking through the race there. And I think that a shrug of the shoulder from Noah Baglin. I've got to say that Noah had a message from a certain Rubens Barrichello, who is also Ayrton Senna's hero, saying he hope he does well, and he really, really did.
Well, we've got the results official, and the kid sitting there in the white, blue, and orange Bennick suit is officially your SuperNats champion, Royce Vega. It's confirmed, has won the Mini-Swift main event. Michael McCoy, Baglin, Christia, Palacio, the final top 5 here as it is coming through.
Not a single pushback.
Yep, and it looks like David might be ready with a little bit of a interview time here.
I'll send it to you.
All right, Royce, that was an amazing finish. Just talk us through that last lap, and who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Hacienda, my grandparents, everyone. Yeah, that's.
That was such an exciting finish. What was it like for you, the driver?
Not much. It's hard to say right now, but
Well, you don't have to say much. The emotion's in your face. Congratulations. You are a SuperNats champion.
And you can well forgive Royce Vega for being a little bit speechless. I've got to say, if it wasn't our job to speak, we'd be speechless up here in the commentary box as well. And just there's the moment. It sinks in. Deep breath. What have I just achieved? And take a deep breath. And again, that's why we love this sport. That's why karting is so good at its finest. There is no form of racing that brings out the emotions like karting.
That was such a phenomenal race, and seeing we're talking about how much racing was going on, and extremely clean.
Yep.
We had 12 plus all there, 3, 4 wide, and they're coming all out every time. It was phenomenal.
And there's something. The only 2 classes you've had so far where the top 5 have finished on track have been the top 5 that go onto the podium, the youngest kids, the micros and the minis. That says an awful lot about the way that those young men and women conduct themselves on and off the circuit. And it's going to be a very emotional podium, I think, there as you watch the 5 of them, Vega, Magoy, Baglin, Cristia, Palacio, making their way over. What a comeback for Lucas Palacio. There's Michael Magoy who finishes, and I'm just looking down there. It was 0.35 of a second covered the top 3. 0.35, 0.3 of a second. Incredible. But I can see the drivers are ready, and very shortly we'll be able to hand over to our Master of Ceremonies for the podium, Mr. Rob Howden.
P5 from outside top 10, able to work his way forward. Not quite enough, but Palacio coming back after a rough job for him to go into the 5th position. Excellent job for Lucas. Finishing in 4th spot, number 139, a last lap pass for Max Cristia. Ends up 4th spot. Excellent drive for Max. Driver led for a time, did a tremendous job working his way forward. Coming home 3rd, number 115, Noah Baglin. P3 for Noah Baglin today. Excellent run for him as well. Finishing in the 2nd spot. Got a couple of good years here running in the category. 2nd spot, Michael Magoy, number 1. Michael right there all race long. Down for under, though, in the final circuit. An incredible drive and a great pass for this young man who's now a race winner here at the SuperNats. Put your hands together for the mini Swift victor, Royce Vega! He was right there at the right time, the over-under, and saw what was happening up front, that battle that was occurring up front there. He was scrapping away, digging down, kept pushing. You never know what's going to happen at the end. They in full defense, both Magoy and Baglin, down into turn number 9. It opened up for a huge over-under for Royce Vega, and he timed it perfectly, executed it perfectly, and did everything he needed to do. So that was this drive for Royce Vega. Again, provisionally your race winner here in SuperNationals 26 in this mini Swift category. And man, always exciting to see these mini drivers put on a show. This track, it is racing so well right now. That is 5 straight races where the battles have been unbelievable. Race-long fights, and we could not ask for much more. Again, perfect weather here today, 71 degrees trackside, nothing but blue sky, and the racing has dipped things up most definitely. Drivers wrapping things up here down on Victory Lane. Once again, shout out and congratulations to Royce Vega, the winner. Michael Magoy, 2nd. Noah Baglin, Max Cristia, and Lucas Palacio rounding out the podium in mini Swift.
Well, there we go. What another podium. And Royce Baker's just learned a very important lesson in life. Fizzy drinks are very, very sticky when you get them in your eye. And talking about the international event, there is our 792 kart for the next class. That's Brody Yendall from Australia. And this is an international broadcast with an international audience. And I just want to say a quick hello. I want to say Shamai to Donna Edwards watching from my home nation back in Wales. And all right, to Danielle and Claudia Short. Danielle, the race secretary of the British Kart Championship, who is keeping an eagle eye on all her drivers there, both her and Claudia working in karting in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. Hello to you all. I will see you all very, very soon. I thought about doing this next part because I've got people watching back in my home country of Wales, especially Don Rose. I thought I might do the next bit in Welsh. How about that, Mike? No, I'm joking. I wouldn't bestow that upon anybody. Here we go. Let's look at the next race. We're now into the second half of Super Sunday. It's going to be X30 Junior. And look at that, the number 736 kart. Earlier on, we had, the KA100 Junior class. This is where we're going to see several drivers doing double duty, including that one, Turner Brown there. There's the 712 kart. That's Charlie Smith. He's got Matt Cooley there from Strawberry Racing in the UK on the spanners, and Charlie has been going very well for the Nash Motorsport team. The number 715 kart there, that's Augustus Torniolo, the driver from Wildwood in the US. Not quite sure what state it is, but Wildwood, possibly California, I'm not quite sure. 733, that's Stephen Miller. We saw him earlier on, the Nash Motorsport driver from St. Petersburg, Florida. People come from far and wide. Oh, there's one you're not going to miss. That is the 706 kart, Dutchman, Sascha van Bosch, the Race Lab kart from Amersfoort in the Netherlands. Drivers from all over. We've even got someone there based at Arif Kapadia Basu, born in India, now based out in Portland, Oregon in this race. There's the number 724 kart, Nix Eggleston, Ruthless Karting, Scottsdale, Arizona-based driver. He had a pushback bumper in his earlier race, so redemption is on the mind for the driver with the flames on his crash helmet. The number 703, that's Jackson Walney, the Rollerson. Well, it sounds like that's a speed concept kart entry if ever I saw one. On my interest is Rollerson Performance Group. I do know that he's from Glen Allen, Illinois. And there's the number 704, another of the Nash Motorsport. Good to see Tito and Elio both in the paddock here from Nash Motorsport from Los Angeles, California. Alexander Gonzalez, the 748. Looking back there, we saw him earlier. Diego Guillo, a bit of bad luck earlier on. The driver originally from Mexico, now living in Houston, Texas. The 745 kart, Truly Adams, the factory kart, that's American-built chassis, Billy Musgrave's team in California, and Truly from Riverside. He will be starting there. He had a bit of bad luck in his earlier race as well. Sarah Bradley, the Speed Concepts driver, based out of another driver from Wildwood. Well, because she could put on a show for us here. The 7-Eleven, that's my favourite store, 7-Eleven. But on this race, it's Alexander Jacoby, the Team U-Race kart. He's from Washington, D.C. And the number 798 kart, Oliver Weldon. There, he's got a lot of the Gainbridge-backed Lando Norris chassis. Got a huge following here as Oliver. I think that's maybe his broski there on his wheel arch there as well. So Oliver Weldon, the 794. That is Alexander Vonchev, the Zanella Racing driver out of Florida. He's got DHL sponsorship. Can he mail forward a victory here today? The Villeneuve chassis of number 737, Ty Fisher for the Race Lab driver. That's a TB kart in disguise, that one is. Say the stage is set, Mike. Well, we do need the Don't Sleep energy drink, but there's no chance of any of us dozing off here because the racing has been absolutely superb. This is race number 6 out of 9. After this, we got Master Shifter, then the two main events, X30 Senior and Pro Shifter, but every single final so far has been a main event in itself.
Indeed, 100 cc's and the cadets in the books. Everything from here on out is going to be 125, starting with the X30 Juniors. The Juniors getting ready to roll out here. Again, as you say, the shifters will go later. with the Masters, and then, of course, X30 Pro and Pro Shifter going, all 125s. A couple little notes about these. If you're watching at home and you haven't seen these things before, these drivers have rev limiters at the end, so we see things a little bit closer and not as much at the end of the straightaway. But now let's take a look at the grid.
Here's your full starting lineup. An all Rollerson Performance Group row 1. Brody Yendel and Diego Ardiles. Turner Brown and Charlie Smith go from row number 2. Stephen Miller, Smith's Nash Motorsport teammates, and Augustus Toniolo in a third RPG kart share row number 3. Dutchman Sasha van Pambosch and Nix Eggleston go on row number 4. Alexander Gonzalez and Jackson Walney, the third and fourth representatives respectively from Nash and RPG on row number 5. Diego Guillo for Supertune USA and Factory Karts, Trudy Adams on row number 6. Then it's Sarah Bradley, Alexander Jacobi, Alexander Vonchev and Oliver Weld in the top 16. The top 20 rounded out by Ty Fisher, Canada's Antoine Lemieux, Amador Martinez and Pierce Wade for the PSL karting team. Row number 11 on another packed grid. Archer Eversman, recovering hopefully from an accident earlier on. Levi Sanghera, now based in London, UK, on the outside of row 11. Giovanni Santora on the Comp Kart chassis. He goes from row 12 alongside Gavin Witt. Arif Kapadia Basu and Chase Gassio Lee. Double barrel names everywhere on row number 13 alongside Grayson Thorpe double, Alan Bonilla, then another fast Canadian. Watch out for the fast rising Nathan Dupuy in kart 789 alongside Felipe Benito, Frederic Lemieux and Christian Cameron share row number 16, followed by Peyton Westcott, Max Whalen, Sidney Castles, Alexander Chartier, Mateus Romalo, Stefano Tenacios, Gian Matteo Russo and Gavin Wardle. That's your top 40, and still they come. It's Alex Mercado starting nearly shotgun the field. Row 21, the two-speed concept team in Mercado and Burnett. Watch them. They should make lots of progress. Sebastian Rist from Maranello Karts. He rounds out the field. The driver from Baltimore, Maryland. They're in the tram lines. And Rob Howden, we are about to go racing one more time in Junior X30.
Yeah, let's look at this. And we've seen a lot of times throughout this day where we've had like kind of one team locking out the front row. We saw it with the Benix. This time it's the Rollerson Performance Group drivers working their way down in to go green flag racing. And again, we'll get everything into position and get them rolling here right now. And again, green racing into turn number 1. How's it look coming to the inside of the corner? Thus far clean. Couple of drivers climbing over top, 2 or 3 together further back, but otherwise the driver's able to continue on and race down to turn number 3.
Yeah, Santora was one of those drivers on the outside that just got caught up. They're all still running, however, as the leaders go through. Brody Yendel and the Rollerson Performance teammate there, Ardiles, in second position. Of course, we have lost Enzo with Montien from this race. He would have been out there, but we're one driver down. Still plenty of action, though, and that looks like Turner Brown in third position.
And indeed, drivers settling in to begin this opening lap. Brody Yendel up front alongside Diego Ardiles, the two RPG drivers who locked out the front row for the main. They're going to try to see if they can't stretch away. Right behind them, Turner Brown, as we know. Little gap back to the 712 of Charlie Smith. Augustus Toniolo up in there. Then Podbosh. Then we've got Eggleston, Gonzalez, Wolney, and Miller.
Another move right here. That's going to be Brown making a move to P2. And actually the previous lap, that bright green of Von Podbosh. Huge move down the inside. Probably took 2 or 3 at once down to the inside. Big moves early is when you can make it happen, but now we're starting to settle in. We got a long way to go.
Yeah, the Flying Dutchman, Sasha van Pabbosch, into the top 6. Nix Eggleston. Talked about earlier, Rob, that a lot of these drivers, there's some redemption here. They were in the KA Junior 100 race earlier. This is their second shot at glory.
That's it.
And so the drivers that did well in that race, they're fired up. The drivers that didn't do well are maybe sort of like, a bit more tentative. They say, we got to get something out of today. Got to get something. But it's RPG 1, 3, and 4. That Speed Concepts kart of Turner Brown settling in P2. The rest of the field following on behind. It's been a relatively clean start there, and we've got another lead change.
Yeah, Turner Brown makes a move to the inside of turn number 3 to take that spot away from Brody Yendel. And again, they're the RPG drivers now 2, 3, 4. But again, great run here for Turner Brown. We've seen so much out of that young driver over the season here. A couple of a Pro Tour victory early in the year. Man, he is digging up front right now. And again, like you said, too, the opportunity to already been on the racetrack once here today, right? Not everybody doing double duty, but Mike, it's a good thing if you're able to come back because you understand what the track is like here on a Sunday.
Absolutely. I mean, especially if we're talking about maybe some moves that you tried, it didn't work, or vice versa, and how you were actually racing. It's so much nicer to go into this thing and having done it before, because those nerves of that start, I don't know what to expect. Well, you've done it once already today, and you got it out of the way.
I mean, looky there. So obviously you've got some of the big names, Speed Concepts and RPG, running up at the front there. There aren't that many TB carts here from the Race Lab team, but and there is that's an unofficial Las Vegas parking garage there at turn number 1. The number 719 cart of Christian Cameron is out of the race here. But I've got to say, in the races that we have got TB carts in, every single one, they're up at the sharp end. That chassis is working very well.
Yeah, indeed, the Race Lab team that is the TB cart importer and distributor here in North America has been working hard throughout the year. They got a bunch of Europeans they brought over, a chassis showing what it's worth here. And there's another move to the inside. We got a couple of drivers up front. Ardiles and Yendel both go back, so Brown gets shuffled back into third.
Not for long, because there goes the RPG fight amongst themselves. It's Yendel and Ardiles going back and forth. This time Ardiles retains the top spot with Brown third. Fourth now with Von Pobosch going. Von Pobosch's been the fastest of the group, been rolling forward and been making big moves. I think down in turn number 1, you're going to see another one.
Potentially getting into the groove there right now. Back up front again, we saw the fact that Diego Ardiles in the 797 made that move. Brody Yendel right there with him. They are lined up nicely. They'd love to have Augustus Toniolo come up there and be part of it as well. They got those 3 RPG drivers in the lead group. Then, of course, we had a Speed Concepts Racing, Red Speed, and the Race Lab TB card of Ben Podbosh. So some good racing out front, but it's about a second back, guys, to Charlie Smith, Alexander Gonzalez, another SCR driver in Jackson Olney. We're starting to get that little gap that we've seen in all the races so far today.
Yeah, don't count Toniolo out in 5th position, but the more they battle, the closer that the next group will get. There's a couple of Nash Motorsport carts, Smith and Gonzalez lurking in the background there. 6th and 7th, Walney, Eggleston, Miller, Jacoby, Oliver Weldon in 12th position rather, and there's a big gap back. I think you've got, count them through, there's about 12 carts there. Weldon in 12th, 13 carts, because you've got the U-Race entry behind them. Then you've got the first big gap.
Well, and the gap continues to grow. In third place is Brown and Von Pobosch keep going back and forth. That allows the RPG teammates to get away, and it just keeps going. Look, the fight continues here. 3rd, 4th, 5th, bring on 6th. It just keeps growing back there. Meanwhile, the top 2 are getting away.
Mike, I know it's super early, right? We're working lap number 7 right now. But, yeah, if you're a Turner Brown, you're in the middle of the scrap while you're early in this race, all of a sudden we're going side by side, and I'm watching these 2 pink and purple carts up front starting to stretch away, pull off into the distance. That is not what anybody wants. Again, look, a little look there. Actually, I believe Brown looked over, and I think Toniolo was like, come on, we got to work together. I know they're your team and everything, but we got to be smart because they're starting to pull away.
The good news for Von Pobosch, got the job done and a little bit of distance from Brown. Now actually able to take fast lines instead of having to cover. Von Pobosch will have a first opportunity to try to gain the top 2.
It's brought Charlie Smith back in the fight as well, too, in the tail of the top 5.
Yeah, exactly. And, of course, Oliver Weldon just sets the fastest lap of the race in 10th position. 3.5 seconds cover the top 10. Running lap number 8, a 46.559 for Weldon. But, I mean, we've already had 1 Australian winner today in KA Masters. Brody Yendel trying to make it 2 Australian victories on the day here at SuperNats 26. Think about Turner Brown. Turner Brown, he's already had 1 win taken away from him today.
Yeah.
What's going to be going through his mind? He has got to have that, we mentioned the Spinal Tap reference, aggression level, determination up to 11, but he's not got track position, and those 2 RPG carts, Diego Ardiles, born in Costa Rica, now based out of Doral, Florida, and his teammate Brody Yendel, if anyone's going to catch them, they're going to have to do it on sheer pace alone, not because the 2 leaders battle and trip over one another.
That's it, and the front guys are doing what they need to do, right, Mike? They're nose to tail. That's the thing for Yendel. Listen, sitting second all day long, that's going to be the battle for the race win anyways, so just sit in P2 and keep pulling away. 1.1 seconds was a gap last time by. They'll come across the stripe here. They put lap number 10 in the book, still 1.1. So everybody up front, the top 4 drivers, all laying down 46 sevenths.
Hey, good news, personal best. We're going good. All right, cool. We got a good ride. Bad news. So does everybody else. The gap stays exactly the same. And we saw how good Yendel is in the race. Like, he can go racing. He can make moves. He's being patient right now and rolling. You can see that carrying that little bit wider line that allows to get that shove off the exit. Yendel just biding the time and may have a spot later on.
Last time by, looking at that speed from Weldon, very similar lap times to that of Nick Eggleston, but a bit quicker than Charlie Smith. He had gone to P5 for a second, but Smith getting roughed up a little bit, I think, and moved back. Jackson Wolney, I think, was able to slide by him. So we've got ourselves a pretty good battle outside that top four with Ardiles and Yendel out to a 1 second lead. Then, of course, Brown and Fed Podbosh lined up. Then it's Tony Yolo. Tony Yolo is about a second behind, but he's only got 3/10 right now, which means essentially nothing here now on the 703 of Jackson Wolney.
So Van Podbosh in third, Brown in fourth, Toniolo in fifth, and Wolney in sixth were all quicker on that last lap than Ardiles and Yendel. So it is being done on sheer pace. There comes Van Amersfoort, Zascha Van Podbosh and Turner Brown. They're closing in. They're working together. The two leaders are working together, but the two Rollerson karts, they just don't have the straight line speed at the moment.
Well, now we're just into the second half of the race, right? Now we're going to see where are the tire pressures, and there it is. Green laps, 46.7, 46.7 of our top two, but 46.6, 46.5. The lead is getting trimmed down by about a tenth a lap.
But we got to see which drivers continue to go faster, right? We remember all the data from Rawls, and we already talked about the fact that they finished 1-2 in the KA100 Master time. You don't think that Ben Cooper came back and said, okay, here's what we got to do, guys. This is what the car did over this length. This is what we need to do tire pressure-wise. So, indeed, interesting to see whether or not how much they were able to gain from the success they've already had today.
And keep an eye on Oliver Weldon, not in the immediate conversation in the front, but right in that group fighting for the final podium spot. And there it is. Oliver Weldon makes the move in turn number 9, back-to-back fastest laps of the race. He is moving. Fastest driver on the course right now and going forward.
Listen, and coming across the line, only 3.6 seconds back in total. He's going to try to close up now on Augustus Toniolo. The died set, though. He lost a couple spots there. Look who just dove in there. That is Nick Eggleston and Jackson Wolney down into turn number 1. It looked like Weldon was potentially ready to try to chase down the top 5, but that battle, 6, right here, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, great pickup for the kart chaser Cameron, the production. Those are the drivers who are having a heck of a scrap right now. One of those guys could potentially be on the podium P5.
Yeah, indeed. You got Smith at the back of this group in the first of those metallic blue Nash Motorsport cards. His teammate Stephen Miller is next in P10. Jacoby runs in 11th. We're now on to lap number 14. The lap times have dropped off a little bit, but it's a 46.8 for Ardiles, a 7 for Yendel, a 6 for Van Podbosh. Every single lap the Dutchman closes in, and he's chasing now a new second place driver because we got a new leader. Almost.
I think that was backward. That was still Yendel into the second spot, but how much are they closing down? What's the gap now between second and third? 0.8 of a second. Last time by, it's been about a tenth every lap.
And it's going to trim a little bit more because what I was looking at there out of turn number 1, a slight, very slight mistake out of the leader, a little bit of a wide arc, and not what they want on the exit. We'll see as they come around this time by and see what that new gap is, but I got a feeling it's going to be a little bit smaller.
Yeah, it looks like he's a lot closer. You can see them behind there, the Sasha Van Podbosh, and I'm telling you right now, pretty soon they're going to be getting kind of into that draft range where they're going to get a little bit more of the help coming up the straightaway. You got to be decently close. It's not like driving an Indy car down a straightaway, but there is an opportunity to potentially get close enough that draft will come into play, even if ever so slightly.
And remember what Brown did earlier, that wide move, undercut, knows how to make it happen from third or even further back. Those two drivers get in the conversation here. We got 5 or so laps coming. It's going to be real good in about 4 karts in the game.
That's it. Laps winding down. Now we're getting into the final quarter of the race, and indeed it'll be 5 to go when they come back around. The two RPG drivers have run nicely together right now. Ardila is almost pulling away a little bit here. Coming through turn number 9, but that draft is going to bring Yendel right back up on top of him again.
I mean, just behind the top 11, Alexander Gonzalez in 12th. Alex Mercado up 28 positions to 13th.
Wow.
Ty Fisher, Nathan Dupuy up into the top 15. Vonchev, Bradley, Eversman, Adams, and Amador Martinez round out your top 20 at the moment as we enter the final quarter of this thrilling race.
Third and fourth closing up just enough that if we start a last lap battle, that could bring Van Podbosh and Brown back into the conversation. That's what's happening right now. Everything lining up nicely. Again, Diego Ardiles, though, he's the driver in the catbird seat right now. Pulling away just a bit from Yendel. Yendel uses that draft to close right back up. With the top 4 drivers, throw a blanket over them. Less than 9/10 of a second for the top 4.
Turner Brown, we saw the same tactics from in his first race. Sitting, waiting, working, keeping his eyes on the prize. He's doing exactly what he did in KA100 Junior. He's not battling, he's following, he's just helping Van Podbosh. And now the gap is 2 kart lengths. Make it 1 kart length, make it nothing.
You get that close, you can start using them as your gauge on the left foot. When you get within about 5, 6, 8 kart lengths, now you can see how deep are they going. I'll go a little bit deeper, and even better, Van Podbosh, nobody in front, can go really deep. Meanwhile, Yendel has to check, has to stay off of the leader Ardiles, and that's going to take away from that braking power.
3 laps remaining in X30 Junior. This category brought to you by Speed Lab Racing Engines, and we have ourselves a scrap. It looked like it was going to move into a 2x2. Here's a move to the inside. Here comes Yendel. Book it. He's through. Brody Yendel goes up front. The Aussie takes over the lead. That is going to bring him back. But Podbosh all the way down to the bottom. Contact. And here comes Turner Brown. Turner Brown trying to go around the outside, and he will lead. But they're working back in here again. Diego Ardiles right there. Turner Brown takes full advantage of Van Podbosh. An early dive bomb move into turn number 3, Mike.
Turner Brown's got a bingo sheet. How many people can I pass at once? Right there was 3. Already did 2. Think he did 5 earlier. Turner Brown to the front and roll it.
This is the race he wants to win. X30 Junior. Will we get a recovery here from Diego Ardiles? Are we done? I think not.
I think not indeed. Meanwhile, Oliver Weldon moves into P5. He's on the podium. Can he pick up any more scraps? The front 4 are 3 seconds up the road. Brown, Ardiles, Van Podbosh, and Yendel. Brown's going to have to make the rear end of that speed concept kart very, very wide indeed. What's the cut under now from Ardiles? No, Brown still has it into 5 and 6.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Final time around here till we get that white flag. Let's see what happens for a cover down the inside. Indeed, a tough run down to the bottom for Brown. Big ride arcing from Yendel in the back. He'll get a good run out of the corner. Brown will look over his shoulder. Stack him and pack him for lap number 19. This is it. Into lap number 20. Final circuit. They'll work their way down to turn number 1. Big outside run for Ardiles. That's not going to work. He gets moved around. Yendel makes the move now into 3rd. Can he get back by Van Podbosh on the TB kart right there? But Turner Brown covers the bottom. Here come the RPG drivers. It's all likely going to come down to turn number 9. Brown leading for SCR. Can he bring it home? Checo pushing hard. He works his way through 5 and 6. This is the last run in. You know they're going to cover. Do we see an over-under coming out from potentially Ardiles? Down to the bottom. Here comes a big run. Here goes Yendel to the bottom. Nobody's going to do it. And the run to the line, the winner is Turner Brown. Turner Brown wins in X30 Junior. And the elation of the victory. What one robbed from him last year, he has got the win he wanted. Turner Brown winning in X30 Junior. Sasha Van Podbosh in 2nd. Brody Yendel 3rd. Diego Ardiles 4th. Unofficially, Oliver Weldon up 11 spots to go to P5. 1.1 second for the top 5. 0.6 of a second cover. The front-running quartet. Turner Brown wins in X30 Junior.
Made the best of a good situation for the pass, but you know what was the most impressive, I think? The couple laps after and the lines being taken by Brown. Perfect offensive defense where they try to put yourself in the right spot where they can't get you. Brown, perfectly done.
What do we always say? 4th place probably isn't where you need to be on the final couple laps if you want to win the race. Have a look at this replay as Van Podbosh made the move to the inside and turn number 3. Watch this. We're only think about 3 wide. Look at Brown. Way wide, late on the apex. Hello, race win. Came back across the bow, and he leads it coming out of turn number 4.
And look at that. Does not go for the apex in turn number 4. Leaves it open enough to be able to carry the outside. Absolutely Perfectly done by Brown.
Man, what a day it's been so far. Some tremendous racing on this fantastic 9-turn racetrack. And again, a well-deserved victory for Turner Brown. What do you think about that, Henry? That was a battle.
Wild by name, wild by nature. Turner Brown, I think that is redemption there, and he knows he has done himself. But you said about he didn't take the apex. He didn't want to run the risk of getting sideswiped there because he knew there was going to be drivers coming at the inside. So he had the foresight to stay wide. He had the confidence in the kart to stay wide and not run out. He's crossed the line twice in front in the single day. And he's going to keep, well, we think hope he's going to keep one of them, but I mean, it's very rare at SuperNats that you win 2 classes in one day. Turner Brown, well, he's crossed the line first, twice in one day, an occasion that has only, I believe, happened twice in the previous 25 years of this event. And again, we've, 0.6 of a second covering your top 4. Mini Swifty, your heart's out.
Indeed, we've got the official results. Turner Brown with the win. Brody Yendel in second. Diego Ardiles third. Oliver Weldon fourth. And Sasha Van Podbosh put down into the 5th position. So I'm not sure if there's a pushback or what it may be.
Well,
but a potential penalty.
I think we saw in the replay the move that Turner Brown did round the outside. It was triggered when Van Podbosh went up the inside, up onto the curb, and sort of into the side of the 2 Rollerson Performance group karts. And this was, I think that would have been the issue. Not a pushback bumper, but I could see David Land there. Turner Brown is smiling as well. He might. There is one of the RPG drivers. It's been a good day for Australia. That'll be a win and a second for the Aussies. Makes up the fact they were rubbish at rugby in the World Cup. Sorry, can't help that. Welshman in the house. Wow, what a result. Eggleston in 6th on the road. Toniolo 7th. Miller 8th. Walney 9th. Charlie Smith is 10th. Then it's Jacoby in 11th. Then Dupuis up 17 places. Mercado up 27 places to what was eventually 14th. And I think David Land is going to have a little chat with a very, very happy Turner Brown.
Yeah, Turner, awesome win, redemption from last year. You are so happy. You've been celebrating so much. What are you feeling right now?
Yeah, it's amazing to go from getting the win last year to getting it taken away. But this year, I mean, both finals, not yet. We still got to go through tech, but both finals on track, winning both classes in my rookie year of junior. It's been totally amazing, and I just can't believe it. I have a loss for words.
Talk about that battle on track, because that was so exciting, you taking the lead there in the last couple of laps. How'd you do it?
Yeah, I saw them go 3 wide, and I was like, okay, this is time. And then Diego, he stuck a nose on me in turn 5 over there, and I just thought, hold it around the outside and pray.
Hold it on the outside and pray. Turner Brown is a SuperNationals champion. He can hear you.
Well, what a race. I have to say, SuperNats 26 is living up to the billing. We're joined by Mr. Kart Chase himself, Xander Clements. Xander, you've been, you've been obviously, you're responsible, you and Trevor are responsible for putting on this coverage that we're receiving today that's getting so many rave reviews, but on track itself, they're doing it for you on the track.
There's nothing more you can ask, right, for must-see TV. This is incredible. And how about that? Turner Brown, his nickname is Chico, so we got a win for Ernesto Rivera's Checo, and we got a win for Chico today as well. Turner Brown, this kid, has had an unbelievable second half to 2023. Last year, again, in his swan song in Mini Swift, won on the racetrack, lost it in the penalty room, unfortunately. But it was a hard-fought win. Then again, here this morning, crosses the line first in KA Junior, ultimately ends up on the podium, but off the win. And now, as we send it down to Rob Howden here for the podium, let's give it up, folks. Your top 5 at X30 Junior are coming your way.
Much, Xander. We are get things underway here. Obviously, a little bit upset moving things around in terms of what happened on track. But the driver, P5 today in X30 Junior, Sasha Van Podbosh in the 5th position. So Sasha, head on over, quick little handshake and grab yourself a trophy. Sasha put on a show here for TV Kart and Race Lab. and he was tremendous in that race. So much fun to watch him work his way up. Finishing in spot number 798, Oliver Weldon. Weldon, P4. Great job for Oliver working his way up. Fast lap of the race. We saw him working his way forward the time. Finishing in third, number 797, Diego Ardiles. Ardiles coming home in third spot. What a race it was up front, no doubt about it. We've seen a lot of great drivers from Australia come over here to the SuperNationals. This is one of them as well. Finishing in second today, number 792, Brody Yendel. Yendel in second. But again, obviously in the interview we talked about Turner Brown and what happened last year in the win. He gets the victory as well in the KA100 Junior. He's got one here as well. Back-to-back races at X30 here as well. Give it up, folks. The winner today, Turner Brown. KA100 Junior win, X30 Junior win, coming back after the disappointment from 2022. What a drive for him, and we've seen that before. Jeremy Fletcher sweeping both of the categories. That is a difficult task to be able to win both against the level of talent that we have in these fields. But again, Turner Brown was right in the middle of that fight there. He got I don't want to say even got to be lucky. It was right where he needed to be. The contact happened down in turn number 3, and a perfectly timed late apex over-under. Keep the guys over to turn number 4. That is to take a full usage of the opportunity, and a incredible job for him to be able to get that victory. Brody Yendel, of course, he and Ardiles were right there throughout the majority of the race as well. Oliver Weldon was the driver we were watching coming from the tail, and then wrapping it all up with Sasha Von Podbosh. That wraps things up down here. And again, 2 wins on the day. Turner Brown from Speed Concepts Racing, the winner in X Junior.
Man, what a performance here for Turner Brown. And we just got word up here, Mike, as well, that the earlier win penalty did get overturned. Turner Brown is a double SuperNats winner. He's done for the day. Spray him down, boys. It's a champagne shower for your double Junior SuperNationals champion, Turner Brown. And man, oh man, what a race here to pull that one off to cap off the weekend. He's going to spread the love. There's Oliver Weldon on the JC Kart and Gainbridge Hot Wheels LN Kart as well. And again, just an awesome performance here for the X30 Juniors. The racing just gets better and better and better all the way through. We'll wrap up X30 Junior when we come back. We've got 3 more coming your way. It's time for the crazy old men to bang some gears. Master Shifter is coming up next from Las Vegas. Well, welcome back here to Las Vegas Motor Speedway. The engines have fired, and we're going to release them onto the racetrack here for your Master Shifter category. 3 races remain here from SKUSA SuperNationals Super Sunday Kart Chasers live coverage presented by Don't Sleep Energy Drink. Jordan Musser, the Texan on the PSL Karting Bureau Alert, has had one heck of a weekend here in Las Vegas. He's been fast, but a little bit of luck always helps as some bad gremlins hurt overall top qualifier Davide Foray and handed Musser the opening front row pretty much by himself on row 2 and the inside lane starting spot for row number 1. He was able to capitalize, sweep both heat races Friday, another good heat on Saturday night, and he lines up on the pole here for the main. Alongside him be the man that the Magic Kart boys call Thor, the captain of the ship there, Robbie Boydishow, will complete the front row with Brian Keck in the GFC on the inside of row number 2. Alongside him will be Antonio Pizzonia Jr., who has methodically cut his way up the grid there on that Orsold Racing Bureau Alert to 4th.
Vincent Cossard and Larry Pigram go from row number 3. Antoine Irigo on row number 4 alongside AJ Naud. Michael Goshen, Jonathan Vitolo round out your top 10. Victor Jimenez and Davide Foray on row number 6. Joe Rook and Scott Presti are up next. Brian Chatfield and Robert Feig round out your top 8 rows of the grid. Rob Howden.
I would keep an eye on John Crow back in the 17th spot as well. The Crow Show can get the job done. He'll be coming forward. Leo Kirsch's alongside him. And then we've got Frank Runco and Patrick O'Neill rounding out the top 20.
Yes, and when you said about the Crow Show, that was an affirmative, a nod from Mike Smith as well. Justin Kelly and Jeff Mills are up next. Then it's Sam Beswick and starting 24th, Captain America, Derek Wang.
Pro Tour champion Luis Quiñones starting on the inside of row 13 alongside Nigel Cochran in one of the Catalyst entries. Then Ken Schilling and Marcin Kloda.
On the inside of row number 15, the leading edge motorsport driver Daniel Paras from El Salvador. Then Randy Nelson, Don McGregor, and John Baldassare. That's your 16th row of the grid.
Go back to Luis Quiñones and Brad Danoff, David Jones, Luis Gauthier, Armando Watson, Rusty Lingle, David Delatorre, and Will Lynn capping off your top 40.
So these are the drivers that are 30 years old and above. There's more of them. Levi Bennett, ex-La Liga professional soccer player Ruben Milan, Cameron Castles, and Daryl Tunnell.
Tail of the field, keep going to Tiffany Kelly, Chris Salutis, and Skitchy Barnes. 3 straight top 10s, 2 straight podiums. Skitchy Barnes has had nothing go right all weekend. He is starting at the very tail of the field. We will keep an eye on Skitchy. I'm thinking potentially top 15 with some chaos top 10, as we know the speed he will have. A little bit of trouble there for Jordan Musser, not quite getting into the right grid spot there. They'll push him back and make sure he needs to be where he is. That is Jordan Musser in that 6'11". He'll roll himself where he needs to be. Kind of missed it a bit coming into the line. But again, here we go with a couple of big guns up front. Jordan Musser, multi-time American champion, SKUSA Pro Tour, you name it, he's won it except for this race here. And on the outside, Robert Boudachot in the Magic Kart, his debut as a Masters driver here at the SuperNats.
Yeah, and I got to say, the messages keep flooding in to say hi to everybody, and I know that you have to excuse me for a minute, my karting wife, Anthony Jordan from the UK, will get very upset, and a lot of the British drivers here know Anthony. Well, oh, now, hand in the air, and that is a problem, and that's not something you want to see. And the driver can't see on the outside row of the grid. The corner worker very, very quickly there, just trying to get that kart refired. And, at the back of the grid, the signal's been given to clear.
Yeah, field is set. Everything's set to go. They're just trying to get this one driver to see if they can't get him refired and back into position. Somebody on the outside might be Jimenez. I don't think it's Foray. Field set, though. They got him refired. Refocus your guys. Here we go. Green, green, green. And a hole shot for Jordan Musser. Boudachot slides right in the back, though. Musser getting off the line, cleaning. Now the run down to turn number 1. Boudachot going to throw it in there. Way around the outside goes Pizzonia. Way to run the outside on the cushion.
Great start there. They were finding out 4 and 5. Why that explosion of noise and colour. But it's Musser who's got the lead back. Pizzonia is third. Boudachot is up in the P2. Oh, and there's one of the Maranellos. The 653. That is Joe Rook in the barriers.
Joe Rook was having a good weekend. To go into the corner like that, you got to figure he had a bit of help. Big bump coming in. Look at Boudachot trying to go down and diamond it off a little bit, but a big bump entry. We'll talk a little more about that. More chaos further back.
Looks like we talk about Boudachot going in there. We saw him take a different line than everybody else there early in the race in one of the heat races where he kind of crosses over it. He's obviously really good under the left foot. Sucks right up to the back end of Musser, but then Musser screams off the edge. Pass on the inside coming right here. That's Pizzonia.
Yeah, Pizzonia to the inside, very aggressive on the start. Instead of stacking it up on the inside, he ran all the way around the outside, got the kart to rotate, back on the throttle from 5th all the way around to 3rd on the opening lap, put himself right on the rear bumper of Budashow coming through the corner. Other drivers making big moves early. I believe the number 5, Davide Foray, from 12th up into 7th. Same goes from Scott Presti as well. Henry, he goes from 14th to 9th.
Yeah, and Presti is going one way. Unfortunately, it's not been a great couple of laps for the Maranello USA team because Brad Danoff has just had a spin as well. Davide Foray, 49 years young, from Brescia in Italy. There he is, the 692, one of the best to ever sit in a kart, and they're 2 wide going into turn number 3. I thought we said that overtaking was going to be tricky in the shifter class. Not so.
Remember, Foray was fastest in qualifying. We've got fresh tires on these things right now, and he was really, really good early in those other heat races. Foray, watch out. He's going to be in the front very, very quick.
Here's one thing, though. You see, Jordan Musser has been able to develop a little bit of cushion. He does not have to worry at all about anybody behind him. A quick look over his shoulder, realizing he's got that gap. Musser leading across the line by almost a full second. Fastest driver on the racetrack right now, Scott Presti, back in the 9th position. He's worked his way from 14th to 9th, but laid down a 42.950.
Budashow just sent one in from a different zip code going into turn number 1 and got it all crossed up and lost second place. It's Pizzonia in second. Musser's getting away.
But Pizzonia came out of turn number 2 and he gave the old Italian, what are you doing? He's like, listen, we need to be trying to catch this guy and not dive bombing me. So I don't think Pizzonia super happy with the aggression of Budashow.
We see the single speed guys, they work together by pushing. Working together here is not fighting.
So listen, we talked about the start there. Musser able to get cleanly, but it was a great run around the outside for Pizzonia. Watch how he takes turn number 1. Here's the restart.
Yeah, why go down the inside when you can roll the... Look, he almost gets past Musser going in. Carries it really, really wide. Look at all the speed he's able to carry from 5th to 3rd. Pizzonia, brilliantly done. And Nate, that's how you get through there without being in the mess.
Oh, let me just tell you this right now, out of the gate. We talked about Skitchy Bard starting from the tail of the field. I said maybe 15th, maybe 10th. How about up 21 positions over the first 4 laps? He is up into 26th right now for him for 47th. What a start for Skitchy Bars.
Is there a shortcut somewhere? Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Well done, sir.
Well, listen, here's a guy that loves street races. Rock Island won many times there. Loves road racing as well. This is a street circuit with a road racing back straightaway.
And there's Davide Foray giving a signal there. He was giving Vincent Cossard the signal saying, no, you follow me, we go to the front together.
Well, Foray is rolling here up to 4th, 8 spots up. The question was, how quick was he going to get? Look at that! Gets to the inside, gets around Budashow, and slams the door to make sure he get it.
Might have been a little help on that one coming down. I'm sure we'll be able to get a replay of that pass when we can from Foray. I think he might have got into the back of Budashow a little bit on the entry to turn number 3, tucked it back down the bottom. The other driver we said to watch out for was John Crow. Just went purple last time by 17th up to 11th. The Crow Show on the move.
Yeah, he's going to need a lot of action going on in the front for him to get back in the game. But look, fastest this time by Jordan Musser, and personal best all the way down, even with those passes.
And almost 2 seconds up on the field.
Now, you were saying earlier, Rob, how many times has Jordan Musser won this year compared to how many times he won a SuperNats?
Well, again, we didn't really have much master shifter. He really hasn't raced hardly at all this year, but has done the testing that he needed to do. That's the thing.
So, if Musser wants to win this race, he's going to have to beat an ex-Formula 1 driver and one of the greatest drivers to ever step foot in a go-kart.
That's exactly that. Let's have a look at that replay. We talked about the pass I wanted to see. This is Foray, Mike making a move down into 3.
Look, he's back by a full kart length, sends it down the inside. That was a big, big move. But look, trying to close the door on the outside is Budashow. That little bit of contact. See the car hop up. At that point, doesn't have any drive when the tire's in the air. It's going to be up 1 for Foray.
So not contact from the back, but maybe a little bit of a hip check coming through the corner as Foray goes purple again. Now he's got to go to work on trying to find a way by Antonio Pizzonia Jr. They're back by 2.1 seconds. Musser laid down a 42.7. Foray a 42.4. 3/10 quicker, but 2.5 seconds back. And let's see whether Foray has a move to the inside. Davide Foray, book it in the inside of turn number 9.
You see how Pizzonia couldn't get out of the corner. He was like he couldn't quite get the gear he wanted to, so Pizzonia back a couple of kart lengths. Foray rolling. Hey, he just passed and set the fast lap at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. 2.3 seconds back. Henry, he was 0.2 quicker last time by. 12 laps to go. The math puts him on the rear bumper on the final lap.
Absolutely, and all the young drivers, all the direct drive drivers who have got aspirations to race shifter karts, you need to stand and watch. Number 692, watch a master at work. I mean, I'm saying this, watch a master at work. Musa is the master at the moment. He's 2.3 seconds up the road, but we're going to see the lap times now from Davide Fore.
Fore, obviously a master and knows how to make things happen on low tire pressures, but did he go just a little bit higher knowing that he needed to make hay right away? Musser, on the other hand, he probably could have kept him pretty low. Again, Fore, fastest of the race, over 3 tenths.
Yeah, over 0.3 of a second with 11 laps to go, only 1.9 back, 2 seconds back. That's about 7, maybe 8 laps, and he'll be there. So we're talking about him arriving on the scene with just a couple laps to go. Fore continues to push. Musser is your leader, though. Pizzonia third, but Budusho in fourth, Keck fifth, Cossard sixth, Presti seventh, Pegram, Jimenez, and Hiligo, your top 10.
Crow is next. The Crow show still there from 11th. Then it's AJ now. Gauche, Fige, John Baldassare from 32nd to 15th. Justin Kelly, Runco, Quinones, Lingle, Chatfield, Skitchy Barnes up 26 places to 21st.
Yeah, 21st spot for Bermuda's own Skitchy Barnes. He is working hard. There he is right there, I believe. That's Barnes. No, that's Budusho. They're both on the Magic Cart. Trying to see if we'll pick up Skitchy a little later. But again, he's having a good run, his best run after a really rough weekend.
Yeah, the fight we were looking at right there, it is a heavy one. It is a fight for third. That's Pizzonia, Budusho getting after Keck in that conversation as well, because the only person that has a shot at Musser is Davide Fore, purple once again.
And he goes purple, but maybe more crucially in the storyline is that Musser keeps going faster as well. Yeah, he's not quite as quick as Fore, but he's trying to put the good laps up. This time he doesn't do it on lap 11, goes to a 42.6, 2 tenths off, and I think it's one of those deals with Fore. He can start to smell the blood in the water. He knows how close he is now. 1.4, 9 laps to go for Jordan Musser to try to get that elusive SuperNationals win.
Pizzonia is going in the wrong direction. The Brazilian driver for the Orsolin Sport team, he's fallen behind Budusho. Budusho put a good move on there on that Magic Kart. The Magic Kart team, there were two members of the team had a wedding yesterday. They got married here at the circuit, Mr. and Mrs. Cunningham. They'll be cheering on Budusho along with the rest of the Magic Kart team. Keck, then Cossa, Presti, Pegram, the ex-Superbike driver Iligo on the Sony car, and then the All-American unit, factory kart unit, John Crow.
Over 2 tenths quicker that last time. It's down to 1.1 with 8 laps to go. Davide Fore hunting his prey, which is Jordan Musser, although Musser needs to find a little bit more. There's got to be something in. I guarantee you Musser's got somebody in the fence saying, you got to go. He is coming. You know that they were worried about Fore, and they've got the signals to tell him that he's on the way.
Hey, catch him is one thing, pass him is another, and these veterans know that. I'll tell you right now, you're not going to have a harder guy to pass than Jordan Musser after the week he's had, been up front the entire time. He's had the spot to lose, and right now it is his win to lose.
9 tenths of a second now, the gap between first and second. Another 3 tenths of a second closer for Davide Fore as he's closing up. It's about 4 or 5 kart lengths now. They're in the same screen. This is the battle, 7 to go.
We have had a number of races with multiple contenders to the victory. Groups of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, heck, 8, 9, 10 drivers. This race is mano a mano. This is man and machine at its finest. You cannot miss an inch. If you miss an apex by an inch, bang, you're in the barriers, you're out of the race. Fore is on the hunt.
This is the race that Musser wants to win. He's won many times as a U.S. Rotax final. He's won many championships of SuperKarts USA. This is the one he wants. There's the battle further back between Keck and Budusho. But we're talking about Jordan Musser having to put down the best 6 laps of his life to hold off a former world champion in Davide Fore. 42.34 to a 42.57. 7 tenths of a second the gap, but right now call it 2 kart lengths.
2 kart lengths, and we already saw Fore make the job done from 1 back, so he doesn't have to be right on the back bumper. He could be within about 1. It's not going to happen in turn 9 this time, but it could happen down in turn number 1.
5 to go, and they get back around, and Foray has worked his way forward. He's been clipping into what was a 2.2 second lead at one point, and Musser is the leader. Foray, both these drivers, not a head move as they work their way down the straightaway. Foray looking to try to line things up. He'll go to the outside. Do we see a move already? No, but he is there. Musser's going to know it, and if he does eventually get by, was Musser have anything to fight back? Big run out of turn number 1 for Musser. It's almost like Foray threw it deep into the corner, couldn't get it to
He
rotate.
just barely kissed the curb as he came around there, and that could be all the difference. You get that little left rear on there, you don't have the power. There goes Musser. First time that we haven't seen just the forward progress from Foray.
One thing I noticed, when they come into these bumps now, look, Foray's kart looks far more stable over the bumps than Musser's kart. He went a little bit wide there coming out of turn number 9, but yeah, he's got his head down. He's in the slipstream as they go up through the gears, down the main straight, nearly 100 miles an hour as we start lap number 17. He takes a wider line in. Are we going to see a move to the inside? Not this time. Musser's got to cover. Musser has to defend from here on in.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He's still going to run that wide line. It's about 4 car lengths, but you see under the brakes, I think Foray going a little bit deeper into some of the corners here. Not quite there, able to do it in turn number 4, but he has most definitely arrived on the scene. This is one of the best master shifter drivers, probably the best master shifter driver ever in the history of American master shifter car driving. This guy's an absolute badass. You got to throw Darren Elliott into the conversation there. So here he is. There's Foray making the move. They're going to go side by side. Foray makes the move to the bottom. He'll have a better run out. Musser's going to have a feel for it now. Contact mid-corner. What do you think about that, Mike?
He was in there. It was late, but it was in there, and he got even right before the turn in. It's a little bit different line with shifters. They don't arc it in as much. It's more straight, point and shoot. Foray got the job done. Musser, time to hit the burners, buddy.
I don't know if he's got enough. Jordan Musser has been perfect all weekend long. One of the reasons why is there's been issues for Foray, one of them not starting the second heat race due to an issue with the, I believe, the gearbox or something, but he has got Musser on him. Foray is taking the lead. A big pass on lap number 17, working lap 18 right now. It'll be 2 to go this next time by. Does Musser have anything left in the tank? It doesn't look like it. Foray pulling away by another length.
Musser's kart looked like it was pretty upset over that second bump as well.
Let's have a quick look at the replay of the pass. Mike, walk us through it.
Rolling down to the inside. Look, he's almost 2 car lengths back, straight in there. Look, he just went evens with him. He didn't even try to arc into the corner. He just went evens, matched Musser in there, and Musser was just stuck with a Foray to the inside.
We're back with 1 lap remaining when they come back around. Henry, thoughts?
Musser's going to be frustrated. He half defended. He didn't plant it on the inside to make Davide go around the outside, and he didn't maximize his corner entry by taking the wide line. He thought about it and just sort of dawdled to the inside of the track there, and he's going to get one more lap. But in the words of Robert Palmer, I think Davide Foray is simply irresistible.
I'll tell you this right now, for the first race of the day, we're not going to have much of a challenge, I don't believe. In the end, you can see the gap that Davide Foray has been able to develop. Put the laps down, nailed it in qualifying to go P1. Jordan Musser was right there. He took full advantage of any issues that there were. Musser's going to potentially come up just short once again as Davide Foray, the former world champion, going to put a SuperNationals win potentially on the books. Couple more laps to go. The ITAL Kart driver out of turn number 6 to turn number 7. Foray looking to get the job done. He'll come out of the final corner. Musser, there's nothing he can do. And Davide Foray will win on Super Sunday here in 2023. Foray the winner. Musser second. Brian Keck third. Robert Budashow in 4th, and Vincent Cassard, is he going to be able to come through? No. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. steals it away from Cassard in the final circuit. Pizzonia ends up P5.
What a roller coaster for Foray, right? I mean, with having the kart not start, with having the issue where he has to go back a spot from the pole. I mean, he has been up and down, but we knew when it came to Super Sunday, Foray was going to be right up the front.
Davide Foray going to enjoy it there. A little bit of a celebration. He's not sure where he's going right now. Driving around. Turn it back around, Davide. We're over here, bud. He'll spin back around, hopefully, and bring it back over unless he goes all the way around again. Let's have a look at a couple of the other really impressive runs. John Crow, we talked about him early. Into the top 10 for John Crow. He ends up 9th. But how about this right now? Skitchy Barnes plus 33. 33 moves forward for Skitchy Barnes. I said maybe top 15. P14 for Barnes from Bermuda. What a great drive.
You know what? John, Skidgy Barnes from Hamilton in Bermuda. They will be partying on the streets of Hamilton, and if you know the Caribbeans, you know how they know how to party over there.
Pour me a rum swizzle. I'll take one for him for sure.
Man.
Yes, no doubt about it. Great family, the Barnes family. Again, I had a chance to go run with them at the Bermuda Grand Prix. You can see Pizzonia there as well. There's Buddha Show. There's Foray. He's going to go around and congratulate everybody who was able to work the way. There's Brian Keck. What a run. And there's Jordan Muster, so close to getting that first win. What a fantastic weekend it was for him. And indeed, great runs for sure. Again, not sure. I think it's unofficial until anything comes down. We'll find out what happens with SuperKarts USA, but expecting that to be essentially, in fact, I've got it right here. I just got the call. Foray, Musser, Keck, Buddha Show, and Pizzonia. Those are the top 5 drivers as they finished on the racetrack, guys. What a race. It wasn't that big pack battle we had in the other ones, but it was a driver putting his head down, chasing down the leader and taking the win.
Doesn't matter. I mean, I know there was 40-plus drivers in that race, and quite rightly, the race director stayed on that battle for the lead. That is because you don't know how many times you get to see one of the all-time greats in action. And that was a special, special race. The tension that built up there. And again, Davide Foray, for nearly 30 years, has been an absolute servant to this sport. And the amount of emotion came out of him. And I think we're going to see some of that Italian emotion now when Davide Foray speaks to our own David Land.
Well, Davide, that was a clinic. That was amazing. How'd you pull that off?
I don't know. I did a very good start, and after I see the pace was very good. My chassis was honestly unbelievable, and then I make all I can. I put all myself, but considering also the mistake I did last year, I want to finish the race on the correct and clean race like normally I do, and I did a good job. Yes.
That's an understatement, I would say. You were making up almost 0.2 of a second a lap. Talk us through that move there on the backside of the course, because that was just awesome.
Yes, I know if I was too close, probably he's going to defend more. And then when I was a little bit too back. But I need to try. I make maybe a little bit harder braking, but in the technical side, I did that move. I just wait to switch off, to change the gear from second to first, and I carry on more speed into of the corner, and in the last moment I put the first gear, and then was good.
Davide, you have won a world championship. You've won here at Vegas before, but how much does this mean to you?
You know, like I tell you yesterday,
That's great. That's great. Davide Foray.
I want to speak.
Absolutely.
This is my life.
Hey, you can't say it any better than that. Hey, we're all getting love here. Davide Foray, back up to you guys in the booth. He can hear you, crowd.
How about that for one of the all-time karting greats here, Davide Foray, the emotions overcoming him, and you can't blame him, Henry. What a roller coaster week. He had to claw his way to the front. Watch this, the race-winning pass. Jordan Muster thought he had it covered off, and Foray finds a hole, a little bit of hard racing elbow grease, and he gets by, and it was just enough as well to trip Jordan up, so he couldn't get back to him. There's the congrats, of course, from Tom Kutscher as well. What a performance from Davide Foray.
You know something? Davide Foray, he's been for 30 years. He said something this is his life. And when he decided to step away from racing, at the CIK, at the FIA world level, I am sure that in his heart, even though he knew he could still do it, is there going to be another win? Is there going to be another big event? Have I experienced this emotion that karting brings for the final time on the biggest stage? The answer was no. He's had it there. And What an ambassador for our sport. We call karting like a stepping stone. It's not. It's a sport in its own right. You can make a career out of it. And Davide Foray, as a professional, and even there from Mr. Karting to Mr. SuperNats, no, that's a great time. That's going to be one of the defining moments, I think, of SuperNats 26 so far. It's this is a sport. If you want to make a life in karting, look at Davide Foray. It is possible.
Well, you can see there the rest of the top 5 in Master Shifter getting together. And again, like you said, with Davide dialing things back, gets himself the FIA Karting KZ Masters Championship this year. and he gets himself a SuperNats title in one of the most hard-working ways possible. Rob, take it away.
Xander, thank you so much. Down here now with the Drivers and Master Shifter, and what a race this one was. Coming home in the 5th place today, number 693, Antonio Pizzonia Jr. P5, last lap pass to get himself back onto the podium. Antonio, a solid drive, was part of a lot of the excitement up front in that one. Finishing in the 4th spot today, number 632, Robert Budashaw. They debut in this Master Shifter category for the Magic Kart USA driver. He's in the middle of that fight for sure, top to bottom. Driver coming home in 3rd spot here. He's in the 2nd qualifying group, but dug his way forward. P3, Brian Keck for GFC. Great run for Brian Keck, coming home in the 3rd position. Now into the 2nd spot. Awesome, almost a perfect weekend. Did everything he had to do. The guy coming home P2 today, Jordan Musser, 2nd place in Master Shifter. And it was an amazing drive, just not quite enough in terms of speed. But the driver who will go to the top of the podium, a former world champion, a race that he's always wanted to win, folks, these SuperNationals. Put it now on the record for Dominic Foray, the winner in Master Shifter here. For Italian Motors, ITAL Kart Foray, so super impressive. And look at the talent on this podium here right now. We've got a former Formula One driver, former world champion, multi-time American SuperKart USA Rotax champion in Jordan Musser, Robert Budashaw, multi-time WKA champion, of course Brian Keck as well. He has shown so well anytime he gets in a kart. This is a stacked podium. Congratulations, but it's Dominic Foray. Put the SuperNationals on the resume. He's the winner in Las Vegas.
Well, it's time to get set for the champagne showers here for Master Shifter, and a sweet sip of it as well for your top 3. Davide Foray, Jordan Musser, Brian Keck, spraying it down here in Las Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pro Show is all that remains. Pro X30, Pro Shifter, driver intros for Pro X30 coming your way when we come back from Vegas.
If you're a do-it-yourself 206 racer, then LawsonSpeedShop.com needs to be in your favorite spot. Along with building rocket ship engines, we keep a full stock of everything that the privateer racer needs to get out on track and win. Visit our website at LawsonSpeedShops.com for more.
Ryan Norberg is an internationally recognized karting professional, industry influencer, and multi-time national karting champion. Supported by Rotax Power, he has created a world-class karting experience, and is now dedicated to passing on his knowledge to a new generation. With 8 national championships, SuperNats victories, and numerous wins in different categories, drivers of all ages are welcome to join and partake in this unique experience. The Norberg Karting Academy offers more than just standard coaching. It provides an experience where you will learn pro-level tools to progress through your karting career. All Academy guests will enjoy a private hospitality suite which overlooks the karting circuit. Welcome to the Norberg Karting Academy, where champions are made. For information about 2024 bookings, email norbergkarting@gmail.com.
Welcome back here to Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing to get set for the Pro Show. Driver introductions are on the queue for the 41 driver fields in Pro X30 and Pro Shifter. We'll race the Pro X30s. The karts are lined on the front straightaway as the Pro Shifter drivers continue to warm up engines and get set to go racing here. For those of you just joining us for the very first time, again, this is Kart Chasers Super Sunday live coverage presented by Don't Sleep Energy Drink. Don't sleep is good for you. Here we go as we get set for Pro X30. We cannot wait to bring you the field of these superstars. It has been an amazing day of racing. In fact, last race there in Master Shifter, probably the most tame of them all, and even still, a late race charge and a late race pass for the lead and the win in the division here as we get set to go for driver introductions from Pro X30. Of course, side-by-side battles around the outside moves for the win at X30 Junior with Turner Brown, and it all builds up to this. This is what every driver in the paddock dreams of, is to be able to walk across that stage and then to come back to it, to be on the top step in one of the two headline categories here at the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. There is nothing like it. So as we get set to go here momentarily for the Pro X30 field, we want to make sure that the grandstands are lively. Everyone around here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, and of course, make sure to make some noise, good or bad, boos or cheers, for your favorite drivers here as they get introduced across the stage. They might be far on the far side, but they can hear you. We cannot wait to get set to get going, and again, that all starts momentarily. The live stream continues to set record numbers, and a huge thank you to all of you for watching live around the world. We are so excited to bring you this ceremony. Of course, the karts lined on the front straightaway is going to be tremendous as well. We're just getting the last couple of places all lined up at the moment. You've been treated, of course, to Henry Beaudet, Mike Smith, and Rob Howden all day long here for amazing commentary. The four of us will be splitting up these final two races on the day to cap off what has been an absolutely spectacular day of racing for the 26th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. So we are almost ready here as we're just waiting for the last few moments for Tom Kutcher and Alexis Kutcher to make their way up onto the stage so they can greet every driver here as they get set to go. So here we go here, and ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't gotten excited yet, it's about that time. We're almost set here. The field's lined. We'll be starting driver introductions momentarily.
I mean, it's SuperNats, you know. SuperNats is the biggest there is in America. I mean, it's the best race for any young talent to win.
It genuinely, the competition we have here, and it being a one-off race in a big venue at the end of the year, makes it the biggest event in America.
The World Championship is big, but everybody always talks about Vegas. Everybody wants to race under the lights in the evenings, and everybody wants to win this race, especially with the big payout at the end of it. So yeah, this one's special.
For North American, obviously it's the biggest race for us and one of the biggest races in the world.
I mean, Vegas is Vegas. You want to win this. This is our Indy 500. This is our
you know, this is our big one. So this is one of those races you want to win just because of the prestige.
The best drivers from all around the world are here, but there can only be one, and that's me.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time. Starting first overall, here as the field gets set, because he won the dice roll. Starting 41st, last place, shotgun on the field, driving an MPG Motorsports Kart Republic from Gahanna, Ohio. Number 41, Braden Eves. Starting 40th from Breckenridge, Colorado, driving a Brandon Jarscrack Racing, Mike Doty Racing LN Kart. Number 36, Caden Bell. Starting 39th from the United Kingdom, driving for Croc Promotion. Number 21, Lewis Bird. Starting 38th from Miami, Florida, driving an AJF Racing Kart Republic. Number 68, Santiago Fernandez. Starting 37th from Canada, driving a Race Lab Karting JV kart. Number 92, Josh Feiner. Starting 36th from Jamaica, driving for Croc Promotion. Number 25, Callie Atkins. Starting 35th from Riverside, California, driving an Ash Motorsports EOS kart. Number 64, Blake Nash. Starting 34th from Paloma, Illinois, driving a Race Lab Karting Factory TV kart. Number 87, Christian Miles. Starting 33rd from Pound Ridge, New York, driving a Rollison Performance Group Cosmic. Number 43, Gia Cicero. Starting 32nd from Brazil, driving a PSL Karting Factory Beer Alert. Number 3, Mateus Morgado. Starting 31st from Austin, Texas, driving a Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony kart. Number 33, Peyton Phillips. Starting 30th from Mexico, driving a Rollison Performance Group Cosmic. Number 24, Ernesto Rivera. Starting 29th from El Cajon, California, driving a Rollison Performance Group Cosmic. Number 89, Brett Rivetta. Starting 28th from Phoenix, Arizona, driving a Comp Kart Factory Comp Kart. Number 48, Cooper O'Clair. Starting 27th from Brazil, driving a PSL Karting Factory Beer Alert. Number 13, Diego Ramos. Starting 26th from Stockton, California, driving a Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. Number 12, Oliver Calvo. Starting 25th from Canada, driving a PSO Karting Factory Beer Alert. Number 51, Timothy Pernod. Starting 24th from Newport Beach, California, driving a Brandon Jarscrack Racing, Mike Doty Racing LN Kart. Number 6, Frankie Mossman. Starting 23rd from Gilbert, Illinois, driving a Hoot Driver Development Tony Kart. Number 88, Nicholas Terlecki. Starting 22nd from Belgium, driving a Race Lab Karting Factory TB kart. Number 56, Ellie Goldstein. Starting 21st from Rancho Cucamonga, California, driving an Ash Motorsports EOS kart. Number 77, Jesus Vasquez Jr. Starting 20th from Wilton, California, driving for GFC. Number 17, Chase Hand. Starting 19th from Arvada, Colorado, driving a BJR MDR LN kart. Number 40, Adam Rylance. Starting 18th from Orlando, Florida, driving a Rawls and Performance Group Cosmic, your 2021 SKUSA SuperNationals champion. Number 2, Ryan Norberg. Starting 17th from Indian Trail, North Carolina, driving a Brandon George Crack Racing, Mike Doty Racing LN kart. Number 70, Paulie Massimino. Starting 16th from Canada, driving a Rawls and Performance Group Cosmic. Number 28, Lorette Lego. Starting 15th from Mexico, driving a Super Tune USA Tony kart. Number 85, Fernando Luque. Starting 14th from St. Paul, Minnesota, driving an AMK Race Products EOS kart. Number 55, Alexander Kardashian. Starting 13th from Midland, North Carolina, driving a Leading Edge Motorsports Tony kart. Number 54, Caleb Gaffera. Starting 12th from Israel, driving a Race Lab Karting Factory TB kart. Number 46, Ariel Elkin. Starting 11th from St. Cloud, Florida, driving a Chad Dawkins Racing Kart Republic. Number 10, Jorge Ortiz. From the United Kingdom, driving a Sony Racing USA Factory Sony kart. Number 65, Harley Cable. Starting 9th from the United Kingdom, driving a Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony kart. Number 75, Brandon Carr. Starting 8th from the United Kingdom, driving a PSL Karting Factory Bureau Art. Number 19, Thomas Grice. Starting 7th from Greensboro, North Carolina, driving a Trinity Karting Group Factory Kart Republic. Number 67, Dalton Haynes. Starting 6th from Matthews, North Carolina, driving a Rolls and Performance Group Cosmic, number 23, Hayden Jones. Starting 5th from Mexico, driving a Rolls and Performance Group Cosmic, number 78, Donovan Bonilla. Starting 4th from Canada, driving a Trinity Karting Group Factory Kart Republic, number 50, Thomas Neveau. Starting 3rd from Davie, Florida, driving a Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed, number 26, Austin Garrison. Starting 2nd from Miami, Florida, driving an Inter MS Kart Republic, number 29, Alessandro De Tullio. And starting on the pole from the United Kingdom, driving a Cup Kart Factory Cup Kart, number 59, Oliver Hudson. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready for some X30 Pro Senior action, make some noise! The drivers will head to their karts now here as we get set. The field has been introduced. You've got your favorite driver. It's time for them to put their battle armor on. Rob Howden, Henry Beaudet, myself, Xander Clements, cannot wait to bring you the action here from one of the most highly anticipated main events this class has had all year. Everybody knows you want to get to Vegas, you want to start at the front. Nobody with a better starting spot than Oliver Hodgson, Rob.
You know, Xander, my thing right now is the races that we've seen so far today means this thing is going to be an absolute barn burner. The racing is so good on this particular track layout. This is going to be one of the best races we've seen in X30, Pro X30, in the SuperNats, any kind of single speed in this category. Henry, this is going to be amazing.
Just to give you an idea of how stacked this field is, you've got a former CIK World Karting Champion starting outside the top 30. Plenty of storylines coming into this one. We saw Ryan Norberg hasn't won all year. Could he do it? It's going to be a big ask, but it's Vegas. Anything can happen. Today, we have seen anything can happen. The style of racing that we have had, even the last race, mano a mano, one-on-one. We've had an 11-kart battle for the lead. We've had a straight head-to-head fight. Drivers from all over the world. We've got the current European and IAMI World Finals winner, Kalai Atkins, starting down towards the back of the field. There is just Tom Grice, last year's X30 Masters champion, only his second race in 12 years, starting in the top 10. We've got Harley Keeble, Brandon Carr, Ariel Elkin. That TB kart, that bright green TB kart, has been on fire all weekend in anything that it has put down, and Elkin will try and win one from about row number 6.
Xander, they worked all week for this. That's the thing, right? This is it. It all comes down to this. The guys that were able to get into this race, they worked all week to get here.
Yeah, and the 1 minute command now given here as ADT gets his gloves on and the rest of the field is in their carts. The mechanics will clear the way. What a shot here if we go from the up above of the entire 41 driver field here for Pro X30 presented by Rollison Performance Group. Again, those of you tuning in are watching Kart Chasers coverage of SKUSA SuperNationals 26 here presented by Don't Sleep Energy Drink for our Sunday live feed. And Oliver Hodgson has gotten the command from race director Neil Strickland. We'll be rolling them around here for one full warm lap, and then we will be going racing on brand new sticker Avinco red tires that we have not seen hit the racetrack for these guys since Thursday evening.
A quick call. We got Dalton Haynes starting there. He's Joe Turney's replacement. I'm sure Joe's watching at home. I'm sure everybody at SKUSA in the US karting scene wishes Joe a speedy recovery. We know he's on the mend, and I know Dalton Haynes is key to do very well on behalf of Joe here.
And I saw Joe just posted up on social media that the recovery's coming along quite quickly. So again, we all, as you said, extend our very best in his recovery time. This is what this is all about, folks. 2 pro races for you here. X30 to start things off, brought to you by the Rollison Performance Group. The warm-up lap is crucial, as we all know. Get the heat built into these tires. Turn 1, Xander, are you ready for the run all the way down to this wide run? Because you can take so many different lines through the corner.
Yeah, there's so many options, right? Even then, over the time that we've been racing, the barriers have been slowly worked out, and the SKUSA official said, all right, we'll give you that extra bit of track with you coming in the corner. It's no longer a straight line. It's a little bit bowed out. It's probably dirty out there, but it's at least inviting, and sometimes a little bit too inviting. Can everybody make it through the first corner?
So if you are not with us here and you're watching on Kart Chaser, thanks for being with us. But I'll tell you this right now, there is not a seat in the grandstands. There's not a seat in VIP. Everybody's standing up.
They're 4
deep down here at the fence as well in turn number 1. This is why we do this, folks. The 26th running of the Super Karts USA SuperNationals. It is Super Sunday and time to rock. There's a great shot of the VIP. There's the grandstands at the far end of the back straightaway here. We're packed up here in turn number 1 as well. It is time to go racing. And indeed, Oliver Hodgson on the pole alongside Alessandro De Tullio. Who's it going to be? The walk down the straightaway, nice and slow for Hodgson as he'll fire things up because it's time to get things underway. The rest of the field working their way into the tram lines. We're not using these. The start line much farther down the back straightaway. But when they do get the green, you know that people are going to be taking different runs. We watched KA100 Junior go way around the outside. That worked. We'll see if anybody else went to school in that particular main event. Field set. Oliver Hodgson's been so good throughout this week. Will he take home a win here for Comp Kart and J3 competition? Dial things in. They'll work their way at the end of the straightaway, and it is Pro X30. Green, green, green. Racing into turn number 1.
Who fans out? Who gets the lead off the first corner? They're all going to go wide on a turn number 1. But one driver around, might be Gia Cicero who's going around in the first corner. But up front, Austin Garrison gets a good start to second. More loading into turn number 3. Grice gets shuffled to the wayside coming out of the hairpin. And as they get single file down in the corner, it's a miracle. The Mad Swarm has survived the opening lap with only 1 or 2 casualties as the leaders are headed for the back straightaway to put lap 1 in the books. There's Braden Eves, the last place starter, trying to pick up some spots. More drivers together, but Oliver Hodgson with a great jump.
Check mark for Oliver Hodgson, as you said. Get through turn 1, clean it, get out and lead the opening lap. That's where we are right now. Garrison with a good launch too. He'll slot into second. Little bit of a 3-driver breakaway here right now. Donovan Bonilla working up there as well. So there you go. Hodgson, Garrison, Bonilla into turn number 1 for the first time. Maybe 2-3 kart lengths. Henry coming through that opening corner.
One thing I noticed there, Donovan Bonilla's kart is obviously geared for straight line speed. He was absolutely shoveling Garrison along down the main straight, and he's made the move into P2. So we know Bonilla's car's going to be quick coming onto the straights. How quick is he going to be through the tight and twisty sections?
This kid turns up when it matters the most. Got a big win to kick off the year. Now trying to get RPG a 3rd win on the pro season as he rolls through turn number 9. We'll put 2 laps complete The Brit continues to lead, though, as we head down the straight, Rob.
And these first 3, 4, 5 laps so crucial as that field begins to kind of spread out, right? You want to stay out of trouble, get your position, fight for whatever you need to get to be in whatever lead group you can do it, because right now we're starting to see some breakaways. There's a move to the inside there from P5. Hayden Jones to the inside to DeTulio. Book it. He'll take the spot in turn number 1.
Hayden Jones continuing to roll. I spoke to him on the grid when we were preparing during Master Shifter. He said, all I need is a good start, and I'll be good, as we've got problems further back in turn 1. Braden Eves, Cooper O'Clair, Finer, all collected in the opening corner further back in the field. That was way back outside the top 30. The leaders are still clean, but while Bonilla's gone through, DeTulio has gone through, Garrison has, that wasn't DeTulio, that was Jones going around DeTulio as we saw, but he's closing in on Garrison. In fact, all top 5 cars closing together, because Oliver Hodgson, while he did get a good jump, Rob, he is being hunted down.
No doubt about that. Hayden Jones went purple last time by, even with the pass on DeTulio, and there's no doubt about the fact that Bonilla is right there as well, right behind Bonilla. Garrison. Big run so far for Ellie Goldstein. Started 22nd, already into the top 10. The TB Kart, Henry, is looking very good. We talk a lot about TB Karts all weekend. Goldstein being one of the best.
The Belgian driver was fired up. He felt a little bit aggrieved at what happened in one of his heat races when he got squeezed into the barriers. He feels he should be starting in the top 6, if not higher, and he's proving it now. He is up 12 places, closing it on Carr in 9th, Keeban in 8th, Neveu in 7th, Elkin in 6th, then it's Tulio Jones, and you can see the top 3 on your screen. Hodgson under pressure. We're not going to see him defend. This is a 25 lapper.
Here they come down the front straightaway. Donovan Bonilla looks like he might be setting up the Comp Car driver as we've got 4 laps complete. Dono looking, not going to be there in turn 1, but he gets within a half car length. Garrison continues to stalk as well. At this point, though, by not battling Bonilla, might have been a smarter move. You'd think go to the lead early, but the earlier they start the battle, the easier it is for everyone to catch back up.
Yeah, listen, we're talking about 3 drivers up front with great speed. Hodgson, Bonilla, Garrison, they all got to just kind of show that patience. Don't be in too much of a hurry right now. Henry just said, this is 25. All the other races 20. I extended 25 lapper for the pro categories. We're only 20% of the way through here right now. Settle in, pull away, let those gaps start to stretch out so you're not having to worry about so many other drivers, because there are big, fast guys in the back like a Brandon Carr who just went purple. We already talked about Ellie Goldstein. He's in 10th. They're going to keep coming if you start battling. The more you relax over the first 10 laps, you're not going to have to worry about those guys in the back. Although here comes Bonilla to the inside. Does he hold it? Indeed he does. Book it. New leader, it's Bonilla.
Mexico takes the lead as it's Mexico, the United Kingdom, and America there. 1, 2, 3. Here comes Hayden Jones in 4th. He wants 3rd. Inside on Austin Garrison and through in turn number 4.
Hayden Jones is really picking things up, having come back to Rawls. The performance group has shown so well in the second half of the season. Good to see him here, and that was a decisive move. I like the complete jump straight to the apex, and again, you got to give it up to Garrison. He was the veteran, right? No need to really force the issue there. Tuck back into P4 and be part of this lead group, as we've got 6 drivers, maybe 7 developing in the front group.
The RPG Cosmic of Donovan Bonilla starting to pull away here, Henry. Oliver Hodgson's about to come under fire. Hayden Jones from 6th on the grid wants 2nd. Inside, looking clear. Hayden Jones to the top 2.
Rollison Performance Group 1, 2. Hodgson under a little bit of pressure. Now we've got a lead group of about 10 drivers. Then a big gap back to the 11th place driver, Ryan Norberg. Norberg, this is his last chance to win a race this year. He's gone winless in 2023 in the major US competitions. I got a feeling that he's going to need a little bit more luck here, but I mean, we've got Bonilla, Hodgson down to 3rd, so it's a Rollison Performance Group 1, 2. The 2 RPG cars, they look so quick in a straight line. They're really walking away from the Englishman as they come down this long straight.
Yeah, Oliver Hodgson looked really good on a low-grip racetrack, but Mike's talked about it all day long, the rubber coming down. One guy who is still under the radar and still there is Austin Garrison as they fight for the lead. Hayden Jones takes over the lead in turn number 1.
Talk about a march forward right there for Hayden Jones. He worked his way through Garrison. He worked his way through Hodgson, then Bonilla. That guy has just worked his way all the way forward. What a great job here for Hayden Jones. 6th to 1st over the first handful of laps here right now. And again, great run thus far for Jones. The North Carolina driver goes to P1.
ADT falling a little further back as he's dropped behind Brandon Carr. They were in a bit of a battle with Ariel Elkin It's allowed the fleeting quartet to get further up the road, and they're tightening up as they come out of turn number 9 with Hayden Jones leading his first laps of the SuperNationals here for SuperNats 26. Bonilla's right tucked up under the bumper. Hodgson starting to come alive. We saw him fast at the end of the heat races. He's going to try and follow Bonilla through in turn number 1 as Dono goes back to it.
We're almost to a place right now, if they kind of back off a little bit, this could become a 4-driver breakaway. The gap from 4th back to 5th is extensive.
Oliver Hodgson sent one from way out of town to take over 2nd. He caught Jones off guard. Garrison to 3rd.
What do you think? Was he just kind of tired of standing back there? Want to throw in and shake things up a little bit?
Split up the teammates there. Get them apart. Like Henry mentioned, he felt like the RPG boys might have had a little bit better straight line, but Hodgson, the lap before, set his personal best. He was starting to come alive. He's like, I need to go now, and Austin Garrison followed him.
When we spoke to Hodgson yesterday, he said it's all about his decision making. He felt he decided he needed to go then. He doesn't want those 2 RPG karts to work together. There goes Garrison to the inside. Really smart driving there from Hayden Jones. Let Garrison open the door, just follow him through. And now, there goes Jones.
And they're locked together, nearly a little bit into the wall as they got their bumpers hooked.
Look who just got here, though.
Elkin is there.
Yeah.
Goldstein's into 6th. The TB boys, who were on the edge of the top 5 last year with their 2 entrants, are once again creeping towards that podium. And Donovan Bonilla, it's Homestead all over again, Rob. A big battle, and Bonilla slips through at the right moment, and the Mexico driver gets further away.
I really thought we could have saw a 4-driver breakaway, but these guys had no intention of not dicing it out, each one going for the lead. And I guarantee you, Ariel Elkin, that TB car driver in the back, was like, come on, boys, keep going. I see this. Here goes Hodgson back down the inside of Garrison, and this is brought, again, there's Elkin right there, the over-under. He currently runs P5. They've got 1.6.
Oh, no!
Goldstein.
Big
There's
contact.
A big move, and more contact again. And there's, again, Elkin up to 3rd. So the contact, Hodgson getting into the side of Hayden Jones.
Another time in turn 3 with a big dive bomb. This time was Garrison on Hodgson. They have not been playing nice. Jones versus Hodgson versus Garrison. Look how big Donovan Bonilla's lead has gotten already.
We're up to lap number 11 now. Bonilla, Jones, Garrison, Hodgson, Elkin, Goldstein, Keeble, DeTulio, Norberg, and Grice, your top 10.
This thing is just not settling in at all. 10 laps down, 15 to go. Let's have a look at a replay of that pass over in turn number 3. Watch for this move. Here comes Garrison. Thinks about the bottom, and Hodgson was doing exactly the same thing. Hodgson was thinking, Garrison was thinking, almost 3 wide. The guy that came out on top of that one, I think, was Ariel Elkin.
And he's also worked his way up to 2nd now. Ariel Elkin got around Oliver Hodgson in turn number 1, trying to fend him off through 4. These guys are 2 seconds back. I know we're just at the halfway mark here, but Donovan Bonilla is getting a gift and a half from the field right now.
There are times that you have to race hard, and there are times you're just putting laps down. You can't believe what's happening for you. Look how far Bonilla is up the road, and all of this racing, we've added another guy to the tail of the group. That's Ellie Goldstein, the other TB Kart Race Lab machine, up 16 positions, 22nd to 6th already for Goldstein. 11 laps down, 14 to go.
It looked to me like we just missed it, but Elkin at turn number 5, he's just run wide, but in that really twisty turn 5-6 cutback area, that's where Elkin dived into 2nd place. This is a great battle. This is handing SuperNationals victory to Donovan Bonilla on a silver platter at the moment, and Hodgson's been run out to dry like a Talladega or Daytona.
And I'll tell you the same thing. Harley Keeble just capitalized on a little bit of that action as well. Made a nice move coming out of the inside at turn number 4. Xander, he was able to take another spot as well.
Hayden Jones now back to 2nd, Garrison to 3rd. They've got a lot of work to do, but this long 1,400-foot straightaway, these two already were trading blows earlier in the session. If they can finally stick together, they might have a chance of getting to Donovan Bonilla. Jones opening up there, Garrison about center track. We've got a shot at running down the leader, but he's 3.6 seconds gone.
Big move. We know we talked about Ellie Goldstein coming up plus 15 into 7th, but how about Ryan Norberg up 9? He's into the top 10. Norberg in 10th. Tail of that group right now. If they keep running, Ryan Norberg's going to get back in the conversation.
Yeah, Ryan Norberg won a heat race and then got disqualified in post-race tech inspection for not having enough bolts on the lead. And it took him out of contention here to win this week, or at least he thought. If these guys get to Bonilla late, which again is a big ask, because there's a big set from Ellie Goldstein, and he is nearly put into the wall there at the end of the corner. Goldstein has unfortunately made no friends in his return to the U.S.
Almost a mirror image of what happened yesterday in one of his heat races, although this time Goldstein was just able to keep his kart out of the barriers. I'm looking down the lap sky. Nobody's putting in personal bests. Bonilla last lap around a 46.7. Hayden Jones finally is able to get some clean air, but it's only a 46.8. The gap is nearly 4 seconds.
Xander, the start of the day, we saw some really good racing in all the categories. KA, of course, Cap started things off, right, with Junior, Master, and Senior. But we saw these great packs up front, a lot of patience, a lot of strategy. This is like a full, gloves off, bare knuckle fight. Everybody just scrapping for everything they can. And the crazy thing about it, it's this lead for Bonilla well up the road right now over this next group of drivers. He has got the opportunity to take this massive lead. He's just coming into one, and we couldn't even see the guys when they came in here. What a lead right now for Bonilla.
The only good news, the only saving grace for the spectators and the rest of the field is that they did pick up a little bit of time on Bonilla the lap prior. Came down from 3.7 seconds to 3.5. I think Austin Garrison said, fine, all right here. Go ahead and toe the line up. Hayden Jones, who has been one of the quickest drivers through all 3 of his heat races, driving from outside the top 10 into the top 10 here and moving forward. So as we go through.
Norberg up to P6 right now. Norberg in the hunt as well. He's in that 6th position. There he is right there. Norberg digging up here on Alessandro Di Tullio. Let's not count out Norberg as of yet. There's a lot of time to go. 9 laps still remaining. Norberg just went purple, this time by 46.1. 6/10 quicker than Bonilla.
We didn't see it on screen, but Thomas Naveau, the NASCAR Pinty Series driver, has had to retire along with Brent Rivetta. Tom Grice just off camera there making a move on Ellie Goldstein, but 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. The driver in 7th place, the 365 Sony Kart driver of Harley Keeble. They're fighting over the scraps. They have closed in, guys, but they're only closing in by 1/10 of a second a lap. And on lap 17 out of 25, Bonilla still leads by 3.3 seconds and shows no signs of that kart moving away. It was so quick at the start, you do wonder, will it go off? Will it go off in the last couple laps? It doesn't look like it's going to.
The entire top 7, Xander, going their personal best lap that last time by. Everybody's kart starting to come in.
And Norberg goes another half second faster than the field as he gets by ADT down in turn number 1 for Ryan Norberg. He's at the exact same story in the main event this year as it was last year. 1 year ago, Norberg was reeling everybody in at the end, but the top 2 had gotten so far away, the best he could do was 3rd. And this year, again, Donovan Bonilla, the leader, gets so far away. If Norberg had just been catching this group for the lead, he'd be in the hunt for the win. But because they fought enough early and they threw enough blows, Donovan Bonilla's lead at 3 seconds is still very safe.
Always different storylines of how these race wins come about for Donovan Bonilla. If he's able to hold on to this spot, this will be one of the most unique ones. Able to stretch away with the battle behind. Hayden Jones continues to lead the chase back. Austin Garrison settling in there to the 3rd spot, as is Ariel Elkin. They're doing whatever they can to close up. Last time by 0.3 of a second closer. 2.9 back, a 46.6 for Bonilla, 46.3 for Jones, Garrison, and Elkin. 46.3 as well for Ryan Norberg. He's a full 4 seconds behind Bonilla, and there are only 7 laps remaining.
It's going to be tight here, Henry, when you do the math on it, as we got problems in front of the front straightaway. One driver has hit the outside wall, and I think it might be Frankie Mossman that has tagged the outside barrier in turn number 1. That's going to put us under yellow, and it's also going to adjust the barriers a little bit. Jones and Garrison working together. Another 3/10 lopped off the gap. It's a long shot, a big-time long shot when you do the math. But it's still barely possible because we know when they get within a second, that draft will accelerate.
And it's the veterans that are there that aren't racing right now, right? It's the Jones. He's been around long enough to understand this. Garrison, the same thing. Ariel Elkin. Here's Norberg there. That's 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. They're all understanding that they're not racing for second. You don't come here to race for second. You don't come here to race for the podium. You want to do the win, and they've got to push forward.
You know what? Every once in a while in Vegas, a long shot does come out of nowhere to win. What these drivers do now, but Garrison makes the move. I was thinking all their hope is now is that nerves set in. Can Bonilla hold his nerve? The gap's come down by a second. We've only got 4 laps to go. It's still 2.5 seconds. Garrison moves to second. They're all hoping that Bonilla will beat himself, that the pressure's going to get to Donovan Bonilla. Can't see it happening, but that's what this group you're looking at are banking on.
Xander, 5 to go, another 0.2 of a second. Garrison closing up on Bonilla, but it's 2.5 the gap between first and second.
And again, you know, in the final few laps, they're going to race like that. Ryan Norberg getting through, nearly gets the bumper caught there on Ariel Elkin, but Norberg is through to fourth as there's more craziness further back, and the crowd is loving it. But coming onto the front straightaway, or a backstretch here towards turn number 9, Norberg, Elkin, DeTulio, 4, 5, 6 right now at the line this time by. It is now 21 complete, 4 laps to go, 2.2 seconds. It's going to be right down to maybe a 7 or 8 tenths of the line with nothing changing. But if Bonilla has any mistakes now, anything at all, Austin Garrison will be there.
Exactly that. 4 laps to go. They'd have to be almost 0.6 of a second faster every lap to close up to Donovan Bonilla, who's just trying to hit his marks, entry, apex, and exit every lap to come away with what will be the biggest win of his young career. We talk about that huge win at the Winter Series. Xander, could he bookend the season with 2 massive victories in SKUSA competition?
And again, you can't take it away from him. The kid started up front all week long, stayed up front, raced his way through all of those heat races to put himself in this position. He played the cards right. They just didn't play them right at all behind them, but the gap is majorly coming down. That was a 4/10 blow that time by. Now, here at the line, 3 to go as we work lap 23. Garrison within 2 seconds, 1.8 back from Donovan Bonilla.
You've said 2 very important things there. You said Donovan Bonilla, young. You said the chasing pack, experienced. Now, this is where Bonilla will start to think to himself, can he get in his own head? He isn't as quick as the chasing pack. There's 2 laps to go next time around. They're not giving up yet. This is the veteran savvy of the chasing pack, chasing after the youthful exuberance, but can Bonilla hold his nerve?
We'll see whether or not Ryan Norberg pulls the trigger here pretty soon. He's back in that 4th position. The gap was 1.8 last time by. 2 laps remaining. Call it 1.4. A second and a half back, 1.4. Not quite close enough for the draft yet, Xander, but the white flag's going to fly the next time by. Garrison leads him down. He's going to low line it to the bottom of the racetrack because right there, Jones trying to find a way by. Here comes Norberg. He's going to go to P3.
Norberg to 3rd, and Garrison starting the blocking means it'll be a race for 2nd. They might have had a shot, but that is long gone. Bonilla out front. Elkin gets run wide with Jones. Nearly into the wall. DeTulio to the inside, and he gives a little love tap to Elkin, who moves him forward as there's more contact. The midfield is a slugfest right now. Ellie Goldstein is getting shuffled left, right, and center as we come to the line for a final lap.
Here we go. Last lap for Pro X30. Donovan Bonilla 1.4 up. What a huge win it would be for the young Mexican. White flag flying. Garrison has got one of the best ever behind him. Ryan Norberg, they're fighting it out by themselves for that 3rd spot. Nobody else around for 2nd, rather, as they've got a big gap back. Norberg's going to go way to the outside. Garrison going to go to the bottom. Big over-under for Norberg. Side by side coming out. They're going to be side by side through 2. Norberg sees what he's got. Down to the bottom goes Garrison. Norberg's going to try to run the outside. Can't quite get it done. Here's the over-under coming out of turn number 4. Not yet for Norberg. Donovan Bonilla, folks, is going to win it. Norberg to the inside of turn number 5. Book it. He's through. Contact. They're through the corner. And that is the battle. We're not still done yet for 2nd because Garrison with a potential shot going to the bottom. Norberg covers to the bottom. Big over-under. Hey, let's get this done already. Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals. Bonilla wins at the SuperNats. Another RPG 1-2. Ryan Norberg from 18th to 2nd. What a drive for the winner of the SuperNats and a 5-time champion. But Xander, Donovan Bonilla put a SuperNats on your resume. What a drive for the young Mexican.
And he cannot believe it. He had to focus on his schoolwork here. Only got a partial schedule when the summer went on. He wanted to race full-time in 2023 after such that amazing start that he had. And now he wins the biggest race in the world on the biggest stage. X30 Pro here at the SuperNats. You can see the love and the proudness of Ryan Norberg, the coach for Dono, who has got him to this point, and a big as well handshake for Norberg and Austin Austin Garrison, two good friends that have been racing each other their entire lives.
Let's have a look at the top 10 because things could change. As we know, provisionally, Donovan Bonilla, your winner. Ryan Norberg second. Austin Garrison third. Ariel Elkin up to fourth. Harley Keeble in the fifth spot. Hayden Jones ends up sixth. Alessandro DiTullio seventh. How about Nicholas Terlecki up 15 spots to the top 10, 23rd to 8th. Chase Hand up 11 to 9th. And Tom Grice, last year's Masters winner, holding on to for a top 10. A great performance in and of itself as well.
Yeah, what a great run for Thomas Grice there on that PSL Karting Bureau Art. Dalton Haynes ends up falling down to a 12th. Jorge Ortiz ends up net neutral there in 11th. Laurent Legault, 13th. Massimino drives to 14th, and Adam Rylance rounds out your top 15. Here, let's take a look at that final bit where Ryan Norberg was able to get the job done here on Austin Garrison, and we'll come back to the results as there's a look at the man, Mr. 8-time. Here's a look at that as they come out of turn number 4. He got such a good run, and there was nothing Austin Garrison could do. Norberg parked it right on the inside there, and then the final corner, he just had to play defense, and he was able to do that very, very nicely, Henry.
Xander, Ryan Norberg started that move coming out of turn number 1. They were inches apart coming down towards turn number 3. Norberg didn't run it in too deep. He sort of allowed Garrison to sort of stay half a kart length ahead, tried the crossover move, but then into the tightest point of the circuit, the president of Norberg Nation got the job done.
And now let's send it down here to one very happy kid from Mexico. Donovan Bonilla is the SuperNationals champion. Dave, take it away.
Donovan Bonilla, you are a SuperNationals champion. How are you feeling?
Oh, I just can't believe it. I'm so happy. Thank you to RPG, my mechanic, everyone, my family.
That was unbelievable that you got that jump to pull away and really control this race, essentially from the 1/4 mark on. I mean, did you expect it would be, I don't want to use the word easy, but did you expect that you really wouldn't have a challenge?
No, I didn't expect it. You know, I was fast at the beginning, so I just was past Hudson and then just go. I don't know what happened behind me. So, yeah, I'm happy.
Your entire career has led up to this point. I assume this is the biggest win of your career. What do you have to say for all the people who have gotten you here and, of course, back home?
Oh, thank you to all my family, my mechanic, the RPG. Thank you to them. They're very supportive, and, yeah, I'm so happy.
I don't think I can add much to that.
What an awesome run for Donovan Bonilla. Crowd, give him another round of applause. Your 2023 SKUSA SuperNats champion, Donovan Bonilla. Here in Pro X30, there's the congratulations from SuperKarts USA owner Tom Kutcher and Alexis Kutcher as well. They'll be congratulating the rest of the top 5. Now, we, of course, go from the protege to the coach here. Ryan Norberg was looking to get the big win. He gets a second, but he gets it with his protege coming out on top in a heavy-handed battle with his good buddy Austin Garrison, Dave.
Yeah, Ryan, first of all, obviously a great day for your team.
Yeah, I mean, that's amazing. Dono won. That's the coolest thing ever. I mean, he tries really hard. He's been working hard all year. So, I mean, that kid deserves it. He's been putting in the time. But, yeah, I mean, great result for the team, and we were all fast. I mean, if it weren't for a couple, incidents here and there, we would have more guys in the top 5. So, I mean, it's just awesome to come home with a 1-2.
You were absolutely flying out there, putting moves on, some of the best drivers in this class. How'd you get up there?
Well, I mean, we knew we had the speed. It's just, trying to get through the field. I mean, early on there were some guys defending, which cost us a lot of time. But, we geared for that, and we were prepared for that. So, I was able to take advantage of some opportunities. And, yeah, I mean, we got up there. I mean, by the time I got to, 5th, I knew Dono had it. I figured that I was going to catch the front guys before they catch him. So, I figured Dono was going to get it, so I might as well just go as hard as I can to catch these guys. And got Austin on the last lap.
It's going to be a good night in the RPG tent, I suspect. We'll try to find Austin Garrison if we can. There he is. All right, you were the other half of that great last lap battle with Ryan Norberg, but I want to ask you about the beginning of this race because you guys did a lot of battling there, and you kind of let Dono get away.
Yeah, no, that's what we didn't want to go and do. There were some passes that should have been made. When I came out of here, I was in second, and then he was probably maybe a half second to a second away, and then after that I got stuffed pretty hard after I defended on the inside, so that kind of ruined our chance to go and win. But it is what it is. It's racing at that point in time. So after that we were just racing for second place. I knew he was so far ahead. after the car came in, it was super fast and passed for second. I mean, Ryan battled a little bit on the last lap, but, the only good thing about here is winning. Second, third, fourth, fifth is, it is what it is.
Austin Garrison.
Thank you, Dave. Here, Austin Garrison completes the top 3 unofficially while we continue to wait for the top 5 results as we check for it. And I believe we've just been given our top 5. So it is official. Donovan Bonilla is your 2023 SKUSA SuperNats Pro X30 champ over Norberg, Garrison, Ariel Elkin, and Harley Keeble will complete the top 5 podium. They'll begin to clear things out and begin to move things over to Rob Howden down by the stage for our top finishers here. But it's official here, and I don't think it's sunk in. It probably will take a long time to sink in. 19 years of the Pro X30 class over its iterations at the SuperNationals, 19 different winners. It is a first-time winner once again, and this time it's his second on the year. Donovan Bonilla gets the biggest win as win number 2 of his budding career.
And you know what, Xander? Rob Howden's going to be doing the podium very shortly. That race really took it out of me. I'm going to stand back. We're going to bring Mike Smith back in, and the very last race of SuperNats 26, Rob Howden, yourself, and Mike can call it. I need to go and recharge my energy with some Don't Sleep energy drink and become the fan of karting that I am and watch the pro shifters in action with the people in the stands. So I'm going to take a Don't Sleep, take a break, and I can't wait to see this last race. Thank you very much, guys. I'll be back now.
Thank you, Henry, here. Mike, good to have you joining us back in the booth as we get set to hand it over to Rob. There's team owner Mike Rollison. He's got to be pumped up here. What a win. And again, for one of their development drivers here who has turned now into a full-on superstar. How about it here for Donovan Bonilla and the family and friends able to come and hang out at the podium and congratulate him. His parents so proud, and you can't, again, feel anything but just nothing but gratitude for this kid. He is just such a happy-go-lucky kid here in the paddock. He has such a good time. He's so well liked in the 10, and I'm sure RPG is going to be happy to hopefully welcome him back for 2024. Rob, it looks like we're just about ready. We'll send it on down to you here for our top 5.
Thank you, Xander. And indeed, we are set to go. The drivers have worked their way down here for our podium presentation for the X30 Senior category. What an absolute battle that was. Kind of expected, right? We had some really good racing in KA, all the classes, but these guys we knew were going to step it up at another level of intensity. Let's go to work and bring in our top 5 drivers, finishing in the 5th spot. What a great drive to work forward. Harley Keeble coming home, P5 for Sony Racing USA. Keeble in 5th. Great run there, late run up into the top 5 onto the podium. Really digging deep in there. Another drive, fantastic. Back to the podium once again. P4, Eric Elkin. Elkin coming home, P4. The Race Lab TB Kart team having a tremendous weekend and a great job there for Ariel Elkin. Finishing in 3rd, number 326, Austin Garrison. Garrison, P3. In that fight for sure, all race long. Plus 16, I think, something like that for this guy coming forward. He put a show on for sure, folks. Coming home in 2nd, Ryan Norberg. We love seeing first-time winners, as we always do, apparently, in this X30 Senior class. What a win for this driver here, able to get out front, didn't put a wheel wrong. Your winner of SuperNationals 26 and X30 Pro, Donovan Bonilla! What a victory for Dono. Big, big win for the RPG driver, RPG 1-2 with Ryan Norberg, as we know, 1st and 2nd, going at it late to be able to get by Austin Garrison. Garrison's been good all weekend long. Overall, just a great weekend for Garrison. Qualified on the pole on Thursday and then was able to get it done throughout the week. And a good start, was right in the middle of the fight. Again, this is the action that allowed Bonilla to get away, and he fully capitalized on it. And again, well done for him, and a big payday as well for all the drivers up on top of the podium here today. Again, Donovan Bonilla, P1, Norberg 2nd, Garrison 3rd, Elkin 4th, Keeble 5th. The celebration will begin. One more race, 8 down, just pro left. We'll have the full, obviously, driver introduction. The karts being pushed out here on to the racetrack as they come down into turn number 1. Full driver intros, and it'll be an excellent way to get this 26th running of the SuperNationals capped. because the celebration, of course, will continue down here. The champagne will fly for the drivers here in this category. What a drive for Donovan Bonilla, able to get away from the chaos early, took the advantage of it, just did not let up at all. Again, we watched great drives from guys coming deeper in the field. The bottom line here is Donovan Bonilla will always now be a SuperNationals race winner, guys. The champagne is there for the top 3. Feel free to go at it, guys. Grip it and rip it. Let's have some champagne spray. Go at it right now on Bonilla.
An awesome day here for Mexico with Donovan Bonilla winning in X30 Pro, Ernesto Rivera winning in KA100 Senior, and the two young bucks that have raced against each other for their whole lives, much like Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison, a couple of Florida natives, have once again put on a good show. But there's still one more show to go, folks. It's almost time for the final race of SKUSA SuperNationals 26. Kart Chasers live coverage presented by Don't Sleep Energy Drink will be commercial free for the rest of it after this final break, because there it is. The pro shifters, the superstars of SuperKarts USA are coming up next. Welcome back here to Las Vegas Motor Speedway, and the VIP suite still full here of people getting set and ready to watch 125cc gearbox action get set to get underway. We're just queuing the karts now here on the front straightaway. A little bit different of a lineup for them, as they have to be direct drive push start, and then we'll get all the drivers to make their way over behind the Jumbotron to begin to line up here to get introduced to the field. So as they begin to bring them over, it gives us a little bit of time to kind of talk a little prep about Pro Shifter. And again, Mike Smith here joining me back on the mic while Henry Brodette takes a break here to close off the final race of the day. Mike, what you saw, obviously, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that we talked about that you were seeing as well, but as our pseudo driver analyst here this weekend, what else could you add?
Well, the first thing I want to mention is just that stat line about 19 different drivers and 19 different years, and that just goes to show how tough it is. In a lot of different categories, we talk about like drivers moving up. Like, you only have so many shots in micro, you only have so many shots in mini and in junior. but you can be in senior for a very, very long time, and still no one's been able to do it twice.
So it makes it so impressive. Again, Ryan Norberg comes up one spot shy. He's been on the podium 3 years in a row. Of course, last year on the podium, this year runner-up, and 2 years ago getting that maiden SuperNats victory. Austin Garrison, for once it feels like, has some good luck in Vegas. That guy has always found a way to be fast over the last few years, and in the Pro X30 starts, which he hasn't made every single one, the ones that he's had, he seems like he's been spun around in turn one more times than none, and it looked pretty hairy that first corner. The entire field, it's felt like washed out wide with how deep they were going. And again, for Pro X30 and for Pro Shifter, it's the first time that it's the first time with this amount of karts on the racetrack, 41, because X30 Pro at only 63 or 65, I believe, total entries meant they were 30 or so in the heat. So add 5 more rows, add 10 more go-karts, lined up, pushing into the first corner. It's more force and an earlier breaking point needed than probably what the leaders were expecting.
And not only that, they still made it through. I mean, for the way it was actually pretty good, but it was elbows up the entire time. And it was crazy to see how much infighting there was, and the fact that he really did let Bonilla go.
Well, fans, as the drivers get set here, let's have you guys, we'll show it around here while the grandstands are full, and get ready for one more race here from SKUSA SuperNationals 26. So as we continue to roll around the grandstands, everyone's getting set and ready to watch here. The drivers are just about queued up. We'll wait on Tom and Alexis Kutcher as well to be ready to shake their hands as they come across the line. And then, of course, they'll head over to the grid to get themselves set and ready to go for racing action here. A good seat in the house for everyone here, a good seat for all of you at home. It's one more race, and then we roll on through here with the final 25 laps on this racetrack here that has changed what we thought about it over the course of the weekend. Like, everybody's fired up here, having a good time, getting up onto the Jumbotron and on the live stream. Thousands and thousands and thousands of viewers, over 1 million impressions on the weekend. Eyeballs are here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway and watching everything that we're doing so far, Mike.
Exactly that, and actually just a quick shout out there to the HRT team of Laser Snakes right there. They love that little name that they came up with. I love seeing all these different teams through here and all the support. It's been
we
phenomenal.
got some Kyle Wick love over there. Team Kyle for the GFC, the black and white boys. We'll see where he can go. He's got a little work to do there, but Kyle Wick's got a big cheering section here, ready to watch him as everyone is queued and I believe just about ready. So we're continuing to get set for one more moment here, but again, this is the last chance. If you haven't made your way out to the racetrack to cheer on your favorite driver, all 41 of our pro shifters will be walking across and looking for support from you, or again, if you don't like one, boos are welcome as well. This is an entertainment. This is a show. It's Las Vegas for the SKUSA SuperNats here with Pro Shifter presented by PSL Karting, getting set to go green here again. Your live coverage presented by Don't Sleep Energy Drink. So we're just prepping the last couple of things here for this field. And what's been so interesting, Mike, of course, they are hitting first gear more often here, it feels like, than even any of the other SuperNats tracks we've run in the last probably half decade, if not more. 5 times a lap at minimum.
We talked about how racy the track is, but how about how busy it is for these shifter drivers? Again, as you say, down to first gear so many times, between a high speed of the front straightaway, the low speeds of the different corners, only 9 of them, but it's a busy 9.
Well, you saw a little quick blip of the podium stage. That's where they all will hopefully stand at the end of this one. Only one will remain from 41 drivers on the top step of the box here and be spraying the champagne that has already coated everything on that podium here for the top 3 drivers, of course. But, yeah, it is just going to be honestly probably one of the best shifter races we have seen. We were treated to an amazing race just 2 weeks ago at the primer event, really, for the industry with the Rock Vegas event 2 weeks ago. An awesome battle between Kyle Wick and Danny Formal. Wick getting the upper hand by the end of it. Both of them popping wheelies, simultaneous wheelies at one point. We might see that here this weekend. There's a look at some more boys in the black and white here. The GFC boys have one really good starting spot, one a little further back for their 2 leading drivers here, but a lot of black and white in the field. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get set to meet your starting lineup for Pro Shifter for SKUSA SuperNationals 26. First up, starting 41st on the field, winning the dice roll last night. From Argentina, driving an SLA Kart Racing Bureau Art, number 79, Federico Payero. Starting 40th from Canada, driving for GFC, number 14, TJ Madonna. Starting 39th from Canada, driving a PSL Karting Factory Bureau Art, rookie number 42, Anthony Martella. Starting 38 from Estonia, driving an Intel Kart Factory Racing Team Intel Kart, number 93, Marcus Kayak. Starting 37th from Australia, driving for GFC, number 13, James Golding. Starting 36th from Parker, Colorado, driving an M2 Racing Rolls and Performance Group LN Kart, number 8, Hannah Greenemeyer. Starting 35th from Canada, driving a Maranello's USA Factory Maranello, number 23, Josh Conker. And now you're starting 34 that locked themselves in off the 3 heat races on Friday and Saturday. Starting 34th from Switzerland, driving a PSL Karting Bureau Art, number 75, Samuel Louet. Starting 33rd from Weeki Wachee, Florida, driving a PSL Karting Factory Bureau Art, number 41, Michael Stevens. Starting 32nd from Canada, driving an Intel Kart Factory Racing Team Intel Kart, number 97, Nicholas Taylor. Starting 31st from Italy, driving an Inter MS Kart Republic, your 2023 FIA European Champion, number 48, Danilo Albanese. Starting 30th from Rancho Cordova, California, driving a Karting Collective Sodi Kart, number 49, Seth Huntley. Starting 29th from Poland, driving an Inter MS Kart Republic, number 76, Karol Pashevics. Starting 28th from Canada, driving a Magic Kart USA Factory Magic Kart, number 19, Michael Riccio. Starting 27th from Germany, driving an SRP Maranello USA Factory Maranello, number 59, David Trefilov. Starting 26th from Italy, driving an Inter MS Kart Republic, your reigning FIA World Champion, number 9, Paolo Ippolito. Starting 25th from Italy, driving an Intel Kart Factory Racing Team Intel Kart, number 92, you saw him win today, Davide Foray. Starting 24th from Windermere, Florida, driving a Magic Kart USA Factory Magic Kart, number 86, Axel Cabrera. Starting 23rd from New Zealand, the Kiwi, driving a PSL Karting Factory Bureau Art, number 25, Jay Irwin. Starting 22nd from Alamo, California, driving a PSL Karting Factory Bureau Art, number 36, Hunter Pickett. Starting 21st from Breckenridge, Colorado, driving a PSL Karting Factory Bureau Art, number 7, Philip Nimkovich. Starting 20th from Auburn, Washington, driving for GMC, number 2, Kyle Wick. Starting 19th from Westland, Oregon, driving a PSL Karting Factory Barrel Art, number 91, Cooper Becklin. Starting 18th from Spain, driving a PSL Karting Factory Barrel Art, your reigning SuperNationals champion, number 62, Pedro Hilbrand. Starting 17th from Germany, driving an Intel Kart Factory Racing Team Intel Kart, number 17, Valentino Frisch. Starting 16th from the United Kingdom, driving an AS Motorsports Factory Energy, number 51, Joe Charlton. Starting 15th from Hunlock Creek, Pennsylvania, driving a Maranello USA Factory Maranello, number 38, Justin White. Starting 14th from Poland, driving an Intel Kart Factory Racing Team Intel Kart, number 69, David Levinsky. Starting 13th from Calabasas, California, driving for GFC, number 29, Keon Tandon. Starting 12th from Riverside, California, driving for Factory Karts, number 11, Billy Musgrave. Starting 11th from Mooresville, North Carolina, driving a Magic Kart USA Factory Magic Kart, number 24, Talon Yockel. From Romania, starting 10th, driving the Intel Kart Factory Racing Team Intel Kart, number 94, Danielle Vasile. Starting 9th, from Italy, driving an Inter MS Kart Republic, number 32, Giorgio Carrara. Starting 8th from Germany, driving a Race Lab Karting Factory TB Kart, number 66, Luis Speck. Starting 7th from Italy, driving a PSL Karting Factory Charles Leclerc kart, your former SuperNats winner, number 17, Matteo Vigano. Starting 6th from Canada, driving a Catalyst Driver Development Intel Kart, number 95, Remo Ruscetti. Starting 5th from Costa Rica, driving a Rolls and Performance Group Cosmic, a former SuperNats two-time winner, number 37, Danny Formal. Starting fourth from France, driving a Sony Racing USA factory Sony Kart, number 65, Emilien Denner. Starting third from the Netherlands, driving a PSL Karting Factory Bureau Art, your reigning Pro Tour champion, number 1, Marin Kremers. Starting second from Vancouver, Washington, driving for GFC, number 3, Jacob Gulick. And starting on the pole from Statesville, North Carolina, driving a Magic Kart USA Factory Magic Kart, number 28, AJ Myers. Ladies and gentlemen, your starting grid for Pro Shifter presented by PSL Karting. As we get set to go racing, let's make some noise, Las Vegas, one more time for one more final! With that, ladies and gentlemen, it is time that we get set to go racing here. One more time, around 25 laps from Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Rob Howden joined me back in the booth. The sun is just working its way down towards the skyline. Check out all the fans around here. We got wrestlers here. We've got everybody ready to watch the best from Las Vegas. Get out here. The Sony boys have a huge contingent. Kyle Wick has a big fan club, I know as well. Sony Racing USA fans, make some noise for Emilien Denner one more time. Let's hear you. And check out the black and white on the left side of the grandstand. We know we've got some Jacob Gulick and Kyle Wick fans in the house here tonight.
Yeah, wherever you are around the paddock right now, put down your stuff, put the wrenches down, get yourself out to the fence. There's a couple spots maybe left in the grandstands because it is time, Xander, to go racing with Pro Shifter.
Man, what a great day to end it off here with the sun beginning to set just on the cusp of nighttime. The lights are on. We might have a nighttime podium. We're going to have a race into the sunset. Who can go into the sunset as a SuperNationals winner here? We've got multiple different winners in the field. One guy right there who has sat on the pole at this race before, but the luck has always eluded him. This is the best starting spot he's ever had. He's never led the Pro Shifter field to green. AJ Myers is looking for SuperNats win number 1.
You know, Xander, I said in the pre-show today, a confident AJ Myers is a dangerous AJ Myers. He has a lot of belief in the kart. They've been working on it throughout the entire week, and they are happy with where they are right now. They're able to dial things in. When you have that kind of confidence and you have that kind of momentum coming into Super Sunday, you're definitely one of the drivers we're going to be talking about all race long.
Moving back to on the outside of row number 1 here, starting second for Jacob Gulick. What a weekend it has been for the Pacific Northwesterner. Had a spin that ended up with a red flag in qualifying after the accordion effect ended in Albanese, slamming the wall. And Jacob Gulick, in the re-racked session, put his head down, locked back in, and set the fastest lap on the final lap to jump over his teammate Kyle Wick. And since then, he has been awesome all 3 heats.
Yeah, he told us that was one of the highlights of his career, being able to put down that magic lap against this stacked 70-plus kart field. All the guys that try to qualify for this one. Again, we know he has the pace right now, but again, we talked about this already. Everybody's gone, Mike, 10 laps. Now they got to go 25. This is when we talk about tire pressure. This is when we talk about being smart early, getting away. But we're talking about a 25-lap race. Who has long race pace?
Yeah, and as Xander said, the sun's starting to go down. We've been hanging out here doing our pre-race driver intros, etc., and the temp starts to go as well. It's going to be a little bit different.
Let's get set to go down here to the grid. We will send it down to Neil Strickland, Tom Kutcher, Alexis Kutcher to get the official word to start your engines here. Tom, take it away.
All right, to my favorite class. Shifter stuff, guys, is badass. And this is something I never miss. I haven't missed one of them. I want to just thank everybody one more time. This is our last class. We're giving away some cash. We're doing a lot of cool stuff. Sorry. Damn it. I think I lost $1,000. Yeah, anyway. I just want to be the official guy to tell you guys to start your engines. Let's do it. Let's rip it. Let's go. Start your engines. Let's go! Super Day.
And with that, engines come to life down here on the front straightaway towards turn number 1. The engines coming to life, as we said, and this is it. This is the excitement time. Mike, you can talk first as a driver. I did the same thing, but you've driven here before. What are your thoughts when you're rolling off the grid on Super Sunday?
We were talking about butterflies and having the kind of little bit of the emotions. I was looking at the top 10 starters over there by the stage, and it was real close to A.J. Myers. We know how confident he is, but you still saw him take a deep breath in, breathe out, hit the reset button. Even your pole setter has got the butterflies.
Xander, you and your crew have put in countless hours to be ready for this event. All the pre-race prep, the production, to get everything where it needs to be. It's been great so far. One more still to go. Everybody in the cameras are ready to rock. They are ready for this main event for Pro Shifter. How are you feeling?
Man, I'm excited. You can't not be excited here on Super Sunday. Again, a huge thank you one more time to Don't Sleep Energy Drink here. We may end up thanking them 1 or 2 more times for helping partner with us for the Super Sunday coverage. Like you said, Rob, it's been a long, hard week for the race teams. We've also been trying to match that level of work ethic on our end to put on the best show for those of you here in the paddock and for those of you watching along at home, because it deserves it. It is the best kind of racing out of all there is to find and watch and compete in motorsport, and we're getting ready to watch 25 laps of it.
I have had countless messages, DMs, people listening and watching all over the place, which I think is fantastic. Thank you so much for, number 1, for watching the coverage here on Kart Chaser, being part of the extended family of the 26th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. And again, be ready for this one here, wherever you are around the country, whether it's the morning, evening, or you're just ready to go on maybe a Sunday afternoon. We are here, 4:10 local time. Sun working its way down to the horizon. We're here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, 67 degrees trackside. The crowd is ready for this one. It's time to go Pro Shifter racing.
How about that here? A crowd once again. It took a second while they moved over to catch the aftermath of X30 Pro, but everybody's trying to find a place to watch around the racetrack, down that long 1,400-foot front straightaway, or anywhere else you can find room, because it's hard to find right now. The grandstand's cleared for a little bit after X30. They filled right back up, and the fence line is once again 2, 3, 4, 5 deep as the drivers complete their first full lap under power, and the leaders will begin to make their way around the backside.
Mike, let's talk about what they're doing right now for any newbies just tuning in here. They're trying to get the heat in the tires. Talk about what you got to do and why you got to do it.
Everybody in this class has brand new Avinco red tires on here. You got to get heat into them. And these shifters, it's not just about the front tires. We talked about it last night in the LCQ. You got to get heat in the rear tires, because you've got to get that grip when you want to drop that clutch.
Indeed, the drivers working their way out of turn number 9 for the final time. We will use the grid here for shifters. We did not use it for the other categories. We started a little further down, and let's say we're done with all those. All the starts were really well done, and a good call to start further deep in the field. Here comes A.J. Myers, the Floridian now living in North Carolina, slotting himself into P1 alongside Jacob Gulick, who has had a fantastic week so far. Those coming in behind, a former world champion, Marian Kremers. He wants to win this just as much as Gulick and Myers. Myers to it. And then, of course, Emilian Denner, the Sodi Kart driver, inside of row number 2.
Emilian Denner has been one of the few drivers to not have to be in first gear for most of this racetrack because he's had so much grip in that Sodi Racing USA Sodi Kart. He's been hooked up, but with the extra rubber laid down, even though it's a little cooler here at the end of the day, will anyone else be able to do the same? We've seen them be just as fast as him.
Here we go, folks. The drivers will work their way out the final couple of rows coming in, and we will lock this grid down. SuperNationals 26 here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. 8 races down, 1 still set to go. Those drivers coming up here right now, just the final couple of rows, inching their way into the spots. Myers on the inside, Gulick on the outside. Final drivers into position, looking to the tail of that grid to get the call. We've got it. Visors down, the front straightaway. Here we go for the final time in SuperNats 26. Green, green, green. Whole shot goes to AJ Myers.
And down in turn number 1, here we go as they get to full song. Down into the first corner. Look at the big guy all the way around the outside, but he goes a little too deep. Kremers followed him, and they're both going to fall back in front of the field. Emilian Denner, he's turned around. Talon Yuckel's involved. Dominic Foray's involved. 4 cars out of the first corner, and AJ Myers with the lead.
Just took one driver going around, Mike, and everybody climbed back on top. I'm sure we'll have a look at that again, so folks, wait. We'll get that restart for you. AJ Myers launching out quickly. Right behind him is Jacob Gulick.
Well, you expected these guys to be out front, and all you had to do was try to get through the initial bit. Danny Formal wide and handsome there, right on the outside, slots into third.
Yeah, when we see it wide, and then you had to make a correction because everything was happening on the inside of them. I'm sure they're going to rack up this start for us. We'll have a look at the replay when we can. Myers, Gulick, Formal, Vasile, and Rusciti, the top 5.
Oh, big wide run there for Vasile. Nearly lost 4th there, and he's got the pack right behind him. Here comes his fellow countryman, Remo Rusciti. It is a dirty and very cold racetrack. All these drivers were completely taken aback by the lack of grip. They all went wide in turn 1, just like the Pro X30s, except even more so. And now, let's take a look here, Rob and Mike, at that start here and what happened to Emilian Denner.
As you see, you go down here, AJ Myers again with a whole shot around the outside as Danny Formal. Look at the actually pop. There was Marian Kremers around. There's the push there. Looked like both Ital karts actually get through. Up and over, I want to say, was Jaco on top of the 65.
And I want to say that Kremers might have drove over the back of him as Denner is a little bit as well, coming through over top. You watched Wabe around the outside for Danny Formal. A lot of chaos there. Kremers was able to continue on, but where is Kremers? TP6 now, having getting that shot early. Myers is your leader, though, just getting things underway. Couple laps in, the stretch is happening. Look who's coming, the big man, Danny Formal, able to get by into second spot. So it is right now Myers and Formal, Gulick, Rusciti, and Vasile. Your top 5 drivers. How about a couple of Americans, a Canadian, the Costa Rican in the top 4?
And again, of all the talent in this grid, to have 3 drivers from the Pro Tour up front battling for the win is incredible. Look at Formal, high, low, he's trying to set him up. Myers is going to cover it off down in turn number 1. We've got a fight on our hands as they make contact down in 2.
Remember when we were talking to Formal, he said how hard it was to follow. Right there, a difference in gear shift, a difference in timing. Formal actually into the back of him again right there. Very, very close. All 3 with a blanket over the top.
I just feel like Formal knows he's got good speed and wants to go by. The 3 of these drivers could pull away right now and probably just battle it out amongst himself for the rest of the race. Myers is already going to cover off the bottom as Formal dialing things in. A 3-time winner here at the Supernats, a couple in the S1 category, 1 in KZ. Could he become one of the 4-time winners? Here comes Formal around the outside. He is getting big. The Rolls Performance Group driver, not quite there. And right there is the most interested spectator, Jacob Gulick.
Yeah, Jacob Gulick continuing to watch and learn a little bit, although he's beaten both of these drivers here this year. And now as they come out of turn number 3, you can see while they continue to battle, the group behind is still way back because they're continuing to fight as well. Kremers got through. We talked about Kremers going over top of potentially part of that crash. Remo Rusciti was the guy that got sandwiched in the middle 3 wide as Denner tried to come back down. Didn't know that they were 3 wide, and he got spun in front of the field.
3-second advantage the top 3 have over 4th place Kremers. However, the full defense and the full fight is going to bring them right back into the game.
And here comes Formal again, trying to keep him pinched down. He's thinking about going over-under. Formal's trying to get by, really putting the pressure on AJ Myers. Again, they have that gap, but this is not what you would expect out of a group up front with lots of time. They got to watch out for Marian Kremers coming. Last time by, Kremers quicker by about 3 to 4 tenths of a second. Yeah, he's back by 2.7 from Gulick, but these guys got to settle in right now and pull away.
You said a confident A.J. Myers is a dangerous A.J. Myers. He doesn't look that confident to be defending this hard early. He probably is still waiting on that cart to come in and is not sure if it's going to come in enough where he could run back down Danny Formel by lap 25. So he's trying to hang on.
Xander, fantastic point. We've talked about that all day, Mike. How good is your cart going to be late? Here comes Formel trying to look to the inside. Inches away, maybe a couple centimeters away from the wall on the right side.
You see when they go by there and you can see the dust come off. It is dirty on the inside, so you go down to the inside to cover. You will have dirt on the tires, not as much braking power into the corner.
We're going to keep an eye on A.J. Myers as he put down a personal best here pretty soon. We got 6 laps in to a 25-lapper, a long way to go. Is he just biding his time with a cart that may be a bit of a handful right now? Formal looked a lot better out of the gate with those more bright gloves. We can kind of see the work he's not doing on that cart, doing a tremendous job there in the RPG Vortex-powered Cosmic. Out front, though, it's Myers of the Magic, Formal, of course, on the Cosmic, and Gulick on the GFC. Then we've got the Barrel ART of Kremers, and we're sitting in the ITEL cart.
We were talking about in the previous races from A.J. Myers when he's been his fastest, he's been able to arc things in, but he's been having to keep things tight, trying to keep Formal back. I think that Magic Cart wants to arc in. Formal to the other side, crossover coming. Here comes Formal, he's on the curb. Here comes Gulick. They're going to go stay in line here. Wow, close one for Formal.
They better watch out because you know who's coming from behind there right now. Martin Kremers has closed up to 1.8. He's gained a second right there. There's Kremers. Look how much closer he is. A little more wide open coming into the corner there for Myers, but Kremers is pushing, and Rusiti has a battle here right now with Matteo Vagano.
Vigano getting closer as Formal is going to need to get really creative. He already tried to put the bumper to Myers once. Does he try it anymore here in this one? Myers blows the corner. Danny Formal to the lead on a turn number 2.
There it is right there. You got to put the pressure on to have the mistake come. Here comes Gulick. He'll go to the inside as well. He'll root Myers a little bit. Can he finish it up? No, they're beating on each other. Formal's going to get a big lead here. We saw this already in X30 Senior. Can Formal pull away in the RPG Cosmic?
And Kramer's not going to wait. As soon as he gets there, he's going to attack because he sees Formal in the distance.
Indeed that. Here he comes right there. Good shot to the rear there of Gulick for Kremers. That'll hurt his run out of the corner just a little bit. But behind there, Rusiti, Vagano, Hilpren, Vasile, Musgrave, and Wick rounding out your top 10. Wick up 10 spots to 10th.
Gulick gets rooted out of the way. Kremers trying to close the door. He gets through. Another bump and run. This time, Morin gets through to third. 2 drivers fighting for their first career SuperNationals victory. Kremers has been the bridesmaid more times than once, and he is tired of it. He wants to get through. He says, I've got no time left to waste.
If A.J. Myers takes a look over his shoulder and knows I think he just did it, he knows he can open things up. That Magic Cart works when he can open up. There it is. Opens it up. He's able to get straighter sooner. That's when his cart's the fastest.
So maybe the turning point of the race. Let's have a look. Let's re-look right now at that pass for Danny Formal as he makes a move, comes to the inside. Watch the issue for Myers.
He keeps it outside. He left the door wide open. I'm not sure if he just went a tick deeper when he got on the brakes a little harder. Maybe that thing just understeered a little on him.
That's what I can agree with you on that. And then there's Gulick coming back to the inside. He gets up over the curb, a little bit into the side, and that shakes everything up. And then the kind of payback there over in turn number 4, and that's what brings Kremers in, allows him to get by Gulick. So Formal, Myers, Kremers. When have we seen these guys battle together, like all year long?
All year long. You got the FIA World Champ, the FIA European Champ, multi-time SuperNats winners here, and the top 4 are 4 drivers we've seen all year long, the top 5 drivers we've seen all year long in the Pro Tour here, running well on the streets of Las Vegas Motor Speedway. As we go down to turn number 1, Kremers way back and clear. Morin Kremers gets through for second.
Mike, what do you think? That's the second time he's had trouble. This time Myers going to go try to the bottom. He'll cover down. You can see that Kremers ran the low line into the corner. That stacks things up. That's going to bring everybody back in. This feels like a carbon copy of X30 Pro, which allowed Bonilla to get away. And another RPG driver, Formal, starting to stretch away 1.4 out.
We know the Magic Cart wants to go wide, but that was just really far out there. Just left the door wide open for Kremers. Kremers takes it, says thank you very much.
Well, again, like you said, guys, here, he thought he had a bigger gap. He didn't think Morin would send it in there. He was trying to start to make up some time on the big guy. As we get past the halfway mark here, 12 down, 13 to go. Morin Kremers about center track in turn number 1, but able to hit his marks, and even with the the pass, didn't lose all too much time. 2 seconds, back to the big guy up front here as this group of 3 is now getting hunted down by 2021 SuperNats winner Matteo Vigano.
Yeah, and Kyle Wick just turned the fastest lap. He's 5 seconds back. We're watching Pedro Hiltbrand come through here as well, but purple lap for Kyle Wick. Here's the fight again. AJ Myers has got to get back on his horse because it's a 2-second lead for Danny Formal out front. Could we see another one of these runs where a guy pulls away? Big fight further back, 5th on back. You see how many drivers are there. Crossed halfway flags this time by 13 down to 13 to go. Wick is on the move.
Wick is on the move, and a lot of drivers here trying to get settled in because we've just started the second half of the race. Personal best out of P2, P3, but they're still just a tick slower than your leader Formal.
Yeah, this is a big run for Danny Formal out front in the RPG Cosby, that Vortex-powered machine, as he has got a nice, comfortable lead of over 2 seconds. Kremers, though, trying to lock things back in, Mike.
Remember what we saw in Master Shifter. Musser way out there, had that thing tuned up, but 4A was able to get him back. It still has lots of time here, but these guys are going to make hay.
Marian Kremers is one of the best guys on tire wear when it comes to long run here. Look at this. What a midfield scrap in the middle of that Trefilov. Top 10 starter Luis Speck, Kyle Wick, now up to 8th for Kyle Wick on the black and white GFC.
Wow, what a run for him.
Man, what a run to go forward as the lead stays the same. 2 seconds. Kremers, oh, big contact, turn 1. George, or one of the Interim S Kart Republics.
Luis Speck.
And Luis Speck involved. And I don't know if that was Carrara or it might have been further back like Ippolito. I would imagine Ippolito. They were right around each other.
Potentially correct. Yeah, those are the drivers who were running on track. They were 13th and 14th respectively, Xander. So both those drivers coming into that turn number 1 combination. There's a little further back. This is what we're seeing here for Kyle Wick. He is now continuing to push. Wick trying to work his way forward. Where is he coming across the line now? He continues to make hay. Wick is pushing hard here now. There's a move to the inside, and AJ Myers getting roughed up now a little bit here, fighting it out with Gulick. They're side by side, and Gulick's gone around. Gulick has gone around, and look at that damage on the driver fairing. They got a little bit of argy-bargy.
Those guys are leaning on each other all the way from 1 to going into 3, and they didn't give it up. Gulick, up, done, that's it.
Wow, that's going to move Wick, Musgrave, Rusciti all up another spot, Vigano as well. And again, there's the 217 of Vigano. He is closing up on AJ Myers. All the stuff that has happened with AJ Myers, a shot at trying to get this race win going by the wayside. Formal out to 2.3 seconds last time by. Danny Formal went purple on lap number 16. This guy is out front and running. What a day it's been for Rawlson Performance Group.
This is Formal versus Kremers right now. These guys have open air. It's who can go faster right now. The gauntlet is being thrown down. Formal, the man to beat.
No doubt about that. That's the fight right there for 3rd and 4th. AJ Myers and Matteo Vigano. Again, that former winner here at the SuperNats on the Charles Leclerc chassis. That is for the fight for 3rd. Again, watching the fight for 5th as well. Remo Rusciti and Billy Musgrave. There's a move to the inside. Vigano in turn 9. Book it. Myers goes back again. Move Vigano up into 3rd.
As they go side by side out on the back, front straightaway, Myers powers around the outside of Matteo Vigano, and he gets back the 3rd spot. An awesome scrap here, but again, one driver that should have been in this top 3 fight and is not is Jacob Gulick. Let's take a look at the replay here, Mike.
Oh, that's the wrong direction, boys.
Yeah, we'll come back to it. We'll keep our eye on the battle on the racetrack for now. Oh, there it is. Here we go. Into turn number 1. Gulick from way back down the inside. Even a broken bumper there. You can see the pushback was in, and then they start banging tires.
It was the exact same thing as what had happened before, and here you're going to watch it. Tire smoke. Boom, 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 and there it is. You're going to lean on each other. Eventually, it's open wheel, man. We're going to hit tires, and that's exactly what happened. But it was the same thing in turn number 1. Exact same thing. 3 times now Myers has been under fire. Move to the inside.
Vigano down the inside. Myers climbs up on the curb. Can't over-under. Matteo Vigano goes to 3rd as Myers continues to fade backwards. Marian Kremers still in no man's land in 2nd while Formal leads, this time by Rob. 6 to go.
During this battle we're watching for 3rd, the replays we're watching, the laps continue to tick away. Only 7 laps remaining now. 2.4 seconds to lead for Danny Formal. Kremers, Myers there. Vigano rather, we know, now up to 3rd. Myers back to 4th. Remo Rusciti still holding on to P5 in a great scrap right now as he's right there. Kyle Wick, though, the man on the move. He is close back up. Wick trying to see if he can't go into the top 5. He is plus 14. Kyle Wick hunting down Remo Ruschetti.
And Remo Ruschetti, unfortunately, it is a story he knows all too well. A good start, a good jump, and no speed. Might be suffering some damage from that turn 1 crash with Emilian Denner, but he has just been fighting for dear life here to stop from going backwards and hold on to his good starting position inside the top 10. Giorgio Carrara is closing in as well.
Remember how fast Kyle Wick was going away in one of his heat races, and then the chain breaks, and he's done. He goes to the back. He's had to been able to dig out of this the entire time. We know he's fast, and look at him come off the corner with speed.
I'm going to say we could have a pass down in turn number 1, because if Ruschetti leaves the door open, watch for Wick, who just went purple. Kyle Wick just went purple again. Let's see if he sets it up coming down. Maybe an over-under, just trying to get the best run he possibly can. Giorgio Carrara right there behind him. Musgrave 8th up 4. Hiltbrand up 9. David Trefilov up 17. Xander 27th to 10th.
Long run forward for the SRP Marinella USA factory driver as Davide Fore gets turned around down in turn number 1, way back in the field. The Italcar driver, unfortunately, a mixed bag, a win and master shifter, but he will not finish here in pro. And that's going to be yellow when they get back down the straightaway if they don't get clear quick enough. And Fore is not helping quick enough. He's walking slowly as the leader is literally coming into turn number 1. Davide Fore just casually strolling to the outside of the racetrack, and we stay yellow, so no passing opportunity for Kyle Wick.
4 laps remaining. It's a 3-second lead for Danny Formal. He just signed a contract to go racing in GTD with Wayne Taylor Racing and Andretti Global to Lamborghini, so a huge opportunity for him to go IMSA racing in 2024. What a little exclamation point to a tremendous week if he walks away with a 4th win here at the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals, joining a very, very elite group right now. Again, coming by, 3 laps to go, 22 down, 3 remain.
Myers still trying to get back to 3rd. Kyle Wick trying to break onto the box as Formal takes us over to turn number 2. Here they come, coming out of the corner, going back there to find this big group led by Remo Ruschetti. And again, we talked about Formal. For Maureen Kremers, it's got to burn again. Bridesmaid, it is just not the day for Maureen Kremers here. He'll have to wait another year, it looks like, as we're coming in out at 2 to go at the line.
You're right. How many times did he finish 2nd? 2 already. A 3rd opportunity to finish 2nd for Kremers. It's going to hurt for him, but he's going to want this one. Formal, though, 2 to go this time by. There's your gap between 1st and 2nd. There's 3rd and 4th, Vagano and Myers. And then, of course, Ruschetti doing everything he can to hold back a charging Kyle Wick. Here comes Wick. He's on him right now here. We'll see the white flag this next time by. Can Wick get the job done and go P5? No, Ruschetti covering down the bottom.
Keep an eye on Billy Musgrave, 4th one in line, catching this group. He might be able to make something happen as well.
And again here for the big guy, Danny Formal up front as they continue to fight over to turn number 3 and turn number 4. Formal was texting me the moment the track layout came out because he's been struggling on top end speed all year with that Vortex power plant. He said, "Are you kidding me? I look forward to this race 12 months of the year. I wait for this race, not my GT racing, not any other race in the world, but the SuperNats." And we get a long straightaway. I'm screwed. And here he is with 1 to go.
This is it, the final lap for Formal. You watch him go down to the airbox to try to choke that down limit, try to take care of that machinery. He's got 3.3 seconds to lead. We'll key on Formal right now. Like I said, it's been a huge day for Rollison Performance Group. And watching further back the battle as well, Formal to join the group of 4-time winners. What a fantastic performance it has been. He works his way through the final couple of corners, down to turn number 9. Count him, 4-time. Danny Formal wins in Pro Shifter. Formal victorious at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. 2nd goes to Kremers, 3rd Vagano, 4th Myers, and Remo Ruschetti able to hold off the challenge from Kyle Wick. Trefilov up 20, Wick up 14. What a run for sure. Vasile 8th, Hiltbrand 9th. Musgrave rounds out the top 10. Ryan Norberg up on the fence. There he is, folks. What a move. The donuts are happening from Danny Formal. He is a 4-time winner of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals, and he's going to the fence.
Danny Formal is fired up. Let some noise, crowd. He is fired up. Danny Danny Formal in front of the suite is a SuperNats champion again in dominant fashion in Pro Shifter. He had to get his elbows out. There's the congratulations from Davide Fore. Danny Formal fired up here, and again, what a run.
Xander, it is so hard to win this race. We've talked about the fact we've never had a repeat winner in the pro class, Pro X30, to be able to win this race. How hard you work for Danny Formal. There was the show of emotion, and there's the show of sportsmanship.
And again, Marian Kremers there congratulating. You saw him just barely out of the corner of the screen, put his head in his hands. He has been so close, and unfortunately today is not his day. It is the big guy's day, and he's not done celebrating, fans. He is pumped up. Danny Formal, SuperNats champion.
I'll tell you, neither David Cole or I picked him to be the winner in the top 5, so that's it, Danny. You can feel free. I'm buying you a cocktail tonight. That was amazing. Danny Formal, the RPG crew down here, ripping it up in the Turn 1 grandstands, and indeed the 237, the winning number here today. There's A.J. Myers as well. Formal, Kremers, Vagano, Myers, and Russetti. What a tremendous drive. Let's send it down right now. Let's get an interview with Danny Formal.
Danny, you joined the 4-time Winners Club here at the SuperNats. You are absolutely pumped up. Tell us the emotions right now, but I have a pretty good guess of what they are.
No top 5 for me? No top 5 for me? Yeah, that's what I thought. The go-kart was unbelievable. RPG, OTK, Cedric, my mechanic Mike, Alberto, everyone under the tent. It was driving itself. You know, I could do 41.8. Driving like easy. The go-kart was just insane. The power was other level. You know, four-time SuperNats winner, 2-time KZ winner. Ecstatic. I'm leaving in about 3 hours to Rome for a Lambo race, but I don't think the emotions I'm feeling right now is going to be beat anytime soon.
Take us through that battle with A.J. Myers. It looked like you had a couple of opportunities to pass him. You finally figured it out. You know, were you just waiting back there, or did you know when you were going to be able to make the move?
Like I said, the power was out of this planet. A.J. had a longer gear than me, so it was hard to pass him on the straight, but he made a small mistake here in the braking zone in Turn 1, and I took full advantage of it. Then I kind of heard someone try to pass him in Turn 2. He gave me a nice little gap, but the go-kart was just faster than everyone else's, so I was able to pull away. I feel bad for Emilian Denner. You know, he crashed in the first lap. It would probably have been a good fight. But, hey, I'm the winner. RPG's the winner. OTK, Vortex, the only one on the grid, and we took the win. So thank you, everyone here, and, yeah, ecstatic.
Danny Formal, your 2023 SuperNats Pro Shifter champion.
There's the big hug from Tom Kutcher here. Here's a look at the donuts, popping some wheelies. Danny Formal here, of course, fired up in the RPG Cosmic Group. You cannot have a better day than that. KA Senior winner, Pro X30 1-2 Pro Shifter winner. And for the first time, I think in a while, if not ever, a team has swept the headline main events. I have to think back a little bit for it, but we'll wait for David Cole to come up and check the math on that one. I might be a little off, but it's been some time, Mike.
Absolutely. RPG has been strong and actually just ended the year the best way you possibly can. We talk about, a body of work throughout the weekend. How about a body of work throughout the year? You're working, like Danny just said, or you said about Danny, always thinking about this race. 12 months he waits for it. Here it is. Did exactly what we need to do and finished on top.
We've heard from Danny here. Let's hear as David Land, I believe, is standing by, and we'll send our cameraman over to Marian Kremers, who unfortunately isn't able to go to the top step, but for once again, he's in the hunt, in the fight, and had one bad fast barrel art. Dave?
Yeah, Marian, the storyline continues. Another second place. What are the emotions right now?
It's just disappointing, We were fast all week, but just missing just that little bit to really drive away from these guys. And I had a bad jump, almost crashed at the start in Turn 1, and then from then on the race was basically lost. By the time I got to second, Danny had a huge gap. I think I ran similar times to him for a while, but I saw I wasn't closing, and basically gave up with 5 to go because I knew Danny's not going to put it in the ball by himself, no matter how much pressure you put on him. So I just conserved, got second. Not happy with that, obviously, but we'll try again next year.
There's always next year for Marian Kremers.
Thank you, Dave. And again, Martin Kremer is one of the best in the world, former world champ here. He's now a two-time SKUSA Pro Tour champion, but unlike in 2022, he didn't end up getting a main event win in 2023, but he has been in the hunt on the podium all the time. AJ Myers on the Factory Magic Kart was in contention all race there, and in a heavy-handed battle, obviously, all the way through. David, we'll go down to you to hear from the other end of the top 5 across the line.
AJ, I mean, we see it on your face. We saw it out on the track. I mean, I don't even have to ask a question, I don't think. Tell us your side of the whole race.
Yeah, I got the whole shot I wanted to. After that, I was just hanging on for dear life. It just seemed like I didn't have any grip the whole time. I held him back for a little bit. Once he got by, I wasn't coming back at him. Kremers got by. Gulick and me went side by side. From my perspective, he just straight chopped into me, put me in the air, almost took us both out. I guess gladly he took himself out. But after that, I was hanging on and, yeah, disappointed. But, God, I wanted it. But Danny drove a great race. He deserves it.
A very humble AJ Myers in the face of defeat.
Thank you, David. And again, A.J. Myers. You talk about a confident A.J. Myers, a dangerous A.J. Myers. Not close enough. Matteo Vigano, Remo Ruscetti just kind of hanging in the mix all the way through. Remo crosses the line, P5. Vigano, P3 there. What a good run once again for the former SuperNats winner. Remo Ruscetti is going to walk away with another top 5 and a good finish. Let's go down to our third place finish here and former SuperNats winner who ends up with a PSL karting 2-3. Dave?
Yeah, that was an exciting one. P3, did you think you could get a little bit more, or was P3 all she wrote today?
Yeah, honestly, it was. I knew it was going to be a hard final. I tried my best the first laps to try to avoid the traffic and put myself in a good position. Then I saw the first group already a little bit far away, so I tried to set myself to the minimum goal that was the podium.
It sure looked like there was a lot of contact out there, a lot of argy-bargy, as we say. How do you avoid some of that when guys are running into each other? How do you keep a cool head in that sort of situation?
I don't know, honestly. In the first laps, many things happen very fast, and I try to avoid as much as possible any contact. And also, a luck is a big part of this in the first laps. You need everything.
Good stuff. A Charles Leclerc is on the podium in Vegas. Maybe that's a sign of things next week.
Hopefully here, Dave, as we now have the drivers beginning to make their way over towards the podium. I believe they are still in race control, checking things out right now, so we have not gotten the official word on where the rest of the lineup is. Of course, you'd imagine Danny Formal, no contact on his pass by A.J. Myers, probably good all the way through. But Kyle Wick, what a weekend here it was. Second in qualifying after the re-rack. He's got a big cheering section in the crowd that came all the way out from Auburn, Washington area to come and cheer him on. And he ends up crossing the line pretty good there, Dave.
Yeah, if we had a straw poll, I think you'd win most popular driver. I know that's not the same as a SuperNats P1 trophy, but, I mean, you put on a heck of a show for all these fans of yours.
Yeah, it was a really crazy race. I feel like we probably had good pace. Just got in a few tangles. The kart was bent on the start, and then the axle was bent. And just kept going, kept my head down, and gave it everything I had.
With the adversity earlier in this week, are you still satisfied with this result, or is it gnawing away at you that, yeah, I could have won this thing?
Yeah, it's definitely, we could have won it, but we'll be back next year.
That's a prediction from Kyle Wick, one of the biggest movers and certainly the most popular driver in the stands.
Yeah, Kyle Wick again comes up close. He picks up 14. Bigger mover was David Trefilov on that SRP Factory Maranello. He picked up 20 spots to go all the way from way out deep in the field to 7th here as the sun begins to set in Las Vegas. Henry joining us back in the booth here. Your thoughts on that Pro Shifter final?
Oh, an incredible race. Some fantastic skill. It was as close as we thought in terms of the action. I know that Danny Formal ended up a bit of a runaway winner, but that doesn't detract from what an exciting event it was. And when I spoke to Danny and I said, about are you still going to be allowed to go karting with a new contract? He said, of course, it's written into my contract because karting keeps me sharp. I've got to say, if I was an IMSA driver, I had to race Danny next year, I'd be very, very worried indeed. But Kremers, a world-class field, a world-class top 10
and
there
look at that
in the
there
end.
of Emilian Denner. What a your race to be over in the first corner for the driver that started fourth. Unfortunately for the Sodi Racing USA driver, we'll get a lot more post-race interviews here. But first up, Rob Howden, will send it down to you. We have just gotten the official results. Everything is locked in, and it is officially official before they go to tech. The big guy, Danny Formal, is your winner here as he begins to make his way over to the podium. Rob will take it down to you.
Thank you so much, Xander, bringing over the drivers here who have made their way to the top 5 as they ran on track. They did a couple of video reviews, but essentially the on-track 5 that we saw was the official results coming in before tech, as we had said. We'll get everybody locked over here at the podium to cap off SuperNationals 26. Drivers taking an opportunity to chat it up a little bit, as you see. Tom Kutcher joining us over here as well. We'll get the trophies out and ready to go. It is time to cap the award presentation for the drivers here in the Pro Shifter category. Finishing in 5th spot, doing a tremendous job to hold off the Lions behind him. Remo Ruscitti ends up in the 5th position. P5 for Remo. Finishing in 4th spot today, number 228, AJ Myers. Myers, P4. Drivers putting on a show for us for certain. Finishing in 3rd, former winner here, number 217, Matteo Vagano. A race win is coming down the pipe sooner or later for this former champion. This guy is a badass. P2 here today. Martin Kremer, 2nd in Pro Shifter. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an elite group, an elite club of 4-time race winners. Kip Foster, Connor De Felipe, and Billy Musgrave. We will add another name to this honored list. He wins his 4th SuperNational for RPG, Danny Formal. What a great run for Danny Formal. Got out front, put the laps down, had the gap he needed, and was able to pull away. We'll put Al onto the top of the box here. And he knows what goes on with the helmet. That is part of SuperNationals lore. You win the SuperNat, you take home the big cash. You leave your helmet into the collection of SKUSA's Tom Cut. So that'll be a prized possession for Tom, as he has with so many of the champions over the last number of years who have donated that helmet into the collection as part of SuperKart's USA history. So again, the top 5 drivers, of course, hard cash as well, as we know, for the drivers coming in here as well. Big money for finishing on the podium. Again, the drivers have a gentleman agreement that they're not going to spray each other with champagne. They've got flights to catch. Vagano's flights to catch. I think Formal might as well. But indeed, the celebration will continue long into the night. Many of the drivers here today that were able to get ultimate victory. Top 3 drivers in the champagne, guys. Have at it. Grip it and rip it. Celebration time. The champagne fly in, and that caps off our final podium. Guys, what a race it was. Danny Formal becomes 4-time champion. Great racing, of course, of Vagano and Kremers. But guys, this one's done. A gorgeous sunset here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. I'll put you back up there momentarily, but wow. Great stuff down here in Victory Lane.
Hang on there, Danny. Don't fall here as the sunset begins here. A gorgeous sunset on a day with no red flags, no full course yellows, for a track that many were very concerned with the high speeds and some of the light poles around the circuit. The racing, for the most part, good. A bit spread out for the leader by the end of the X30 and the Pro Shifter mains, but overall, a pretty solid end here to the day in our SKUSA SuperNationals 26. So as we take a look there down at the Las Vegas Strip, not too far away over here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, myself, Xander Clements, Henry Bodette, Mike Smith, Rob Howden will join us before this is all said and done. But first of all, fellas, final thoughts.
Well, I mean, firstly, congratulations to SKUSA for putting on an incredible event. You know, there's a saying, you've got to come to Las Vegas once in your life. I think if you're a kart racer, and you possibly can, you must do this event once in your life. I have never been part of anything like this before. The action, the atmosphere, the showbiz, this event is a perfect bedfellow for Las Vegas. And I've got to say that at the end of when I sort of close off a broadcast of my own, I always say it's a pleasure to work with you. It's not. It's been an honor to work this event with the voice of Supernatural Howden, with you, Mike Smith, and it's been an honor to be part of what I believe has been a game-changing broadcast in the world of karting for Xander and Trevor and the entire team at Las Vegas. You're stuck with me now. The taffy has to stay. This has been incredible. Congratulations. The corner workers have been superb. The staff, everything about this event. It is Vegas, baby!
Yeah, you can't really get more hyped up than that. Henry, there's no Boston Tea Party happening for next year. We're definitely bringing you back to the booth. That is for sure. Mike Smith, obviously now 3 years in a row, 2 years in a row here on the Kart Chaser broadcast. And we're not done yet here before we sign things off. As, of course, now the official trade over here. Rob, we'll go back down to you one more time as Tom Kutcher presents the $10,000 check for the Pro Shifters winner, Danny Formal.
Thank you so much, Xander. And indeed, the $10,000 check coming right now from Tom Kutcher. And, of course, the trade-off, as always, SuperKarts USA tradition is the helmet gets traded for the $10,000 prize. That'll go into the collection of Tom Kutcher. So many tremendous drivers have had a chance to take home the cash and leave the helmet. Just part of the program. Danny Formal, a 4-time winner here at the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. Guys, we'll send it back up, but got to have the shot, that transition, the respect from both of these guys down here in Victory Lane.
No doubt about it. So much respect, of course, for Danny Formal and for Tom Kutcher. And again, Danny, like I said, I'm sure he's maybe a week ago versus Danny now would have the best argument we could ever put on TV, because this is a guy who we know, we call him the big guy, the big man, a tall, big hole in the air that he punches down every straightaway. And again, if you look at the stats, if you're trying to play the odds based on everything this year, you go to a high horsepower, high top end, high speed racetrack here like this one, you don't bet on Formal. He was able to win in Orlando because he was able to really work the gear shifts. And while he was on maybe a little different ratio, those slow hairpins, the tight corners, and of course the big guy likes to jump some curbs, he was able to do that there. But then we went to Newcastle, struggled, and that's been the case here. But this is a huge breakthrough again. It's not just for Danny to get 4-time SuperNats wins. That's obviously an incredible achievement for him to have, not only for Rawls Performance Group to sweep all 3 of the senior categories, KA, Pro X30 with a 1-2, and Pro Shifter, but also for Vortex KZ Power here in North America with the Aspen Fuel. It's the fuel we only run here in America, the green Aspen Fuel, an awesome partner of SuperKarts USA. We saw them giving away thousands of dollars at the drivers meeting as well, and even Pedro Hiltbrand, an Italian, sporting the Aspen shirt when he came out for driver intros. But for those guys to finally figure it out, he blew up his motor twice throughout the weekend. So as Rob joins us back in the booth and the 4 of us get ready to sign things off, Mike, I'll let you continue where we were before the trade-off, and then Rob, of course, Mr. Supernats, your thoughts as well here. So Mike?
Hey, I'll tell you what, I got a chance to be the first one on course again this year, and it's an honor to be able to do it, and thanks to SKUSA and you guys for all doing that. And I'll say thanks to National Motorsports for providing the go-kart. The racetrack. We talked about the racetrack so much in the early part of the week. What was it going to provide? I mean, it's not normal. We haven't seen this kind. It's unique. It's different, etc. A lot of, let's call it complaining. Formal. There's no way. There's like an anti-Formal thing. There's no curbs to jump. It's really long. What did we get? Arguably the best racing, maybe the most respectful, cleanest racing across all categories, across all days. This one's going to go down as maybe not anyone's, quote, favorite track as a driver. It's one of mine as far as the racing is concerned.
There's no question the racing was incredible. Of course, Rob, you've called all 26 editions of the SuperNats. We've been at a number of different venues, from Sam Boyd Stadium, the original X-Plex racetrack, of course, temporary circuits at the Rio All Suites Casino, the Las Vegas Convention Center, here at the Speedway in a different lot that we go back to for the next 2 years in 2024 and 2025. But this lot here provided some good racing, too.
I will put the racing we had up here up against any of the racing of the last 25. Honestly, we've had some great races at the temporary circuits and, of course, the purpose-built circuits. But this was was fantastic. Every race was amazing. The KA started things off with those great packs up front, and then of course we saw the pro drivers with the elbows up like we normally do. We couldn't have asked for anything more. And I know you guys already talked about it, but for me, anytime you don't talk about it until you get to the end of Super Sunday, no red flags at all. That is what we want, and I think people were worried about that a little bit coming into the week. The track delivered for sure.
There's no question there were some very scary incidents. Luckily, everyone coming away okay with some small elbows and bruises. I think the only thing we heard of today with anything close to a remote injury was a sprained elbow for Kyle Uchinsky, the KA Master driver, who even then, with the adrenaline flowing after he slammed the outside wall here in turn number 1, got up, got the crowd on their feet. We're looking at the lead battle. Nothing happens, and we hear the entire VIP section screaming at the top of their lungs. The owner of the Amarillo Kart Complex, which, by the way, is an amazing racetrack, and a huge thanks to them, along with all of our broadcast partners that came on board here for this weekend. Kyle came by while you guys were calling some of the earlier mains. He's like, what'd you think of that? You get it on video? I was like, of course we did, dude. That was sick. So Kyle Uchinsky, the only one, and again, he is one bad dude, and so he's okay. So yeah, to come away with all that, especially, of course, there's no question there were some hiccups throughout the week with the racetrack, but that's part of it. It's a temporary circuit. We talked about it today. A brand new layout, working completely pretty much from scratch from different sections. You know, normally we find a good layout for a few years. We make a small tweak here or there, but we know it works. But that's part of having a new layout. Obviously, SKUSA listened to the teams, made the adjustment Wednesday. We covered that in the pre-race show as well. And then again today, just nothing but good racing action. It was so wide. It was so racy. And yes, like Mike said, it might not be the most track with the most amount of turns, the most technical track, if you will, but it was still very technical because we saw the field spread apart.
Yeah, it was not easy to get around here. I think we saw the guys up front who were super, super quick, but there were guys mid-pack that struggled all weekend long.
Yeah, there's no question. It was definitely still a good tested driver. It was a good test of engine. It was a good test of chassis. And, of course, finally now getting the black rubber down here, the Avinco tire rubber from the MG Tires boys. Of course, they're here every year, the MG factory owners, and they loved it. They were super happy with watching the racing. Everyone was. We hope all of you were as well. For all of us here at the racetrack at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, our on-air team here, of course, the likes of David Land, Kendall Hedge, Alexander Searle, Emery Lida, our entire over 20 members here on the Kart Chaser team, over 150 members on the SuperKarts USA team, the awesome staff Rob's got here at eKartingNews.com with David Cole and Nate Dean as well. There is a massive group that puts on this entire event. But from everyone here, for Mike, for Henry, for Rob, for myself, Xander Clemens here, thank you for watching the biggest and most viewed SuperNationals ever. By far, shattered our records from last year. We'll send it over to the Las Vegas skyline one more time as the sun has set on SKUSA SuperNationals 26. Thank you for watching here, our coverage presented to you here on Super Sunny by Don't Sleep Energy Drink. A huge thanks to them for our final sponsor. And for the last race of the 2023 Pro National season, it is time to say farewell, good night, and we will see you in January.